The Pistons returned to action in style last night, dominating the Knicks for a third straight game in a 126-111 win at Madison Square Garden. It was Cade Cunningham night at the Mecca of basketball as the Pistons star did something only 3 players in NBA history have done. Cunningham had an MVP-caliber performance with 42 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists as he was virtually unguardable. He joins LeBron James and Allen Iverson as the only visiting players at Madison Square Garden to have 40 points and 10 rebounds. LeBron was the last one to do it back in 2009. Cade's dominance made everyone across the league take notice, including noted Knicks fan and actor Ben Stiller, who said on X after the game, quote, "Cade kicked our butts. We got to get better." Ben Stiller with some ball knowledge. JB Bickerstaff said Cade's game last night has become the norm. Three other Pistons scored in double figures, led by Paul Reed, who had 18 points and 7 rebounds, filling in yet again for Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. The win completed a 3-game season sweep of New York, in which the good little basketball team won those games by a combined 84 points. Pistons now take on the Bulls tomorrow on the road. Jalen Duren will return for that game. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1 on a Friday. We made it to the end of the week. Good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. More than a good little basketball team. That's a season sweep. Break out the brooms. We could just call it what it is. The Knicks want no part of the Pistons come playoff time.
Oh, I mean, that is, what's the average margin of victory is 28 points in 3 appearances. Between these two clubs, and it has been absolute dominance in every single one. It wasn't like, hey, they got one blowout. They've all been blowouts.
John, last night's on their floor. They've got Brunson and Bridges and Towns and Anunoby and Hart. The Pistons are playing without one of their 2 All-Stars in Jalen Duren. By the way, he didn't play in any of the Knicks games this year. No beef stew. And Cade gets to just have a moment. 40-plus at the Garden, throw in 13 assists, 8 boards. Yeah, I mean, they made an emphatic statement that, again, the Knicks want no part of the Pistons. The Pistons are a bad matchup, and they are going to do bad things to them.
I'm not sure that there's many people or many teams that want any part of the Pistons, save maybe OKC, just because they have the same standard that the Pistons now have.
It's a great point. Like another title contender, the Nuggets got doubled up home and road. Pistons beat them both times. Like, they're a team you don't want to play. And that's kind of the point, that they are going to hound you, they're going to pummel you, they'll play physical, and they won't let their foot off the gas.
It's just, I mean, it's time after time when we wonder, is this Pistons team for real? And if you've had any doubts throughout, like I just don't know who's not on either the Cade train, the Pistons train, that this is a team that should be playing for the Eastern Conference and ultimately should be playing for the NBA championship.
Cade's the story. We'll talk about him. After the game, you have to love this stone-cold answer. He was asked, well, what have you guys proven, right? They sweep the Knicks. They do it at the Garden. What have you proven?
I can't imagine your disappointment in him saying or not admitting that their standard is an NBA championship. How dare he?
That's very different than what Trajan did. That's not the same thing at all, John. Cade has talked about his team as the best in the East. He has not been afraid to say it.
Right.
You have to go do it, which is why I love that response.
Right, yeah, but it's what have you accomplished? Well, nothing. And he's right?
Yeah.
I just mentioned that this is a team that should be playing for the Eastern Conference, should be playing for an NBA championship, but we have yet to see them win a postseason series, and we have yet to see them win a game at home.
Yeah. Cade said he was, by the way, those that missed it, on the cover of GQ, having a bit of a
Did you see
moment
it?
right now.
I heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Well, I mean, I saw like the cover posted all over social
Okay.
media. I don't get it delivered
don't
to
do
my
the social
door.
media thing. I don't think any of us would be shocked.
But he
Heather?
said,
No, wouldn't
No.
be shocking at all.
"What's wrong with GQ?"
Nothing. I just don't think. I think people would be shocked if I were to admit that it was delivered to my house. I don't think anybody would be shocked that it would be delivered to your house.
Style, culture. Yeah, sure. I'll take that as a compliment.
Yeah, okay.
What are you trying to say? You think GQ's like a frilly magazine that Cade Cunningham's on the cover of?
I think it's a girly guy magazine.
I don't think that's the standard of GQ at all. You'll
No,
see
I know.
like James Bond actor is on the cover of GQ.
Yeah.
You know, like Idris Elba's on GQ.
It's
I
just
don't know
not
that
something
GQ
I'm interested in
That's fine, but
reading.
okay. I don't think anybody gets it delivered to their doorstep. I think you go
Well, nobody
buy
does
it.
anymore. It's
Yeah.
all digital.
Yeah.
The bottom line is him being on the cover is going like pop culture level.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
It's,
that-
and it's
transcends sports.
100% awesome.
And what I was going to bring up is he said we're the top dog in the East in his GQ interview. So you're not running from
Right.
the expectation, but I love the idea of, we beat the Knicks in the regular season. We're kind of used to it at this point. Like, we got to do it in the postseason, which is what he will be judged on and they will be judged on. But, John, you should have all the confidence. That's what I didn't get from Trajan.
Yeah.
You should have all the confidence that this team can do it.
Okay, I didn't get that from Trajan, but yes, you should have the confidence that this team is, and that's why I said, we all know it. It's the postseason. We haven't seen anything in the postseason, but I think this team is oozing confidence every time they take the floor.
Mm-hmm.
They are oozing confidence that, hey, it doesn't matter if we're without Duren and Stewart, and hey, we're going to the Knicks, and hey, it does, and it didn't even have to be Cade that stepped up. We know Cade. We know if his shot's not falling, hey, now all of a sudden it's about the assists, it's about the rebounds, it's about the defense. Yesterday it was about pretty much everything for Cade.
He put on a clinic.
And let me ask you this. When you got the notification or you saw it on social media that he was on the cover of GQ, did you instantly think, oh man, that could be a jinx? Like, is this the night where Duren's out and Stewart's out and maybe they just don't play as well
Knicks
in
are
New York?
home, full
you're coming
capacity,
back after the All-Star break, and I mean they didn't miss a beat. In
No.
fact, it looked like they were well rested.
We did this in the cookie jar with Friday the 13th. I don't believe in bad luck. I don't believe in jinxes. If you're on the Madden cover or if you're featured in a big news article, like I don't believe in it. And Cade quickly dispelled that. I think to your point, John, anybody that did feel like, I don't know, is this a little too soon?
Yeah, it's like the cover of Madden.
Right. But is this too soon? The answer is no. Like it's overdue, to be honest with you guys. Like we could have that MVP conversation. Cade said, he was quoted by ESPN, I think I'm the MVP. If you don't agree with me, that's your opinion. John, the case is pretty simple. He's the best player on the best team. Who's his number two? Who's the secondary option that consistently fills it up for this team? Last night it was Paul Reed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know Duren's an all-star, but he has less help than Jokic, less help than SGA. Cade is a complete player. To your point, last night was a complete game. He can score all three levels, step back threes. Now you know he's really in his bag. The assist numbers, he's second in the NBA. Rebounding, he does more than hold his own as a point guard. And on defense, blocks, steals, I think he's one of the better perimeter defenders in the NBA, and nobody talks about it. Absolutely, we can have the conversation. Absolutely, we can discuss MVP.
Well, and it goes to when you watch Brunson, and everybody's, Brunson's shot was off. Well, why was it off? It's because the Pistons play really good defense, and Cade plays really good defense. They play great team defense, and that is one of the things that identifies this team.
Yeah, their star doesn't slack off on defense. He's part of that. I think Asar is probably the tip of the spear and can make any point guard's life miserable.
Yeah.
But it's not like they got to switch off Cade and hide him. There are certain star players in basketball, Brunson being one of them, where you have to hide him on defense. You don't have to hide Cade on defense. He'll come meet you at the rim. He'll come find you and take the ball away from you. So I think that's what people are going to talk about today is Cade's MVP case, and it was a loud MVP case.
Well, I mean, and you look at all the other ones that are in the running for MVP. And what you just said, there's a lot of those guys that are at the top of that list that they only play on one side of the ball. They only play offense. Now SGA, that's a different animal.
He defends, and
Yeah.
I think he's probably the standard, but I think Cade's right there with him. Like Cade also said that in the GQ. They said, "Are you a step behind Jokic and SGA?" And he said, "No, I'm right there. Now I'm adding quotes, but I'm not taking a backseat to anybody."
Right.
You know, he said, "I'm the greatest, not the greatest, the best American basketball player going right now." You know, and I think he's correct.
I'm not going to argue it.
I mean, it's him or Ant Edwards, and I think Cade's of the moment right now. I think he's the best American basketball player. Mm-hmm. And John, in terms of is he the best basketball player, it's not. MVP doesn't necessarily go to the best basketball player. I think he's in that conversation, but it goes to the most valuable player. I think he's the most valuable player. If you took him off the Pistons, or if you took SGA off the Thunder, or if you took Jokic off the Nuggets, I think the Pistons would be the worst team of the bunch.
Probably because he doesn't have that running mate. Now, it's not that Duran's not good, and it's not that he doesn't have guys that support him. He certainly does.
Yeah, he has
but not
support.
to the level that all these other teams and all these other stars have. To your point, if you take now, they've been able to win without Cade.
Oh yeah,
but not against the top competition.
Well, and again, not that the Pistons would collapse and fall apart. I want to give them more credit than that. But just if Cade's off the team versus SGA's off the team. Well, they still get Chet Holmgren, who is an all-star. Mm-hmm. Jalen Williams, who is a force. They have a couple more dudes. Yeah. If Jokic doesn't play, and he's missed time this year, by the way, he can't miss a game the rest of the way if he's going to qualify for MVP. They've got Jamal Murray. So I think if you're judging by value to their team, every impact area fingerprints all over the floor, it's Cade Cunningham. Mm-hmm. Greg, you have updated MVP odds?
Yes, this is courtesy of DraftKings. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is still the front runner, favorite, minus 160. Nikola Jokic is at plus 310. Cade Cunningham has gotten to triple digits now, plus 700, the lowest odds that he has had. The next shortest odds is Luka Doncic at plus 2,800.
Talk about a guy who doesn't play defense.
Right. Well, and of those three, at the top of that list, as you just mentioned, Jokic can't miss another game or he's out of the running.
Yeah. People might not realize that it's a rule. You got to play 65 games. Mm-hmm. And we were crunching the numbers pre-show. He can't miss a game or he just simply isn't eligible. And his case is obvious. He's averaging a triple-double. I mean, I believe I saw the last time a big average or led the league in rebounds per game and assists per game was Wilt Chamberlain. Like, he's putting up some crazy numbers. He might not even qualify, though. And the triple-double is not an auto MVP. When Westbrook did it, he got the MVP. He did it 3 more times. He didn't get the MVP again. So Jokic has been 1 or 2 in the MVP, I believe, 5 years in a row.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the mix again. It's just not a gimme, and I think Cade's forcing the conversation. 248-539-9797. Can we say Cade Cunningham is the MVP of the league? Hell of a performance last night. It's 97-1.
Hey, you want to watch some of these performances by our basketball team? The best place to do it? It's at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. One of the most entertaining places you'll ever be. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Life gets busy and you put things off like going to the dentist. Michigan winters mean cold air, hot drinks, tough bites, things that can flare up dental issues. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. Not with Brightside Dental. If something feels off, Brightside can take a look right away, often same day, 9 offices to choose from. I go to the one in Southfield. I've had cavities filled, no pain. Numb you up, get the bite just right. 1-800-PAINLESS. Visit BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care.
Well, somebody got excited. That's about what it sounded like. I actually thought you were playing a drop along with it.
Rick Mahorn, along with Pistons fans.
Wow.
Euphoria as Cade goes to the Garden, drops 42 points, 13 assists, 8 rebounds, made 5 threes, had a step back 3 later in the game, snatching souls, and the Pistons do what they do. They take care of business against these New York Knicks. We asked the question, can we talk about Cade as the MVP of the league? Is he the most valuable player in the NBA? Some of the response, Cade should be the runaway MVP over any other player. Unnamed text. Cade is a better two-way player than SGA.
I'm not ready to say he's a better two-way player than SGA. I mean, you're talking about you're in elite company by having this conversation to begin with.
Yep.
And I do think you are somewhat splitting hairs, but if you're going with the true definition of most valuable player, not best player,
Right.
simply most valuable to your team, I think it's got to be Cade. I don't think it's a runaway, but I think it has to be Cade.
Yeah, I think he means more to his team than any individual player in the NBA. That's the point of MVP. And he's got numbers to back it up. It's come on, and performances like that. Text coming in. That sent a message to anybody who thought the Pistons' first half was a fluke. You start the second half like that, Cade's the MVP, sent a message. He's the alpha in this league. He does everything. He's the leader. It's another step towards superstardom. He put a knife in the heart of New York on prime time in New York.
So when does he arrive at superstardom?
I think he is already a superstar.
Right. That's my point. Like it's another step towards superstardom. I think he's there. If you're saying you got to win a championship to enter that superstardom category, then there's a lot of people that we'll have to eliminate.
Right. Ant Edwards is a superstar.
Yeah.
He's never won a title.
He's become an MVP candidate. You could argue he is the MVP.
Yeah.
Now it's postseason success.
Yeah, of course. And he knows that.
John, I'm going to do something that really annoys Greg here. I might cash a receipt or about ready to.
Oh.
Remember when they drafted him? And then you were doing the show with Stoney. And I made the case that I thought he could be a guy that could carry the league. And I got crucified for a couple years because of the injuries.
Right. It just took longer.
And then I threw out there that maybe I sensed, I watched him play a ton at Oklahoma State, okay? And you could see how good he was out there. And I thought I was kind of watching Patrick Mahomes at a smaller college doing the same thing. And I said I thought he had potentially the charisma and potential of superstardom like a Mahomes.
So I agree with.
But he's got to win.
He's a superstar, and yeah, he's got to win. And even if he wins a championship, to say that he's a guy that can carry the NBA, like I don't necessarily know that there is a guy playing basketball right now that can carry the NBA.
Here's the case, though.
Because it was obviously LeBron for a long time, and it's not anymore. And it was Jordan. If you're, I guess here's my problem with it is if I'm going to talk about a guy that's going to carry the NBA, I start comparing him to Jordan. Or I compare him to and so that's my issue. I'm not saying
but Jordan carried the league in his era. It's a different era, and I actually think what's on the side of Cade here is he's an American. Like there's this disconnect, I think, with Luka and Jokic. SGA's Canadian. It's not that ridiculous, but Cade's Cade's an American-born star. And if he's winning MVPs, plural, if he goes on to have this career that he's poised to have, yeah, man. And here's the other thing. People bitch about these unethical hoopers, guys that beg for fouls.
Yeah. We just played one last night.
Yeah, exactly. Cade in the GQ interview said, I can't sell a foul to save my life. He doesn't like flopping. John, he scored 42 with 3 free throws last night. He becomes the guy that you can root for because he doesn't do the BS.
But when he does start getting those calls, as superstars should get, and he gets some of them now, but not the ones that you see all these other superstars get. Now, all of a sudden, you take that 42-point performance, and instead of just 3 free throws, you get a lot more 3-point plays, and that 42 performance becomes a 50.
Yeah.
Those other players that are in the league right now haven't been on GQ.
Speaking of which,
seriously, he is knocking down the door right now of going mainstream, where the fringe NBA fan, starts to know about him. The casual person out there that's just sort of like, oh, wait, what's
Cade,
this?
Detroit, yeah.
But I think one of the biggest hurdles for him in terms of achieving such a magnitude of, being popular is he plays in Detroit. I know who's won the MVP here.
never
Play
happened,
basketball.
right?
Yeah, it's never happened.
Regarding carrying the league, in this day and age, not one guy has to carry the league with the talented players that are out throughout the league. We got a star in Minnesota, a star in Denver, a star in Oklahoma City,
right,
in Detroit. We've got our stars in New York and LA too. So this is a collection of superstar players that has en masse risen the tide of the entire league.
Correct. I agree with that.
Got a message on Twitch. Cade is pretty good for a guy that plays on a little team.
Yeah.
This one says, I wonder how Evan Roberts at the Fan in New York feels about our cute little basketball team after sweeping their beloved team in New York. Average margin of victory. John, you had it what?
28 points.
Startling. That's Trevor and Jackson. John, the lumberjack man doesn't read GQ. He's a tough guy. From an unnamed texter.
Okay. That's just not.
What's your
not
issue
my
with
wheelhouse.
GQ?
Huh?
What's your issue with GQ?
It's just not something that ever has interested in me.
So, Gentleman's Quarterly is what it's the full name.
Oh, thanks.
Yes. They talk about food, culture, movies, fitness, music, fashion. None of these interest you?
Is it the photos of the men on the cover and the photo shoot that kind of
Well,
what if it was a woman
I
on
would
the
say
cover with big boobs? Then you'd be all over it, right?
On Gentleman's
yeah, but then
Quarterly?
they would call it Playboy and it's not GQ. It's just style has never been, until I met my wife, I would never even consider, I would just wear jeans and a flannel every day, which I have on today.
That's what he's rocking this morning, guys.
I don't think it's a stretch for people to understand where I'm coming from.
Quick phone call, Anthony. You're on 97.1.
How y'all doing this morning?
Good morning.
Hey, Jam, I told you I was calling back.
I know. That's why I got to you.
K will win the MVP this season. I'm not a betting man, but I have a feeling, especially because I feel like Joker going to miss another game. SGA still been out, and I think he has a chance of winning. I was hoping he was getting 50 last night. He was looking like he was going for it, but JB took him out. And if he wins the MVP and somehow we win the NBA Finals, he becomes the greatest Pistons ever. I'm sorry.
Ooh, over Isaiah.
In the same year.
Yeah.
Over Isaiah, and Nike is going to keep pushing him. They keep giving him the nickname Icewood. If anybody from Detroit know about Blade Ice here, the rapper, he's getting pushed. And I'm excited, man. Good basketball. And I think I'm going to try to go to a playoff game for the first time in my life this year.
You should. The atmosphere last year was electric, and I imagine it's just going to get the top blown off this year because people really think this team can make a deep run. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the Tigers unveiled 2 new alternate uniforms on Thursday. One is orange, the other is blue. The orange home uniforms feature the Old English D, and then there's on the sleeve there is a modern take on the old school Tigers logo that was worn by the 68 and 84 World Series teams. It comes with an alternate cap that has an orange D and then also an orange bill as well. The road uniforms have the classic orange Detroit and it's navy blue. They're both going to wear white pants with those and the same hat. And it sounds like the team will wear the uniforms at home on Friday nights and then on the road for select games.
Yeah. The orange is growing on me. I wasn't a huge fan when I first saw it. But I'm starting to warm up to it.
I love both of them.
Yeah.
How about injecting a little color and personality to carry over yesterday?
How about that?
But look, they still have the Old English D, but I thought this was a way to create a little more fun, and it's a lot better than those Motor City alternates.
Oh, I like the Motor City
Connects.
alternates.
Oh,
Yeah, I
with the
like those.
blue.
Yeah, I do kind of like that. I like the darker colors on them. It just seems like it would be more something I would wear, especially if I was going to be on the cover of GQ.
See, I like these better than the City Connect.
Yeah.
Because they're still relatively classic. They're
these
just
are
bolder
Tiger
colors.
colors. Yeah.
That's why I like them better than like the tire track down the center. I didn't like that. I like the colors.
Monster tires.
I don't want to look like my team got run over by a car.
Yeah, I didn't mind them, but I like these better. You guys, it's happened again. An alligator was discovered and seized from a Detroit home.
Oh, boy.
Remember last year there was that one huge alligator that was kept in a teeny aquarium?
Oh, yeah,
then there was one spotted on Belle Isle.
Yeah.
This one has been seized. A spokesperson for the Detroit Animal Care and Control says they're in possession of this 2-foot-long gator. They are working to transfer it to an organization or a rescue that specializes in reptiles. A turtle was also removed from the home. I'm guessing it was not just your basic
Probably not.
Oh, it wasn't food
turtle.
for the gator?
No.
Well, I mean, it could. I mean, it's a hard. It's like a, it's the hard candy shell for the gator.
It's a living pistachio.
No, it sounds like no arrests have been made.
Yes. Clean up your shells, please.
No. You guys, in a really heartbreaking story out of Livonia, police are investigating after a 4-year-old boy drowned at a hotel pool Wednesday night. The boy was found around 7 p.m. at the bottom of the pool at the Embassy Suites. All we know so far is that the boy was visiting his father, but it's unclear where the father was at the time of the drowning. So police are investigating whether the dad or other adults were watching this little boy at the pool or not. So sad. Team USA picked up 3 more medals at the Olympics yesterday. Jordan Stolz was aiming for his 3rd goal in men's speed skating. He had to settle for silver in the 1500 meter. You probably saw what happened with the women's hockey team, right?
State of Michigan. Yeah, saving USA hockey.
Won it in overtime. Canada took silver. Switzerland took bronze in that. And then last but not least, Alyssa Liu came from behind to win gold in women's figure skating. She's the first American woman to win any individual figure skating medal in 20 years. Last time someone won gold was back in 2002. So pretty fun night in the Olympics, without a doubt. We are now in 2nd place.
Right.
Bad day.
Norway in 1st.
It was a bad day for Mark Ryan's "We're no longer the best at anything" take.
Yeah.
Beating Canada at their own game, part 1. Part
Making
2.
it our own.
Part 2, maybe on Sunday. We'll talk a little more about that later in the show. It's Heather with the news, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven them all and loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price to something with a 4-cylinder engine? It's a joke. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. With Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is than the competition. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Got a college hoops question. Get to that. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov Greg behind the glass on a Friday. Hour away from the cookie jar. This is one of my favorite, on paper, we'll see how it goes, that we've done in a while. Some texts. John is not a GQ guy. He's a BBQ guy. Big Boob Quarterly.
Yes.
There's a 0% chance John reads GQ. He's way too much of a manly man to know how to read. I hope some nerd reads this to him, Dan and Troy.
I do know how to read.
Kate on the cover of GQ, by the way,
Yes.
on a day where then he goes out and drops 42 at Madison Square Garden, says, I'm the best American player. I don't take a back seat to SGA or Jokic, and says, yeah, I think I'm the MVP. Playing like that, nobody more valuable to their team in the NBA than Cade Cunningham.
It's a great statement.
And look, they're going to play SGA and him head-to-head a couple times before the end of the season. Not that any two games should decide it, but it could tip the scale.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you're going to look at some MVP voters, and they're certainly going to look at the head-to-head competition.
But Cade is not a slouch on defense. Like, he's a plus defender. They don't hide him like some teams do with their stars. SGA is also a very good defender. Cade, probably the better passer. SGA, the better shooter. It's a little bit of, what's your favorite flavor? But these are two guys at the very top of the sport right now, and Jokic has to play every single game to qualify for MVP. But yes, he's the other one. I think it's a big three right now, and I think Cade's more valuable to his team than those guys are to theirs. Everybody's feeling themselves after last night. Saturday, we have Michigan-Duke showdown. Michigan's on top of the world right now. Number one team. They just beat Purdue at Mackey. 6 straight wins by double digits. Everybody is looking at Michigan and feeling good. I wonder if there are some who would admit to feeling jealousy. Can we have that honest conversation with Spartan fans? Are you jealous of what Dusty May and Michigan basketball are doing right now? Are you man enough to admit that? Or does the rivalry, I will never say that. John, when Michigan State's rolling, you can say, hey, I'm jealous of what they're doing. Can State fans say the same about Dusty May and what he's doing at Michigan?
I mean, I can't answer that question
Yeah.
from their perspective. I can tell you there have been a number of times throughout the course. Now, obviously not during the Beeline era, but before that, after that, yeah, there's been a number of times where I look and I'm like, I just would have loved the consistency of knowing that you're going to have a really good basketball team every single year. You roll out the ball and you know this is going to be a good team with the potential to be great. And it's human nature to be jealous of what someone else has. And so, yeah, there's been plenty of times. And to be honest with you, if Coach Izzo is ever, and I've got a lot of respect for him, and I loved his quotes about how you can hate your rival and still respect him. And that's kind of how I've always operated myself. A lot of respect for him and how he does it. And I know that there are some Spartan fans that are very upset at how he does it because of today's day and age of college basketball, the business of college sports. But I would be very jealous if he was able to take third-year, fourth-year guys that he recruited, that he developed, and then go win a championship. Because in my heart of hearts, I want to see somebody be able to do that, whether it's Coach Izzo or somebody else that comes along because they're just able to recruit a really great class. They don't go to the league.
Yeah, but that's where you lose me because those guys do go to the league. Like
right, no, I know. But so I don't even know if it's possible anymore.
Right.
He's probably the only one that could make that a possibility.
Like for the purity standard of Izzo does it the right way. Well, okay.
Well, he does it the traditional way. I don't want to say the right way because it's different now.
But walk with me here. Izzo's doing it in some people's
These are
eyes.
short steps.
Mine or Izzo's.
Either one.
But for those that feel like Izzo's doing it, quote, the right way, and there are people who feel that way, John. Well, you do it the right way, and your captain, Trey Holloman, says, I'm going to transfer to NC State anyway. You do it the right way, and Jace Richardson says, even though I'm not going to be a top 10 pick, bye-bye. I'm going to go sit the bench in Orlando. Doing it the right way doesn't give you the reward. Dusty saying, Yaxel, I got all the zeros and the dollar signs. I mean, yeah, you should be jealous if you're Michigan State going, why didn't we go pay Yaxel? Could you imagine if Yaxel played for the Spartans? He's a mercenary. He's not from the state of Michigan. He didn't grow up with maize and blue undies. He is there because they paid him. Why didn't Tom Izzo shake the money tree? He doesn't have the stature? He certainly does. Like,
Well,
John,
there's a lot of guys that play for Coach Izzo that didn't grow up
right
in the state of Michigan. So, whether you're wearing, green and white undies as a toddler or maize and blue undies, that to me is irrelevant.
But would you be jealous? You can't answer this. You're not a State fan, but like a State fan could be jealous saying, why didn't we get Yaxel? Or why didn't we get this player in the portal? Why are we so tepid when it comes to portal season? And Dusty, yeah, I'm jealous of the fact that he goes out and he got good players who fit one another and they have the best team in the sport right now.
Well, so I want to go back to what you said about the right way. The right way is whoever wins the tournament, that's the right way. But I will say that Coach Izzo does it a more traditional way. And everybody knows, and we talked about this with GQ and all that, BS. I'm a more traditional guy. So I would be jealous if he did it the traditional way. But I'm not going to sit there and say I wouldn't be excited and on the verge of euphoria if Dusty May is able to win a championship this year, because whoever wins the championship, that's the right way that year.
Yeah, look, Michigan's poised to do that. They have not done it yet, but we've talked about it. They have this in front of them to go down as a national champion, but also one of the iconic national champions. They have one loss, and their margin of victory is incredible. Yeah, I mean, look, just on paper, you want your team to beat everybody by double digits, win the conference championship, go to the Final Four, and win the national title. And Michigan is the team best positioned to do that today. So will Spartan fans be honest and admit, yeah, they're jealous of the fact that that's Michigan and not them? I don't know. 248-539-9797. Or, hey, Izzo's doing it the way you want him to do it, I guess. I don't know.
So as a Michigan fan, though, I got to make an admission here. And I've had a tough time adjusting to college athletics and where it's at and NIL and the portal and all that. I can't sit here and love what Michigan's doing and praise Dusty May and then have the attitude that college athletics is in a bad spot right now. Do you see what I'm saying? I think he's not getting enough praise. We hit on a little bit at Wednesday. He is on the path to pretty much duplicate what Cignetti did at Indiana.
Yep.
Like, first year, you got to the Sweet 16. Cignetti got to the playoff. Mm-hmm. Then Cignetti won it, and it looks like Michigan has a great opportunity to win it. And if he does it, he's ahead of the curve of where college athletics is. So why doing it the other way just doesn't make sense anymore.
You're making it harder on yourself. And John, if you could maybe fill in the blanks here. Last year, Dusty he signed that extension with Michigan, but there was like, hey, Indiana opened, who knows?
Yeah, it was a GA there under Bob Knight.
As we've heard a million times. Yeah. But Dusty stayed at Michigan, and I believe part of staying was obviously you get money for yourself and your assistants, but he wanted an NIL commitment. So for him to seek that out, knowing that this is the landscape, he gets credit for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of those negotiations, I don't know the inside story of those conversations, but it had to be, hey, if you want me to stick around here, first of all, I'm going to need a lot more money, and for my assistants, like you mentioned, but I also need a commitment from the university. And I need a commitment from donors.
Yeah.
So get on the phone and talk to these donors and assure me that I'm going to have the money to put together a roster that I need to compete. If it's just a percentage of, or an increased percentage of the rev share that is handed out by the university, then I need that commitment as well.
Right. Like, I can't imagine it's hard for Michigan football to get $1 million.
No, you get on the phone and you call some alum and, or alumni, and you're able to raise, I don't know, $15, $20 million. It's a little bit harder for Michigan basketball to do that.
Right. And Dusty being in his first year still at the time going, hey, I need money so I can chase down players like Yaxel Lendenborg. Well, who's that? He plays at UAB. You got to trust the coach. You got to give him the resources to go out and do it.
Right,
and
but
Michigan
now
reaps the reward.
And if you win a championship or you put teams out there year after year like Dusty is in 2 years, now it's easier to pick up that phone and say, hey, from whatever alumni, I need $1 million for this player.
248-539-9797. Are Spartan fans jealous of what Dusty May's doing in Ann Arbor? It's 97.1.
Hey, we all know colder temps will make a comeback, and if you stepped outside, it's a little bit chillier today. It's going to be that way this weekend, so don't risk a furnace failure. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly, efficiently, and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. Don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and installs generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Same-day service and financing is available. You can get more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
All eyes on Michigan hoops. They're playing Duke on Saturday. They're the number 1 team in the country, favorite to win the national title, and they've embraced the modern game. Dusty, when he re-upped his deal, got a little more NIL money to play with, and he spent it well. And Michigan looks to be the class of college hoops. Are Spartan fans jealous? The way they're doing it, the success they're having, 248-539-9797. Tex says Tom Izzo's a true coach. He takes players and develops them into great players, takes boys and makes them into men. So is that a vote for not jealous? Because Dusty doesn't do any of those things?
But I think it will. I think we revisit this conversation in April and see, who's the last team standing. Because it very well may be that Michigan has a bad day in the Sweet 16,
right,
and they don't make it any further than that, and MSU still has a good team. They may make it further. I don't anticipate that.
There's no rule that says you only develop when you're at your first college.
Correct.
Right.
You could develop players that you get in the portal. Good morning, guys. I'm a diehard Spartan fan. I'm very jealous of Dusty May and what he's got going at Michigan. Mastery of the NIL, very good coach. I think they're going to be successful for years to come. Guys, I can't be jealous of a team that wears an ugly jersey.
Okay, just mad at the colors. I get it.
Not necessarily jealous of them, disappointed with the state of the game. I hate how NIL and the portal has affected college sports.
Okay, well, then the rest of your life you're going to be disappointed. Because it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, grow or die, adapt, change.
I don't know, man. NIL has probably got 13 freshmen playing in college basketball this year who are going to be the first 13 picks in the NBA draft this coming summer.
Right.
Guys, Izzo went out and got 3 players from the portal. 2 are injured, and Guy hasn't panned out in Trey Fort. He uses the portal just unlucky this year. Yeah, but it's caliber of players. Yaxel was the number 1 guy, right?
Yeah, but I think if you look at most preseason or offseason rankings of transfer portal targets, he was number 1.
And Michigan's class was regarded as strong.
Right. And so the benefit, we all look at the detriment of what NIL and the transfer portal is. The benefit of NIL and transfer portal is more good players are spread out. And some of those players that are borderline, whether it's NFL or it's NBA, stay another year or more years in college basketball because they actually get paid.
Right.
Which is raising the level of
Yes.
competition in college basketball.
That's a good note by you, and I think Greg felt the same way.
Well, and it's because Yax was trying to determine, do I want to go in the NBA draft or do I want to go play at Michigan?
Do I want to be pick 28?
Right.
Or do I want to go chase a title and get paid a good chunk of money to do it? I just bring him up because he's arguably Michigan's best player. And I say arguably, they've got a deep team. But yeah, I think he's their best player. And he was available to Tom Izzo. He was available if they paid John, if they paid him more money, I think he'd be wearing the green and white.
Probably.
And they didn't. So you could be jealous of that because that's the only thing stopping. Like the roles would be reversed. Would MSU be in Michigan's seat if they had Yaxel? I think they would.
Right. And you talk about developing players and, taking kids and since we're talking men's sports and making men out of them. Tell me that there wasn't a valuable lesson that was taught and learned, hopefully learned, by Yax in regards to the social media video that went out last week and how Dusty handled it. And maybe we'll hear more about how he handled it behind closed doors and a lesson learned by Yax. So is he a better individual now? And having played for Dusty May throughout the course of this year than he was when he arrived in Ann Arbor?
We're tight for time. I want to get this call, and then I want to hear from our resident Spartan how he feels about this. Let's go to Jim and Frazier. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, I'm a coach over at the NAIA women's basketball over here in Rochester, and I have to deal with the old way. I still go recruit. I don't have a checkbook in my back pocket to give kids. We do it the old-fashioned way, which I love. I'm a Spartan fan, Michigan State basketball Spartan fan. Am I jealous? Yeah, I guess I could say I am. I don't want to say I am, but I am. I'm frustrated due to the fact that Izzo doesn't use the portal like a lot of these younger coaches do. But do I like the Division I? Do I like the way they do things now? No, I don't like it at all. I kind of lost some interest in college basketball at the Division I. So I guess where I'm at now is because I'm still doing it the old way. I'm still going out and watching kids. I can only give them money for a scholarship. I can't give them money to or a car. I can't do any of that stuff. We just don't have the budget. Do I deal with the portal? Yeah, we have kids that come down, Division II kids or Division I kids that come down and play for us. Yeah, we talk to them, but we don't use it like Division I. So my heart is still the old way because of what I'm dealing with. But am I jealous? Yeah, I guess I am. But I also look at Michigan State. I'm like, they're also having a pretty good season, though. It's not like they're having a bad season where they're 14-14.
Sure.
They could still make a run where both of them could be in the Final Four. Who knows? So I guess that's where I'm at as a Michigan State fan. Down deep, I don't want to say it, but to everybody, but down deep, am I frustrated? I'm more frustrated, I think, than jealous towards why didn't Izzo go get a couple of these players? Because I know he's got a great recruiting class coming in, but I don't know. I don't know how good are they because they're freshmen coming in, so I have no clue how any players coming in. So that's where I'm at as a Michigan State fan.
Jim, from one Jim to another, I think it's a level-headed phone call. Deep down, there is a little green with envy. You got green and pride for your team, but there's a little green with envy here. Mm-hmm. And we got to get them a Ferrari fund wherever he's coaching so he can get some good players too. Brendan Shabath, we could talk a little more about this after the update too, but are you at all jealous of what Michigan is doing right now?
I think you'd be kind of absurd to not be jealous of it, no matter who you're a fan of. Obviously, being just down the road for Michigan, it's a little closer to home for Michigan State. The thing that I think about for Tom Izzo, though, is, and I don't want to necessarily put you guys on the spot, but can you name a transfer or a high-level freshman where it's really worked out for Izzo, probably not named Miles Bridges? Because Tyson Walker's not a high-level transfer. Joey Hauser's not a high-level transfer. Xavier Booker, it didn't work out. When he gets that archetype of those guys that are supposed to be big, it's not quite been perfect for him.
I would wonder how many names there even are, though, which, look, we could talk more about. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons punked the Knicks for the third time last night with a 126-111 win at Madison Square Garden in their return from the All-Star break. It was all Cade Cunningham all game long as he had 42 points on 50% shooting from the floor on 34 shots. He also went 5 of 11 from deep. With 13 assists, Cade made history as just the third player ever and first since 2009 to drop 40-plus points and 10-plus assists as a visitor at MSG. Only LeBron and AI did that. J.B. Bickerstaff said Cade's size and physicality is a major problem for the rest of the league. For Cade, he said beating the Knicks meant more than other games, but only for what it means for the future. Pistons are back on the road tomorrow against the Bulls. Jalen Duren will return from his suspension in that game. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text pouring in. Jealous of what? A bunch of regular season wins? We can talk jealous if they finish in April. Jealous of what, Jim? What have they won? Jody in Orange Park, Florida. Guys, I could never be jealous of a grown man named Dusty. Are you jealous of what the Wolverines are doing? And yes, this is targeted towards Spartan fans, but I think if you're a fan of a program that's not funding the NIL program as successfully as Michigan, you're not winning as much as Michigan. They're the number one team. They're going to clinch this thing.
Could
clinch. I feel like they're going to clinch this thing, don't you?
At some point, yes,
Yeah.
I do. But yes, they could clinch it, I think, against Illinois, which would be exceptional
in the Jansen household.
Yes, but I think there's just a lot that goes into it because those textures are right. Until they win, same thing we're talking about the Pistons. Like until you win something,
but you could be jealous of the process.
I think you revisit this conversation in April if they ultimately win a championship, and then it's the new school versus the old school, and it's what Michigan has accomplished versus the fact that Michigan State was the last one to win a national title in the Big Ten.
What I'm saying, though, is it's jealous of the process, how Michigan is attacking this and going about this. I mean, just because your school does it one way doesn't mean you have to love it. Like, well, I have to love it because MSU and Izzo do it this way. Well, if you look at the wandering eye, you could look over there and go, boy, I wish we had a little more of that in our repertoire.
But I'll go back to what I was talking about earlier of, for the last 28 years of being somewhat jealous opposite the Beeline years because of the consistency.
Yeah.
And this is 2 years. We know what Dusty May did at FAU. It's great. But, doing it in the Big Ten year in and year out is different. And so this is only 2 years. Can he put together another portal class next year and recruit like a Trey McKinney? Can he develop those guys, keep those guys, and continue to do this year in and year out? That remains to be seen.
Yeah. Brendan Shabath?
Yeah, I think to answer your question about Dusty, when you actually go back and look at because I've done the research as it relates to Michigan this year. If you want to talk about portal era and NIL era, we're really talking about the 2021-22 college season. So for college basketball, it's the 22 Final Four and on. There hasn't been a team make the Final Four in those past 4 years with what Michigan has as their top 4 players are first-year transfers.
Right.
There's obviously been teams that have some success with the transfer portal and guys that have been there. Maybe one starter's a one-year guy or a couple of them are 2 or 3 year guys. But what Dusty really succeeded at with FAU specifically, that's one of the outliers of those 16 teams that I'm talking about, the last 4 Final Fours, where he had a lot of guys for 2 and 3 years. So if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm actually really encouraged by what he's been able to do in the portal this year because he has a track record at FAU of being able to develop into a really good team when guys stay for 2 or 3 years. At that point, it's about not letting guys graduate too much to the NBA and not having too much talent. But as far as Michigan State is concerned, you'd be crazy to not say you're jealous of what they have in the talent.
Well, and I think some of this attrition is inevitable. It's unavoidable. You say, you hope they don't leave early. They're going to. Dusty's gonna face the same thing. Izzo lost
Chase Richardson,
and even lost
Max Christie,
Holloman, who left to go to another school. I mean, the attrition is real, even for a coach as decorated and successful as Izzo, which is why success is only as good as that season in college sports.
The only thing, and I like your point about Dusty having a higher percentage of his starters being guys that are one-year guys in the program, but when you look at last year's Final Four, and I didn't go back 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the number one player on each of those Final Four teams was a transplant.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you think about the point I'm making with that is obviously Florida was built that way, but I think of the Houstons.
Sure.
For Duke, freshmen to me don't count in this conversation because we're talking about something a little bit different. Freshmen who are talented enough like Cooper Flagg and Con Knippel to go be lottery picks and Rookie of the Year candidates are obviously a little bit different conversation. But I think of the Houstons. I think of the UConns, the teams. Even Purdue. Painter got to a national championship with Zach Edey, who was in his 4th or 5th year, with the Boilermakers, and Lawyer and Smith, who were there for a couple of years. So, but I'd be very pleased if I'm Michigan, and if you're Michigan State, it's just not the way Tom Izzo operates his program. To the point before, we made before the update. He hasn't had success with the archetype of the high-level college basketball players. It's the guys that he needs to have for a couple years and develop and build a program.
But is that a blind spot? Because you should be able to do both. We talk about doing both with our pro teams, like developing while also adding proven expensive commodities.
Well, 9 Final Fours in 30 years, right? But he hasn't been since 2019.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been since this modern era of transfer portal and NIL. They've gotten close. Obviously, if Trey Holloman doesn't go 0 for 5 against Auburn from deep, maybe they get to a Final Four last year.
Or if coronavirus never exists.
Exactly.
That team felt poised.
That's a team that was probably going to make a national championship bid again with Cassius Winston and Xavier Tillman as their seniors. But I think you'd be crazy to not say you're jealous. Is Tom Izzo going to change?
No,
probably
absolutely
not.
And look, there's a lot to like about what Tom Izzo does. I know this particular thing is a sore subject with Spartan fans who go, but you could be so much more. You could be so much more. That's where the jealousy question comes in. Let's get to Dave in Ferndale. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about it needs to be appreciated how Dusty has put together this roster, because it wasn't just NIL. Yax was on record stating that if he wanted money, he would have went to the NBA. He came to Dusty May in the Michigan to learn to be a better pro and to take that next step. And when you're talking about building a roster traditionally, look at LJ Kaysen and Will Cheddar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Cheddar's come off the bench, and he's now one of their better three-point shooters. That he wasn't that guy before Dusty May came into the program. LJ Kaysen being talked about as one of the best backup point guards in America. And then you get a guy like Mara. Mara was in basketball hell in UCLA.
He had to play for Mick Cronin.
And wanted an opportunity. He wanted an opportunity. And, you know, he was underutilized. So it's not just about money. It was a perfect mixture of traditional development and putting together a roster of guys that were hungry for an opportunity and aligning goals that align with winning basketball. And I think that's what it comes down to, more than just straight writing a check.
Yeah, and to your point, Dave, if Dusty is able to take Yax from, you know, somebody that would have been taken 27 or 28 in the first round and develop him into a lottery pick, now all of a sudden you look and you say, okay, well, those guys that are going to be in the transfer portal next year, well, Dusty May did this for Yax, and he got paid. Maybe it's a little bit less than I would make in the NBA or a little bit less than I would make at another school, but it's about the big picture. Can I go there and be developed by Dusty to ultimately be a better pro?
Yeah, when he says it's the perfect blend, it's still skewed with this year's team, skewed heavy to the portal when your top four players are all portal guys. But but
it's about attracting those guys out of the portal.
I was just going to say, though, part of this is it's only your second year. You can't have players you've coached for 3 and 4 years at Michigan. And Dusty's even alluded to it, like, yeah, I suppose we could have just played a bunch of freshmen and lost.
Right.
We wanted to bring in some guys who were, and now you had to target the right guys, but we wanted to bring in some guys who were more established.
Mm-hmm. And then taking all those new players and then getting them to play as a team.
Because it's not just who spends the most wins. That's not 1-to-1. It may work out for Michigan this year that they are the big spender and they win, but you could spend poorly. Look at pro teams.
Yes.
There's plenty.
They do it all the time.
The Jets are going to have $80 million in cap space again. Anybody have any guesses how that's going to go? You know, just because you have money to spend and you spend it doesn't mean it always yields the best results.
It's then about retaining players, which is what he did at FAU. That Final Four team, he got a lot of that through the transfer portal. Then the next year, he kept a lot of them.
Right.
Look, Adai Mara's a junior. Cadeau's a junior. Morris Johnson's a sophomore. And then it's about the freshman class that keeps coming back, like Kaysen's a sophomore and McKinney.
Well, and we keep mentioning FAU. I mean, are you jealous of Dusty May? Well, Dusty May's been to a Final Four more recent than Tom Izzo. So, I mean, that is part of jealous. If you feel like they just hired this next great coach,
right,
who's got all the resources now to unlock the highest ceiling possible for your rival, yeah, maybe frustrating is more of the word the caller used. But yeah, there's an element, I'm sure, of some jealousy.
And Greg, to your point, Adai Mara is a junior. And I get asked this question all the time, and I'm not qualified to necessarily answer it, but is he going to come back for his senior year, or is he going to go to the NBA? And so my question is, well, how does his game translate to the next level? You know, I mean, it's not a big man game anymore. No. And I don't see him as a guy that's lighting it up behind the arc. So
it's a little Edey-esque where you just stay and
make a bunch of money and continue to be developed by a coach that brought you here, or do you bounce? And you know, that's a decision he's going to have to make, but it could be that they have him for another year.
And again, to be fair, Edey, bad team in Memphis, but has played well this season, but he took his time going through his college process first because he was never going to be a top 10 pick. Just not that style of basketball's just not valued anymore.
Yeah.
Not to the degree it used to be anyway. 248-539-9797. Cookie Jar coming up at 7:35. Got some good stuff with some Olympic flair and drama. We'll do that in about 15, 20 minutes here. Coming up next, let's talk a little more about this Duke matchup. Spotlight Michigan and the Blue Devils on Saturday night. It's 97-1.
Hey, look, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why Only Feminine Law has the accidents response team. They don't wait, they act. You get crisis counselors help manage trauma. Medical pros talk to the doctors. Forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter in every aspect. This isn't just about legal help. It's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. All you got to do is call 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's get you into a new ride for 2026. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer, 2 years in a row because they make car buying easy. And right now at Moran Chevrolet, GM employees and immediate family members can lease the 2026 Silverado LT 4x4 Crew Cab starting at $259 a month. That's just $999 down. Shop online, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Season sweep. Break out the brooms.
It's a beautiful thing.
I think it's safe to say this cute little basketball team is a nightmare for the Knicks. John, you had the stat. It's 3-0. What's the margin of victory?
28 points. And I don't think Jalen Duren has played in any of those games, has he?
He has not. So without their all-star in all of them,
Yeah.
one of their two all-stars, the other picks it up. Cade goes for 42 at the Garden.
And only 3 of them free throws. I think that's a great point to make about a guy that's not baiting fouls, not getting all the calls that you would expect a superstar to get.
And he even said it. He was on the cover of GQ, and he talked about, hey, I'm the best American player. And he said, I don't feel like I'm a step below SGA or Jokic. Told ESPN he thinks he's the MVP. Well, you go out and play like that?
Yeah.
And he said, hey, I don't bait fouls. He goes, I can't sell a foul. I don't flop. 3 free throws, and you score 42 points. And it's not like what was hero ball. He had 13 assists.
Right.
I wish people would pay more attention to his defense too, because I think he's a complete basketball player. He's not a guy that you have to hide. Like a lot of these stars, they like Luka. He does everything on offense, and then you got to hide him on defense. Or Brunson. Hey, look, he can create his own shot. You got to hide him on defense. Cade's a guy who can go out and take the ball away or meet you at the rim. So the MVP conversation's only going to heat up after last night. I think you can make a hell of a case he's the MVP of the league, best player on the best team. Who's more valuable to their team than Cade?
If only we had a chance to see him and SGA on the court at the same time. Oh, wait.
Next week?
Next Wednesday.
Showdown.
At LCA.
Here in Detroit. We got some showdowns coming up. Mentioned tonight is, not tonight, tomorrow night is Michigan-Duke.
What's that? I think tip-off is 6 o'clock-ish.
Yeah, it's out in D.C.
Yeah, 6:30. Sorry, 6:30, yeah.
Michigan 2.5-point favorites. You expect them to win?
I do. And I don't necessarily know that this is going to be one of those double-digit victories. I'm not going to do your disco. But I think they match up well. And I am curious as we get a chance to see the ACC versus the Big Ten. Obviously, we see more of the Big Ten games. And we know that it's tough places to play. This is obviously a neutral site. But how tested has Duke been?
Yeah, look, I think Duke's the number 3 team in the country for a reason. But Duke lost to their rival in North Carolina on the road. Michigan went on the road to Breslin and won that game. Michigan went to Mackey and won that game. Michigan's a better team. And what I'm fascinated by is the front court matchup, because people talk about Boozer as a guy who's going to go in the top 3 of this NBA draft. Legacy kid, having a great year at Duke. Michigan's interior defense, I think that's a tough matchup for Boozer. I think Michigan will win the game. Now, if Duke gets white hot from 3, I mean, you never rule them out. They're a good team.
Oh, sure.
But I think Michigan deserves to be favored, and I think we'll win the game.
I think Michigan matches up real well with them. And if you're talking about all of the big-time wins that Michigan has had by large point totals, you just got to look at Duke and say, okay, well, they beat Clemson, who was ranked 20 at the time, by 13 points. Earlier in the season, they played Louisville, who was ranked 20 at the time, and they beat them by 31. So they're doing something similar, but I'm just curious, again, how does the ACC competition compare to Big Ten competition?
It's always great to have your team play in these games and learn more about your team. But to your point, like Dusty's had like a sequin jacket on. He's been doing Disco Inferno for most of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Michigan, number 1 team for a reason. Tex says, guys, remember in 1989, Michigan and the Pistons won a championship in the same year. Down in Texas.
Well,
Tex says, Cade plays ethical hoops. Can we get an update on that New York radio host reaction to the season sweep? Now, I've been told he's actually
sounds annoying, doesn't it?
I've been told he's actually a Nets fan. But either way, he does a
New
show
Yorkers
in
are
New
all
York.
the same.
Do you guys think
is it the way he says good? One more time.
Good.
His whiny voice.
Good.
Do you guys think the Pistons are playing that every time before they play the Knicks? Because of the total destruction. By the way, the game tomorrow night, Jay Billis is going to be on color.
There you go.
So a lot of bias. Jay bias.
That's fine.
Is Dick Vitale able to call the game too? That'd be great.
No,
Dookie V.
it would not be.
Old school Dickie V for tomorrow night's game would be pretty cool.
By the way, Greg, I always love your Dickie V impersonation.
Can you hype up Boozer for us as Dick Vitale?
Oh, Cameron Boozer. He's got to be one of the best players in America. He's one of the best freshmen I've ever seen. Should be the Wooden Award winner.
I love it.
Yeah.
Would be great to see him go up against Mr. Lindeborg.
Oh, he'd be going nuts over Yaxel, too. And it'd be first name only.
Yep.
Give us some, Greg. Putting you on the spot.
I don't know. Dickie V sounds better, his impression with Lindenborg than it does probably Yax.
Yeah. Greg, you don't have to
Wheels
recreate the
turning.
wheel.
Yeah,
I think
that's
you're
okay.
good.
Yeah,
You're
wheels
good.
are turning. Yeah.
So you
All
did
right.
a good job. We got a lot out of that. Okay,
Yeah.
let's get to Bruce. Bruce, you're on 97.1.
Oh, how's it going?
Good morning, Bruce.
Good.
Oh, like I was saying, I know two players in professional basketball that's better than Cade,
Yeah?
and they both played for Boston. Well, Brown, what's he, third in MVP voting this year?
No?
Since when?
Well, first of all, they don't do MVP voting during the season, but if you want to
No.
go by odds, which I think is what you're referencing, Cade has stronger odds to win the MVP than Jaylen Brown.
But I also think Brown's more better for his team than Cade is. I mean, Cade's got, what, 2 All-Stars? Brown's basically by himself.
Well, he has
Got
one-
Derek
he has-
White.
He's
That's
got
about
one
it.
other All-Star in Duran.
Duran's the only other All-Star, yeah.
I just think Jaylen Brown's a better basketball player than Cade is.
I strongly, from the mountaintops, disagree.
Why, Bruce?
Oh, well, Brown, he plays better defense. He's a better scorer. I mean, Cade, what's all he better at is passing. That's about it.
Yeah, just silly little passing. He's the number 2 player in the NBA in assists per game. Just silly little passing.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as Tatum goes, Tatum doesn't play basketball right now. He's injured.
Right.
So I don't
Yeah.
think he's better.
Yeah, and you can't say Halliburton because he's
also
not
injured.
participating.
Yes.
I got a feeling we're going to be hearing from that guy in the playoffs.
Oh, I
Because
hope.
I do think the path goes through the Celtics.
Well, the Celtics are, would you say they're the number 2 team in the East? Like we can.
Well, I mean, numbers say they are, yes.
But I'm saying, like, in the playoffs, like, no one's afraid of the Knicks. I think we're kind of punching down the more we bring this up. Like, they're just not on the Pistons level. The bigger threat is Boston.
Well, they've got championship DNA. Who knows about Tatum?
Right.
But they're 3-point shooting if it gets hot. I mean,
They shoot a lot of them, and you're right. It's math, 3 versus 2s.
Yes.
If Tatum comes back and looks healthy, yeah, it would put the fear of God into you. There's no doubt about it. Tatum, when healthy, is a hell of a basketball player. But if you're talking like currently playing American players, I think the debate would actually be Cade versus Ant-Man.
Yeah.
And that's a hell of a backcourt for the next Olympics, by the way. One other thing to put on people's radar tomorrow. So you've got Duke, Michigan later on Saturday. You've got Tiger Baseball on the radio. They're playing the Yankees. You can hear the game on 97.1 here in Detroit.
Spring has sprung.
Spring has sprung. Dan Dickerson's voice coming out of the speakers. Tom, what time is that game tomorrow?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
I'm definitely going to have it on.
Oh, me too.
So Sam has a game at 1 tomorrow. And I think I at least have to hear just 2 minutes of Dan before I run in.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it.
So I actually have a question relating to that in the cookie jar. It's Dan Dickerson on the radio. What are other signs of spring? We'll get to that question. Some Olympic drama. There's a viral teacher in Texas that everybody's got thoughts on. We'll get all of that in the cookie jar. But first, Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Fusion Energy. You can go grab one today at 7-Eleven. You might have heard this. This is quite fascinating. An Australian reporter who was covering the Olympics has issued an apology after she got drunk and then went live on air.
Oh, boy. Oops.
Yeah, Danica Mason said that she totally misjudged the effect of having alcohol before her Wednesday appearance on Channel 9's Today Show, explaining that the cold, the altitude, and not eating any dinner didn't help. So she was supposed to be talking about like Olympic locations. She was not only slurring her words, but she then started talking about coffee and iguanas. Oh, we didn't hear about the iguanas, but
Yeah, I was waiting for
it was a tough one. She did apologize. She said she takes full responsibility for her actions.
If you're going live on air, you know you're going to go live on air, whether you've eaten or it's cold. Like,
or you're
why
in an
are
area
you,
where the altitude is
yeah, why are you even having a drink?
She thought she could just have one. Apparently,
Yeah. Oops.
not so much. A $6,000 reward is being offered for information leading to the safe return of a Wyandotte man who's been missing for 2 weeks. So police say the 25-year-old was last seen on Thursday, February 5th, around 2:30 a.m. They say his truck was found a short time later near a hotel in Allen Park. His passport also found at a park in Ecorse. He's described as 5'9", about 200 pounds, with blonde, reddish hair, blue eyes. They say at the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a hoodie and blue sweatpants. And according to his mom, she says that he suffered a traumatic brain injury after being in a recent crash. So if you have any information, you are being advised to call the Wyandotte Police Department. The Tigers are introducing 2 new alternate uniforms for the 2026 season, which means the team will wear 5 different uniforms in total this
Throughout
season.
the course of the year, yeah.
So the alternate uniforms include an orange home jersey that has the old English D, and then a navy blue road jersey that features like the classic orange Detroit script across the chest. Both will be worn with white pants and a new cap with a orange Old English G, and then like an orange brim or bill as well. And it sounds like the team is going to wear the uniforms at home on Fridays and then on select road games.
John, you love the classics. They say this is classics with a twist.
It is certainly a twist. And there's a lot of orange. I'm coming around to it. I was not a huge fan to begin with, but what I do like is, and I think I saw it right, that even though they're wearing the same pants for both jerseys,
Yes.
the pants have the
piping
down the side,
Yeah,
which
like
I think
3
looks
stripes,
really
I think.
cool.
Yeah, very cool.
I like it. Look, it's a lot better than the electric blue we just got run over Motor City Connects. I like these jerseys.
Yeah.
I
I
like
happen to
them
like
too.
the Motor City Connect ones, but
The orange is a little orange.
yeah, it could
But
be
I like
a
it.
little pumpkinish for us big fellas.
And I am happy because the initial leaks made the Navy look like a black jersey, and people thought it was going to be like the Baltimore Orioles. No, it's a
It
Navy,
is
and it
navy.
looks good.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Cookie Jar, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right at the top of the list. I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven all of them, and I've driven a Ram. I loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealers this month are exceptional. For power, there's really no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price, especially if you want to do any work with it, with a 4-cylinder engine? It's a joke. And the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats our Ram. And they've also got the Ram 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram actually is than the competition. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's as easy as that. And all you got to do is tell them I sent you.
It's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Is the month of February the worst month? And if not, what is?
No, it's March. So same area, but it's definitely March, because by the time I get to March, I'm checked out of winter and I just want spring to be here, but it's not here yet. You still got to wait for mid-April before that happens. And the other thing too, and this is just for me, ice is going to be gone, so there's no more chance to go ice fishing. On the flip side, you can start, lake fishing. But to me, it's March. It's the up and down. You're almost there, but you're not quite there. So for me, it's March.
Yeah, I kind of actually agree with you. I mean, February isn't great, but March is kind of that in-betweener. And I kind of wrote some of those things down too, that the weather swings, like, okay, we're here in spring, it's 60 and sunny, and then the next day it's 28, and then you get freezing rain, you still get some snow. It's like, what do you wear? You don't need a coat, but you do need a coat. Everything's getting dirty. The snow is brown. Things are melting. The lawns are soggy, but you want spring, but it's not there. Yeah. March.
Look, it's the birthday month for me, so it would be typical to say that no, it's not, but yeah, it is. It's the tail end of winter. You're waiting for it to fade, but it's still mostly cold outside. Look, March, I at least get some hints of warm weather, and I get the NCAA tournament and the tournament selection show and the conference tournaments. So yeah, it's February.
Yeah, I can't say March because of the tournament. I think February barely, just because of the dragging out of the winter. I do, from a sports perspective, I hate July more than February, because at least you have the Super Bowl in February and you get the Olympics once in a while.
Yeah, I mean, February's gray, winter lingers. There's a lull after the Super Bowl for sports because you're waiting for the playoffs or you're waiting for baseball. I think it's the worst month. Put yourself in the shoes of Eileen Gu. Ask this question. Does it feel like 2 silvers won or 2 golds lost?
So if I put myself in her shoes, do I still get to compete for U.S.?
No, you have
or
to
do I have to compete for China? Okay. This is a matter of perspective. And so the way I view competition is I'm not competing against anybody else. I'm always competing against myself. And if I went out there and did the best that I could possibly do, and that ended up being a silver, then I'm happy. And hey, somebody else beat me. Hey, they did something more than I could do at that time or on that day. But if there's a flaw in my performance, and I think, Bo, if I had just done this right, I could have had another gold, then I could say I lost the gold. But to win a medal is like you're the second best in the world at that event. And there's no shame in that.
But John, she doesn't view herself as the second best. She's the most decorated. If you go in as the best and finish second,
she's the most decorated over. It's not just this Olympics either.
No, I know. She won a couple gold in the last Olympics. So you have a gold standard. You've won golds. To go into the Olympics and win silvers?
To me, I'm always competing
she even go, man?
Against myself. And if she could sit there and wake up and say, I did the best that I could do on that day, then I didn't lose a gold. I won a silver.
For example, Team Canada, the women's hockey team, posted silver shines just as bright. No, it doesn't.
And it's a different conversation when you're talking about a team sport versus an individual sport.
I agree with what John is saying. I feel like that your response is a little harsh. And I when it comes to what her response was, I actually liked her response. I liked that she didn't fall into this trap of regret or self-criticism, and she was confident. She was happy with her performance, whether she got gold or silver. She was proud of that. Good for her.
Nothing to add to this topic, but that's an all-time quote by Team Canada.
Yeah.
Medals matter in the Olympics.
Yeah.
That the medal stand matters in Olympics, just like in college basketball. The Final Four matters when you finish in the last four. So I think in this case, you celebrate the medals that you won. You're not always going to beat the entire world. That's the thing about the Olympics. You're going against the entire world, unlike any other sports.
Guys, much lighter note, it's National Muffin Day.
Oh.
What's the best kind of muffin?
My go-to is chocolate chip. It's extremely hard to beat. They're always like you get that little hard, crunchy chocolate chip, and if they're warm, you get that gooey chocolate chip that are just amazing. It's hard to beat a blueberry muffin with a really great Cumberland topping, and you slather it in butter, but my go-to is chocolate chip.
Yeah, I'm pretty basic. I'm going with the blueberry. It does have to have that crumble topping. If it does not superior.
Eat it plain, or will you put butter on it?
You have to put butter on it.
Okay.
Warmed melted butter, yes.
Nut banana nut muffin.
It's a good call.
I like those, Greg, but they're my number 2. I like lemon poppy seed the most. I think it's the most unique kind of, and I don't quite get that flavor from anything else other than that kind of muffin. Except the one thing is the poppy seeds in your teeth.
A minor issue to what is the superior muffin. I'm so happy to hear you say that. Give me lemon poppy seed.
Yeah, you seem like a lemon guy. Anything with lemon on it is
delicious, John.
Yeah.
You don't like it on fish?
Oh, no.
come on, John.
No. Every once in a while, like when we make fish at home, Lisa she loves to have lemon on fish. And she put it all on one, like one of the first times we made fish as a couple. And I'm like, what are you doing?
You have to. You squeeze lemon.
And it becomes inedible for me. I couldn't eat it. Oh, yeah, I can't eat it.
What about like a glass of lemonade on a hot summer day?
Lemonade by itself, I can stomach it. But lemon on food? No, I don't want it.
Like when you go to the restaurant, you're just getting water. Hey, can I have a lemon with water? Oh, look at Heather's.
I don't like the. Do not put lemon on. I don't want lemon near the glass.
Yeah, no. And then you get that lemon wedge in there, and all of a sudden one seed drops to the bottom, and it gets stuck in your straw. Come on, man.
And you just spit it back out.
We got a couple more questions. Let's hit these. Dan Dickerson on the radio tomorrow. The return of Tiger baseball on the radio. What else is a sign of spring to you?
Fresh cut grass. Nothing better than the smell of fresh cut grass, because spring has sprung and summer's right around the corner.
Yeah, the animals that are emerging, the birds, the frogs in the evening, and also the sounds of kids actually playing outside.
Major conference college basketball tournaments, especially that Friday when all the big boys are playing.
I'm going way earlier than any of you. I think it's kind of like right now when the sun is out this week. It's staying light until almost 7. Here we go.
Mm-hmm. The release of Oberon. Spring is here. Last one. There's this viral teacher story. He threw a pizza party for his students in Texas. Fair or foul? Every student got a free slice and a free drink, but he charged kids $2 for an extra slice and an extra $1 for an extra drink. Fair or foul for the teacher to charge for extra?
I think it's fair. I mean, if you're going to, trust me, as a portly young individual, I could have had 6-7 slices. You got to have a little bit of control over how much pizza you're buying. And everyone got something. No one left without a piece of pizza or a drink.
No, I don't like it. I think it's foul. I think that if he's planning a pizza party, if you plan a party at your house, are you charging guests to eat extra pizza? No, if you're hosting the party, you host the food, you make sure there's enough. I don't know how old these kids were, but every kid comes from a different type of family. Some kids might not have the money to buy lunch every day. I think if you're throwing a pizza party, you throw the pizza party and you give it to the kids. You don't charge them.
Interesting to hear
you say that. He did give it to the kids, though.
Yeah, but you give them, if they want 2 pieces, then get enough just for every kid to have 1 piece and every kid to have 1 drink. But don't make it an option. Or get enough for every kid to get 2 pieces of pizza, and if they need an extra drink, they can get 1.
So spend more of his own money.
He's the one throwing the party.
But you were a teacher. Like, these teachers do it out of their own pocket. He's just saying, can I recoup the cost if kids want to eat more than the bare minimum?
Yeah. I don't like it.
Then ask for donations from parents or a PTA or something like that.
Well, where are the kids getting their money from? They're getting it from the parents.
Hey, man, if you're not being able to sell these pizzas, what you going to do with them? You're going to throw them away? No, you buy the pizza, you give the pizza. Come on.
I totally think this is foul. I would pay for it in a heartbeat. The way I can relate to it is coaching. I always paid for the ice cream. We did pizza one time at the Pavilion, and I'm like, I got it. Don't worry about it.
It's your cookie jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1. All right, guys, as you start to make some moves with your home, keep Shaner Roofing in mind. If it's a new roof, windows, or siding, they're big decisions. You need a company you can trust, and for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on. We'll be talking about MVP Cade Cunningham coming up at 8:02. Can we say it? After last night, the season he's having, we'll have that conversation in 10 minutes. Reaction to Cookie Jar. John is right. Perspective matters. For Eileen, she gave her best runs, got beat by someone who had a gold medal run. You can't control other folks in the Olympics. Now, if you choke on a big stage, that is a different question.
I agree.
I wonder how the answer would have been received if Drake May gave it after losing the Super Bowl and winning silver in the NFL.
Well, I don't think, I mean, he'll tell you, as well as his offensive line and everybody else, like that wasn't their best game. And so they left a lot on the field.
Costa, you're an idiot. You're the silver compared to John's gold in the morning show. Steve in Livonia. The way I approached it was you've won 2 golds at a previous Olympics. You go into the Olympics with a goal in mind. John, as an athlete, you have a goal. Her goal had to have been gold. She, by her own admission, is the most decorated skier. So you go in and you leave with silver?
Her goal was to go and perform her best. And if she can go to bed at night knowing that she did her best and it ended up in silver, Like she's a different competitor right now, a different athlete than she was 4 years ago. She may be the most decorated, but to me that has nothing to do with it. It's, did I perform my best? And that's when I was compared, everybody would say, hey, how do you compare to the other tackles in the NFL? Well, they have different things that they do well. And some were just gifted by God that they're just better athletes than I ever would be. But I had to go out there and compete and be the best version of myself every single week to even have a chance to be on the team.
Could we say she's no longer the best as we just had a competition and someone else beat her? So she is now no longer the best.
In those events, sure.
In that event.
Yeah, because it's clear.
Do you think she would say that?
She would have to admit that somebody else was better than me on this day.
And I think that's part of why the question was asked. I saw some people dunking on the reporter. We want to know the mentality of these athletes, and she gave her perspective. I was curious who shared the perspective and who didn't. 248-539-9797. More feedback. This one says, best muffin, lemon poppy seed is delicious. Guys, chocolate chip chip is absolutely a cupcake just without the frosting. That's Brett from Waterford.
Well, I mean, it's even better when you put frosting on it.
This guy says he puts lemon on French fries.
Oh, wow. That's different.
How about English muffins? Cream cheese and add jelly.
Oh, yeah. It's a muffin by name, but not necessarily
really
by
a
definition.
How is the teacher going to charge kids after rewarding them? Another says the teacher is in the wrong to charge the students. If you're going to throw a party, it's on you. It's not about making your money back. You're doing it because it's a reward for the students.
So if he had a party before, everybody got one slice. And then some kids had conversations, or he talked to his kids, hey, would like to have a little bit more. Well, if you want more, then you're going to have to pay for more. I'm willing to provide for one slice apiece. And maybe maybe it's just, hey, everybody gets one slice and there's no other option. I'm going to get myself a personal pan pizza and I'll keep eating it.
Teachers don't make a lot of money.
Yeah.
You're doing this out of your pocket. To cover more than the bare minimum, kids aren't forced to pay for more, but if they want more, it's a good life lesson. You want more, you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Don't have the party then. I don't think you should ever. If you're going to have a party to celebrate the kids, you provide the pizza and you feed it to them. You don't charge them for it. It's like having it your own kid's birthday party. Like, okay, I'm so glad little Johnny's here, but guess what?
So
pay me $2 because I need to recoup all the money I'm spending on this 5-year-old's birthday. No, I
think it's completely different, but it's
a party.
In regards to, like, what did they do to earn the pizza party?
I don't know. There's
Like,
eighth
They get
graders
all
in Texas.
A's. They passed the tests, or
Yeah.
they whatever. They probably all worked hard and got certain grades or whatnot. Whatever. I mean, we all had pizza parties in school.
It didn't bother me that they had to pay
it
$2
doesn't
for a
bother
slice
me,
of
yeah.
pizza.
It instantly bothered me when I read it. I don't like it.
The teacher is foul. Children should never, all caps, be put in a position to have less than other children when it comes to something out of their control, how much money their family has. Xander in Grand Rapids.
Okay.
Heather, you're missing the point. The teacher's paying for the party. It's a treat for the kids. If they
Yeah.
want more, he gets reimbursed. So you'd rather he doesn't do it at all because he couldn't afford to do it?
Yes. Like, I agree with these other people. The kids should never have to pay for it if it's something he's hosting. Make sure every kid gets the same amount. Get one pizza, every kid gets one slice and one drink.
Everyone gets a gold star.
Don't make kids pay for it. It's silly. That's ridiculous, I think.
So what if he gets to the recouped value of the pizza?
What does he do with the rest?
Is he going to cap? It's not meant to be a money-making venture.
Yeah, I would agree. He shouldn't profit off of this.
I agree with that. Yeah,
Does he roll it into the next pizza party fund?
probably.
I don't know. Eileen Gu is a commie traitor. Why are you playing her audio on your airwaves? Another says she's annoying as hell. It's 2 golds lost. She's not the most decorated. You need golds to be able to say things like that.
Well, no, the most decorated means you have the most Olympic medals
Right.
of anybody that's competed in that event.
You don't stay that way, though, if you don't.
No,
stack.
you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you could stay as the most decorated athlete, but you can't claim that you're the best in the world because
Right.
you got beat.
By the way, how do you feel about her competing for China?
Not a huge fan of it.
I'm not either. Although I don't know the money behind it. Like, they got to be paying her a ton, right? It's got to be that it's lucrative. Like, she grew up here.
She's getting paid millions of dollars. There's another athlete competing for China. And the issue I have was that if an athlete has been born in another country or they've spent any length of time in another country, out of their control because it's a family moved there or whatever. You know, mom and dad were born there and we went back to live with family for whatever length of time. That is a completely different scenario. Instead of being born here, training here, going to school here, doing everything here, and then competing for another country.
Yeah, and I also feel differently if, like, you can't make the Team USA basketball team. Like, they don't have a spot for you, but you want to compete in the Olympics and you have a dual citizen. That's not what this is.
No, I mean, you can go lose somewhere else. That's fine.
But yeah, to me, that it comes down to China's got to be paying her more money. Why aren't we paying her more, though? Like, we're a great country. Let's match. Let's have the best athletes compete for our country. That's the only thing I don't know the answer to. Why don't we pay her what China's paying her?
Let's get Dusty May on the phone.
Yeah, get Dusty going. Get those NIL dollars. Right? I mean, if it truly comes down, because you're right, it does. She grew up here. She went to Stanford. She trained here. You want her competing as the best, the most decorated for our country. Why is China outbidding us?
She's not the only one that does this. I mean, I don't love it either, but she's not the only American athlete that is competing for another country in the Olympics.
Right. So anyone else that is, and whether we know their name or not, if you were born here, you went to school here, you lived here, you benefited from being an American, then you should compete for America.
And we should also pay the best to compete for us too, right? We should pay like we're the best.
I think that's part of it, sure.
Yeah. The best muffin. Me, a stud muffin. The best muffin. My wife's.
Oh.
We'll get to Cade Cunningham MVP talk next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Blue Chew. Cade Cunningham and the Pistons put the league on notice once again last night when they walked into Madison Square Garden and took over the home of the Knicks in a 126-111 win. The Pistons were without both big men, Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart, who were serving suspensions. Still, they were able to muster their third consecutive win against New York. Interestingly enough, all three of those wins came without Duren, who was hurt in the first two and, of course, suspended last night. Still, the Pistons made a statement after cementing the 15-point win yesterday, marking a plus 84-point differential against the Knicks this season. Cade was asked if he thought he made a statement with the first 40-point, 10-rebound game by an opponent at MSG since 2009. Here's what he said.
I thought it was a good game for us. I think we all made a statement. We're coming to win every night. We want to impose ourselves and our identity every night, starting on defense and transitioning into offense. Scoring in the paint, defending the paint. That's the statement we want to make every night. And tonight was a big night for us.
Not only did Cade have 42 points and 13 assists, but he added 8 rebounds and shot 50% from the floor, 45% from deep. He was supported by strong nights from Paul Reed, who had 18 and 7, and Tobias Harris, who posted 11 points and 10 rebounds. Pistons have another road game tomorrow against the Bulls, as Jalen Duren is set to return from his 2-game suspension. That game is at 8 o'clock in the Windy City. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. It's a Friday, getting you one step closer to the weekend. And last night was another beatdown of the New York Knicks. John, this is just becoming routine.
Yeah, it's just, just honestly not very interesting anymore.
Break out the brooms. It's a season sweep, won by a combined 84 points in the 3 meetings. Safe to say that this good little basketball team is a nightmare for the Knicks come playoff time.
There's no question. I don't think the Knicks want to see the Pistons in the postseason. I think there's a whole lot of teams, a long list of teams that don't want to see the Pistons, certainly in the first round, second round, or throughout. And it may only be OKC, maybe Denver, whoever they're going to face coming out of the West that are like, okay, we'll match up.
Yeah, I mean, Look, I know they beat us last year in a 7-game series.
Again, last year's team.
Exactly. This year's team looks much better. And last night, the Knicks were rolling all their guys on their home floor. Mm-hmm. Pistons are missing one of their 2 all-stars. Duren didn't play in any of them.
All the stars were lining the court.
Yep.
All the famous people.
Mm-hmm. But you know what the takeaway for most people was, including Knicks fan Ben Stiller? Cade's a bad man.
Mm-hmm.
42 points, 13 assists, 8 rebounds, an ethical hooper, John, as they say. Only shot 3 free throws in the game on the day he's on the GQ cover saying, look, I'm just not a flopper. His stardom is obvious. To put up that performance at the Garden, basketball's mecca. John, can we say Cade Cunningham is the MVP of the league?
I think he's got to be one of the top 2. And you could throw 3 in there, and depends if Jokic plays every single game from here until the end of the season, because he has to be eligible for any postseason awards. If not, it's really between him and SGA.
So then break it down. SGA is a better shooter. Cade's got better assist numbers. But really, let's not get caught in the numbers minutia. The award is not who the better basketball player is. The award is who's more valuable. SGA has Chet Holmgren, a fellow All-Star, has Jalen Williams, who's a hell of a Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Cade's got Duren.
Mm-hmm. Fellow All-Star.
Right. But their second leading scorer last night's Paul Reed. They don't have a true number 2 offensive option that creates their own shot. Cade Cunningham off the Pistons would hurt more than SGA off of the Thunder. Cade's the most valuable player in the NBA. He's a complete player. And when he's step back threes like last night and he's snatching souls, throwing left-handed throwdowns, yeah, he could score at all 3 levels. He gets the ball to his teammates, number 2 in the league in assists. He's not a guy you have to hide on defense, John. He's a guy that will more than defend the rim and get in your face and get in your grill. He's not someone that, like, SGA will play the ball too, but there's certain stars like Jalen Brunson, Luka Doncic, that you got to hide. Cade's in your face from the jump. And he said after the game, I think I'm the MVP. He said that ESPN's got the quote, I think I'm the MVP, and if you don't agree with me, that's your opinion. His stardom is undeniable right now.
I agree, and it's only continuing to rise, higher and higher. And we'll see what he can do in the postseason, because that's the MVP is for the regular season.
Yeah.
And we'll see what he can do in the postseason. And is he going to be a guy that takes it to the next step? Every time that he has been healthy or been on the floor, when they've played the best teams, he's been the best player. And I don't think it's really that much of a competition. Now, we'll get a chance to see them play against OKC next Wednesday night.
Yep. How
How does he play, and how does he match up when you have a head-to-head competition between him and SGA?
They're not handing out the award on February 20th.
No.
And if SGA comes in and drops 45 on Cade's head, I'm not going to be a homer.
Right.
But as I'm sitting today, I feel like Cade is the most valuable player to any individual team in the NBA. He's the best player on the best team. I mean, this is typically who the MVP goes to, the best player on the best team. And if I took him off the Pistons wouldn't collapse. They've shown a resilience, but they wouldn't be nowhere near the heavy favorite they are in the East.
Here's what I think is, and this is not something that you get a chance to see in numbers, but Cade, and I've talked about this when you're talking about superstar players, you have a superstar player on a team where they're always right around 500, or they're out in the first round. How do they make those around them better?
Right.
And when you're talking about, when Jalen Duren is available, it's usually, number 1 is clear-cut Cade. Number 2 is Duren. But then after that, it's always one night it's Tobias Harris. Last night it was Paul Reed. Every once in a while you get a Dennis Jenkins sighting, or you get a Duncan Robinson, or you get an Arsar Thompson, or somebody else. But it's Cade that is making them better because they're playing with Cade.
Picture it. You watch it. Cade dribbles into the offensive end. He's in the half court. Who's he giving the ball to where he can just go stand off to the side and offense is going to get created? Like, Duren will catch the alley-oop.
Yeah.
Duren can finish through contact at the rim. You're not throwing the ball to Duren and go, hey, make something happen.
Go in, yeah.
Hey, Tobias can hit some ISO shots from the low post, little turnaround jumpers. But Tobias is scoring like 12, 13 points a game? Mm-hmm. Who is Cade turning to and just going, here, your turn now? He doesn't have that guy. It's his turn all the time. Yeah, he's the most valuable.
You know what, too? And a box he checked last night in terms of MVP and becoming a dominant superstar in this league is the MSG box.
Yep.
Usually the greatest in the game have a moment in the garden. He had a moment in the garden last night with that game. And that dunk, the left-handed dunk, where he just Swiss knifed the entire defense of the Knicks and got to the hole and then the left-handed dunk. That's like stuff of legends right there on the stage.
Yeah, I think Rick Mahorn had to have a change of clothes afterwards.
Yeah. Good. I understand why.
Yeah, do we have that audio? Could we play that real quick?
It's a great call.
The very emotional Rick Mahorn. He even gets asked, "Are you okay?"
I didn't catch that.
I didn't hear that the first time. Oh, I did not hear that the first time.
Cade left 3 sets of testicles on the court there. So.
Are you okay?
Cade's game has become erotic.
Are you okay?
Clean up on Isle Mahorn. Yeah, but that wasn't even the only highlight play he had. You're at the Garden. It's a great stage. You're on GQ. You left-handed dunk. You're doing step-back threes. You're pouring in 42 points. And again, not the cheap way, not begging for fouls. That's Brunson's deal. 3 free throws. 3 free throws. Scores 42 points. And it's not like he ball hogged. He had 13 assists. And I do think so. MSG's a box. GQ's a box. As much as we want to say, hey, it's just about basketball, star power matters for these things.
Oh, sure. It's all about star power and who is turning to Cade Cunningham because he is so good on the floor that it translates to everything else, and he goes about it the right way. He talked about I can't buy fouls. I'm just not that guy. I'm not going to flop. I think there's a lot of people that have watched him, certainly locally here, who we've seen him. We've seen this whole moment approaching, but I think you're starting to see it nationally now that he's starting to get that respect.
Greg, do you have updated MVP odds? Again, we're asking people, is he the MVP of the league? What do the odds say?
Yeah, according to DraftKings, because it depends on your sports book, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander still the betting favorite at -160. Nikola Jokic is second at +310. Cade Cunningham is third at +700. And then fourth, just for context, how much is he ahead of the rest of the field? Luka Doncic at +2,800.
Okay, so it is a big 3 right now.
Yeah.
And those should be the 3 names. Now, to John's point, Jokic has to play every game the rest of the way to qualify. He rolls an ankle. He has a DNP.
Gets sick.
Yeah, he can't win the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
So then, we're talking about a couple showdowns toe-to-toe, Cade versus SGA. We're talking about how these teams finish and how these players finish. But Cade, in that GQ interview, I'm not a step behind those guys.
No,
he was asked
and he
specifically.
shows it.
Yeah, but are you a level below SGA or Jokic? Nah, man. No, I'm not. And he called himself the best American player. And I think it's probably him and Ant Edwards, and I'd put him ahead of Ant right now.
Sure. And it's for the reasons that I just mentioned. It's something that you don't necessarily see. You see it in the wins and losses, but it's how much better are these players that are playing with him than anyone else. Because, hey, all of a sudden you don't have a Jalen Duren. Yeah. And we've talked about this before in terms of Dennis Jenkins. Now, last night wasn't his night,
right.
But he's still at 8. But, who has ever heard of him? What is going on here? He is making even the lower guys on the roster better and making them money and winning because they're playing with Cade Cunningham.
Think about it, too. They're not a good shooting team. So space is condensed in the half court. Cade's got to create so that Duren gets those matchups, so that Asar gets those matchups. And he has to create in a condensed half court. He's making those guys better. They're benefiting from his gravity on offense.
I mean, who's Paul Reed?
Right. Well, B-ball Paul, don't disrespect.
Right.
But ultimately, this guy was available for the entire league, and nobody picked him up.
Right, but he is playing maybe the best ball of his career.
Yeah.
Because he's with Cade, and Cade's making him better.
Would he look this way for the Charlotte Hornets?
No.
Would he look this way for the Sacramento Kings? Pick a bad team.
That's the thing. I mean, Cade's one of his biggest arguments is that he doesn't have a Robin.
Yeah.
So teams should be able to focus on him and stop him.
Right.
They can't.
Nope, and you can't. Text coming in, 248-539-9797. Crying in my car with the Mahorn sound.
And I didn't hear it the first time when he was asked, "Are you okay?"
Guys, nobody more important to his team than Cade. He's the MVP. Luke in a truck. I know the award is most valuable, and we want it to go to the most valuable, but guys, we know it goes to the best in every sport. It's never the most valuable.
Well, we'll see.
I'd rather have Ben Simmons, signed Mike in Royal Oak. It's a pot shot while he's on vacation. Can't even respond to it. I did a show with him where he was talking about trading for Ben Simmons. They did have shows about, hey, before you pay Kate the max, ... Worth every penny. It's 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a number of different things, but the best results come from having the right team in your corner. That's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for years because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know you, and whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the kind of sound advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And every time I stop in there, Tim and Chris, they always give me options. With First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I'm in control. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for not only myself, but my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, all you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Hey, you've got 97.1 on all day. You're trying to keep up with the analysis, the trades, the drama. But are your eyelids feeling heavy? Is that morning coffee wearing off before the next hot take? You need a real power boost. That's why I grab a Fusion energy drink. 0 sugar, and it's got the smooth, sustained energy you need to lock in for the whole show, the whole workday, or the whole game. It's the clean fuel for your next all-day Detroit sports watching marathon. Stop dragging, start driving. Grab an ice-cold Fusion energy drink today. Fusion, fuel the fan.
You okay?
Let's see SGA do that. Talking about Cade, can we say he's the MVP?
Yeah, does their color commentator have that same emotion when SGA does anything?
Cade was on one last night. 42 points at the Garden on the day the GQ cover comes out. John, I'm sure you've already flipped through all the pages. You're a big GQ guy.
Yeah.
Any of them get stuck?
Oh, God.
Jeez.
But he's having a moment, and he's the most valuable player to his team. He's the most valuable player in the league. Can we say it? 248-539-9797. We don't need to dwell on.
No, I'm not going to Rick Mahorn it.
No. Cade is a mirror image of Mahomes on the Chiefs. To John's point, he makes everyone around him better and the team elite no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Cade is the best player on the best team in the NBA, clear-cut MVP. Guys, I put $20 on Cade for MVP at the beginning of the season. The odds were plus 5,000. You guys are pumping me up this morning.
You know, on that Mahomes take, when I watch Cade play, and it goes back to college, I've never seen the game be faster than him. He's always faster than the game. And that's the same thing I think about Mahomes. All the fake little jukes that Mahomes does out there and stuff. And
yeah,
he's always one
doing
step
what
ahead.
He wants.
Yes, and I think Cade is starting to do that now.
Yeah, he's dictating the game and the style of the game versus having to play to somebody else's tempo or somebody else's trying to match someone else.
And just think about it. They are 41-13.
Unbelievable.
Going into this season, nobody thought that.
Right. Like, the Thunder aren't overachieving. They're doing what they were supposed to. The Pistons took a huge step forward for a lot of reasons, but Cade being the biggest reason.
I think one of the mountain climbers that we had at the beginning of the season was, were they going to get to 50 wins?
Yeah.
And I mean, now we got to switch it to, are they going to get to 60 wins?
Yeah, at one point I had an overreact, Jim, that they would win 60. That doesn't feel like an overreaction at all.
Not now. And just 2 years ago, they had 14 wins.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And that's, I know that what happened 3 years ago, what happened, or 2 years ago, what happened last year doesn't play into who is this year's MVP, but it plays into who Cade is and his development and the fact that this team is where they are solely because of what he has been able to do with his game.
One of the things he said in the GQ interview is he said that they're the best team in the East. But at the same time, it's not like he's anointing them. He said after the game, he was asked what they have to prove. Stone cold answer from your best player.
I think that's the experience. We talk about the Wings getting to the postseason and the young players getting that postseason experience. Now, it wasn't a great experience last year for the Pistons or for Cade because they couldn't win at home and they ultimately got knocked out in the first round by the Knicks. But they're approaching the rest of this season in regards to when you listen to that, and my take on it is there are still things that we need to get better at because we know what it doesn't take to win in the postseason.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Adam in Gibraltar. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm anointing. I'm not going to be a homer on this. Cade is the MVP of the league. I don't care what the rest of the national news say, ESPN, whatever. I mean, yes, you do have the Thunder coming in next week. I'm anointing Cade Cunningham the MVP of the season. And I'll be honest, I never thought Cade would ever reach MVP level when we drafted him. But my goodness, has this guy proved me wrong? Right now his playmaking skills, his ability to drive to the lane, finish with contact, and he doesn't look for foul baiting.
Nope.
I want a superstar that doesn't go out there and, looks for fouls. I love that about him. Like, that's something the face of the NBA needs. Like, NBA doesn't feel like the NBA sometimes. Sometimes you're taking 3-4 steps. Like, sometimes the rules are just, out the window.
Adam, it's why he absolutely can grab the mantle as the face of the league. I think he has a few things going for him. One, you're right. He doesn't do those annoying little cheap foul baiting, flopping things that turn off fans. I do think the fact that he's an American-born star matters. I think there's this question, who's the face of the league? And, people have pointed out, well, Jokic and Luka, we need an American star to really capture. Cade's that guy.
And yeah, he's 100% that guy. Can you imagine if the league would have let us get Wemby? Oh, my gosh. I mean, we still got screwed that lottery, but still, Cade has one more level to his game he needs to improve on. And you probably know what it is. It's three-point shooting. Yeah. I mean, yesterday he shot the ball really well. He shot 50% from the field. Yep, and shot like 65% from three yesterday or whatever it was. But that's something if he can get, hone in on, shoot 38, 40% from three, man, the league's in trouble, dude.
Yeah. Appreciate it, Adam. A couple more texts. Was Mahorn on the Blue Chew last night?
Who's on the Rieger plan?
And when you can make a bad boy speechless, you're built different and the real MVP, Sean, in a car. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Okay, so all morning I've been talking about these new alternate jerseys for the Tigers, and I swear I've been looking at the Detroit News, but my eyes just totally missed it. There are two different color pants. I was saying that they're going to wear the white pants with the new orange jersey and the new blue jersey, but there is also gray pants that they're going to be wearing on the road with those navy blue jerseys. So, my bad.
That's okay.
Sometimes you're just like, I skim these articles so fast. I saw that they're wearing the same hat, and in my head it just said same pants too. But I do too. I like them. I like that they're still traditional jerseys, just bolder colors. The orange is, I don't love orange in general. Like, not my favorite color. It's bold, it's bright, but I like them as well.
Yeah, but Tigers,
I know,
naturally are orange.
They are. It's perfect for them. I don't look good in orange. It's not my color. I don't love it. But for the Tigers, it's great.
Yeah. Well, and so there was a concern with some of the leaks that the Navy looked kind of black and it would be like the Baltimore Orioles. No, it's Tiger Navy blue.
It is.
And I think they did a really nice job with these. Yeah. I want to see them wear these, and I don't need to see those Motor City Connects ever again.
I think you'll see them again.
I know I will. The electric blue, as we know, Tigers are often electric blue. Tire tracks.
It never grew on you?
No.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
I think it was telling when it was at the end of the 2024 season and they clinched on that Friday night. They didn't wear them.
You guys, I've been wanting to share this story. It's a sad story. Eric Dane, most known for Grey's Anatomy, passed away yesterday after a battle with ALS. He was only 53 years old. So he announced his ALS diagnosis last April, did start experiencing symptoms in early 2024. He's survived by his wife, Rebecca Gayhart. They have 2 daughters together. His family did release a statement saying that he spent his final days surrounded by dear friends, his devoted wife, and his 2 beautiful daughters, who were the center of his world. He's obviously most known for playing McSteamy in Grey's Anatomy, but he He was also in Euphoria, most recently in Brilliant Minds, and a long list of other shows as well. So sad news for sure. Livonia police are investigating a theft that happened Wednesday night in the parking lot of the Livonia Police Department. So according to authorities, somebody had arranged a Facebook Marketplace meetup, which is the perfect spot.
Right.
If you have, especially if you're selling maybe a large item or something expensive where a lot of money is being exchanged, let's meet at the police station, which was perfect, except during the transaction, the victim handed over cash for the item, and police say the suspect grabbed the money and drove off without actually giving the merchandise. The suspect fled the scene, has not been located. The case is being looked at, obviously, but police are reminding residents that you should look at the item and inspect it before you ever hand over money in an exchange like this. Yep. Also, if you're going to go to the police station, go inside the police station lobby whenever possible. And if you're just going to stay in the parking lot, try to at least notify officers of what's going on so that they're aware of it.
Yeah.
It can get, I mean, I've never had an issue. And I rarely do meetups at a location. I have
in
before.
person, yeah.
I typically just do a porch pickup and leave the cash under the mat. Mm-hmm. And I always wonder, I'm like, one day I'm going to get screwed and somebody's going to take it and not give me money. But most of the items I'm selling are like $20. So it's,
take the
I
risk.
guess, yeah. The grandson of the creator of Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, Brad Reese, has sparked a family feud after basically slamming the company, alleging that they're switching to cheaper ingredients to make the iconic snacks. So he claims that the Hershey company has swapped out milk chocolate for like a cheap compound coating,
right,
and has also replaced the real peanut butter with peanut butter flavored creams. And he's worried that the Reese's legacy is at risk. Now, the Hershey's company did respond, saying that they're still made with peanut butter and chocolate at the core. They said they are made the same way they've always been, but that they have had to change some of the recipes over time for adjustments for new shapes, sizes, and innovations of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. But it sounds like the family is all upset because there is other family members that work for Hershey's, and they've exchanged heated text messages that are like, your comments are destroying everything. Please stop.
Yeah.
Basically.
I mean, I get it. If there was an original recipe and they're not using as much chocolate, or if it's just a chocolate substitute goo that is covering the creamy whatever it is.
Peanut butter flavored cream.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Come on now.
That's not where I was going with
No.
You know, that's not where your brain was going with it?
Not at the moment.
What happened? Anyway, that's Heather with the news.
Growth.
Coming up next, I still don't buy that you're actually growing up. You may have moments of growth. Oh, no. Anyway, coming up next. Coming up next, the green and white. Is it green with envy? It's 97.1.
Hey, you're thinking about a new truck this month? A Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. And I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven them all, and I've driven a Ram. I loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's no competition. You could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price, if you want the power, if you want anything that a full-size pickup should do, to a four-cylinder engine? It's a joke. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and ease to use the technology, nothing beats a Ram. And Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, Ram's truck month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today. It's just that easy, and tell them that I sent you.
is the green and white green with envy? I wonder if Spartan fans will fess up and be honest. What Michigan's doing makes you jealous. Number 1 team in the country, showdown with Duke coming up, and they're doing it the way that you guys have complained that Izzo doesn't. Aggressively attacking the portal. 4 best players, all from the transfer portal. Is there some jealousy, some envy from Michigan State fans? Or are you too proud to admit it because that's the rival and Izzo's doing it the right way? Meanwhile, the right way means Trey Holloman leaves to go to NC State. Meaning what? The right way means you lose guys to the NBA early like Jace Richardson. Doing it the right, noble, moral way, if that's how you've convinced yourself, doesn't give you the best results.
The right way is a moving target. The right way that Izzo is doing it is the traditional way. But whoever wins the NCAA tournament, whoever is national champs, you could look at what they did and say, well, this year, that was the right way to do it. And there's going to be more teams that are competing in the Final Four that have a large number of transfers. And whether it's 4 starters that are your transfers or it's your number 1 scorer, maybe it's 1 and 2 or it's 1 and 3, you're going to have more teams that are doing it the way that Dusty May is doing it, because that's what it was last year for the Final Four. It's what it will be again this year. And I'm not saying that Coach Izzo can't win another national title. I would love to see him do it the more traditional way. But
I think there's a lot of people who want that. But at the same time, they feel like you're not using all of the tools. Like, why didn't MSU pay Yaxel? I mean, serious question. Could you be jealous that Izzo has certainly enough cachet? MSU basketball couldn't have found the cash? Like, that's where the envy comes from is, I know Izzo's a damn good coach, but could we be using his developmental skills and be one of the more aggressive portal teams? And I think we've heard MSU fans express that frustration separate from Michigan for years. And now Michigan is the most brazen this year, most brazen, bold example of doing it. And it's working. No, it's not April. They haven't cut down the nets yet, but the process is what I'm asking. Are you jealous of how Michigan is running this program? Jealous of Dusty May, who's made a Final Four more recently than Tom Izzo, who's openly embracing more the modern game? Traditional, sure, for Tom, but you also got to be modern enough to compete and win a national title. We've been waiting for Title II for over 20 years.
And are you jealous because in 2 years, he's put the odds more in favor of Michigan than Coach Izzo has in Michigan State?
Yeah, he flipped this thing.
And it's so from a Wolverines perspective, looking at what Coach Izzo has been over the last 3 decades and how consistent they've been. They've always been that team that has been in the tournament and had a seat at the table, but whether it's not every year, but it's, every couple of years, you feel like, hey, this could be that team that wins a natty or at least get to the Final Four, an Elite 8 appearance. Whereas Michigan under Beeline, you knew that was a possibility, and they competed for national titles. They ultimately didn't win one, but the consistency that they've had is something that I was jealous about for Michigan. Now, for Dusty May, we don't know if that consistency will be there because it's only year 2.
Right, but John, you're not ashamed to say that you are jealous of the consistency of Tom Izzo. You're not a bad Wolverine fan for giving props to a stable program that you were, for periods, very envious for. I mean, when Tommy Amaker's coaching the Wolverines, you don't think those fans were envious or jealous of the way Izzo was able to recruit and develop and consistently win in March? Of course, Michigan fans are lying if they weren't jealous of that. Can Spartan fans say they're jealous of what Michigan is becoming, the way they're doing this? Or is it, no, they're buying their roster? It becomes a coping mechanism. Don't you wish you were buying the roster?
Well, I mean, we'll revisit this in April.
Yeah.
And ultimately we'll see if it works for Michigan or if it doesn't. But we'll also take a look at the teams that are in the Final Four. How many of those teams could we look at and say, well, they bought their roster?
Yeah.
I think a key thing to this, me being a Michigan fan, is that I've been one of these guys that has not liked where college athletics has gone in terms of the portal, NIL, and all that stuff. Well, I'd be a hypocrite here if I say I don't like that and then I'm wanting to see my team win. Don't you think?
Right.
So some of this is a changing of Michigan fans' attitudes too towards college athletics, because I think I'm calling BS on us as fans if you want to say, oh, this is great, we're winning a championship and stuff, and then I'm going to come on in the fall and shred college football because of where it's at.
Yeah, but it's also Michigan fans that you go back 5 years and they're saying, well, why isn't Michigan being more aggressive in the portal? Why aren't they being more aggressive in NIL dollars? Why we're supposed to be able to come up with all this money? Why are we not doing it? Now they are.
And John, speak to that from a Dusty standpoint. Remember last year, Indiana's job opens, and there was a brief, hey, remember, he was
he was a GA under Bob Knight.
Under Bob Knight. He's got Indiana roots. And Dusty extended with Michigan, but part of that extension, John, right, was that he wanted to secure a better NIL situation.
Yeah, he wanted a bigger commitment from not just Michigan's athletic department for him and his coaches, but his players as well, a bigger slice of the pie. But he also wanted the support and know that, hey, when I call up these donors, I need to know that there's going to be support from the donor base to help bring in these players
now,
retain players.
In terms of MSU fans maybe being jealous or envious, whatever word you wanted to use, is don't forget where this program was when May came in.
Oh, yeah.
It was an 8-win program, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that Juwan's final season? It was, and they had no hope or future. For him to flip this is, although it wasn't the dormant program that Indiana football was, in the moment, it kind of was.
Well, there's similarities.
And
to
the Signetti comp, but comparisons are pretty strong here. It wasn't. Michigan has a basketball history, okay, but Indiana didn't. That's the difference.
Right.
But in terms of what you inherited, it was complete and utter garbage. And these guys are way ahead of the curve and trendsetters. And Michigan State's coach isn't doing it, and he still talks bad about it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we talked about how much he hates the portal. I know he still uses it, but does he use it as aggressively or as effectively, right? Because, John, you say it's a moving target. It's about results. Does he use it as effectively as Michigan or some of the other programs? That's been a Spartan gripe for years. Now, whether you're willing to own that you're jealous of Michigan or not, maybe you're too prideful to do so, but this is the thing you said you wanted your program to do. And they're doing it, and they're doing it well, and they're the number one team in the country.
Yeah, and it is your rival. It's only 45 minutes away, and you're going to have to sit there and watch this team. Now, again, it's not April. No one is winning a national title because Michigan won in East Lansing, and we have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow night, but it is a marquee matchup, and there's a lot of people that are excited to see, can Dusty May, can this team actually be the team that they've shown to this point this year?
It's a huge matchup. Duke's the best team they've played, we'd say. Michigan's a 2.5-point favorite, neutral site. You got Boozer. Cam Boozer's had a great season. But Michigan's got the front court to defend him. I'm fascinated to watch. Michigan, I think, should win the game. And yeah, like MSU had their shot at the Breslin and didn't beat Duke. So if we want to continue to create the comparison, we'll get some of your feedback next. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch some of these great moments, whether it's college basketball, it's the NBA games that we're loving here right now, or maybe it's, hey, hockey's going to be back in just a little bit. We got the Olympics right now. The best place to watch it, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
I'll be jealous if they win the national title. Another says, I'd hold off on jealous comments until Michigan wins something. Number 1 in February is great. March and April, that's what matters.
It's not wrong.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just mean like the way Michigan's doing this. This is the way you guys have been asking Tom to do this. Aggressive portal stuff in addition to player development.
I do think tomorrow night's going to be huge in terms of like, where is this really at? Where's this team at? We speculated, are they an iconic team? Basically, what you're seeing tomorrow is a prelude to a regional final in some ways, I think. You're on a neutral site or a Final Four semi game. I mean, it could be a national championship repeat again. What I'm saying is I think it's a big spot. You're going to have plenty of Duke fans there.
Yep.
I would imagine they'll have the home court advantage in that. But to see what
I don't know. Michigan's got a big contingent in the D.C. area.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing, and I just think this is going to tell us, like if I'm open to the possibility that they beat Duke by double digits, and if they do, what people are going to start saying. I also have a ton of respect for Duke this year. They've only lost 2 games by a total of 4 points. So
yeah, and look, and they played MSU very tough at Breslin and beat them. So
yeah.
I mean, that's if you're looking for comparables. I'd also point out, though, one of Duke's losses was to North Carolina, road rivalry game. Michigan has played those road rivalry games and won. I mean, I think Michigan's a notch above. That doesn't mean that Michigan can't lose or won't lose, but I think Michigan should win this game.
Duke has the high rolls that they can win this game. And I think if Duke does, I'm not going to come in here Monday morning and say, oh, what's wrong with Michigan? They lost in a neutral court to Duke. Hey, they'll have something to prove later if they were to be in the tournament, but I'm not going to be concerned if Duke would win.
You don't think we'll do the topic, are you jealous of Duke on Monday?
Oh, you guys might do the topic, but it's not going to be how I feel.
I got you.
Let's put it this way, though, Greg, and I agree. Look, Michigan's title chances are not over if they lose the game tomorrow night. What I'm saying is if they have a convincing win tomorrow night, it's putting college basketball on notice that people are going to say it's them versus the field. They will. That will be, if Michigan wins big time tomorrow night, that is going to be what people are saying.
So what are the stakes tomorrow night? Does Michigan have more to gain by beating Duke or lose?
I think they have more to lose.
I don't think so. ESPN Analytics has them as a 93% chance to be a 1 seed. Now, this could give them almost a assuredly number 1 overall seed, kind of like how Auburn was that last year, and they still lost 3 out of the last 4. But I don't think it's important to be the number 1 overall seed. It is important to be the number 1 seed. I think for Duke, they can get into that high percentage of a number 1 seed, whichever one it is, 1 through 4, with the win against Michigan.
But Greg, what does Michigan gain with a win versus lose with a loss? What are they gaining with the win? We already view them as the number 1 team who decapitates people. A win just continues that belief. A loss is a crack. It's only 1 loss, but this team's only lost 1 game all year.
Okay, they're just a 1 seed.
Yeah, but then I know you're
so I think there is more to
eyes.
gain than there is to lose, because if you lose, then and you're still in position for that 1 seed, and it doesn't affect you at all in the Big Ten. If you win. And you could say, well, okay, Michigan is supposed to be a better team than Duke, so if they win, they just did what they were supposed to do. Duke does carry some clout.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they're certainly a blue blood. And if you beat them, now all of a sudden I think there's more to be gained. There's more legitimacy to this season if they beat Duke.
I do think there's a danger if Michigan does have a convincing win tomorrow that they think they're invincible. And it goes to some of these techs who have said you don't win it in February.
Right.
So there is, I think, look, you don't know how that's going to work within that team. They're going to get, the nature of the sport, they're going to get scared somewhere down the line no matter what.
That's why I bristle a little bit internally at the thought of Michigan versus the field, Michigan Invitational. That kind of wording I don't like.
I agree. Look at the talking point world we are in right now. ESPN, this is going to be one of their things. This is what PTI is going to do on Monday if Michigan has a convincing win. They're going to say, is it Michigan versus the field? That's what they're going to do.
Some text coming in. Guys, if you're ever jealous of your rival, they aren't your rival. You should never envy your rival. John, do you agree with that?
You can respect them, and you could be,
I think you could be jealous of a team if they're doing things you wish your team was doing. It doesn't have to be recruiting. It could be, boy, I wish we played a certain style.
Sure. Or there's a lot of different things that you can respect about a rival's program. And I mean, don't think that there wasn't a whole lot of anger when Michigan couldn't find a way to win in 17 years, or they won one in 17 years against Ohio State, where you're like, I wish that we could recruit some receivers like that.
Right. Yeah. Jealous of the Big Ten titles they're stacking.
Yeah.
Or after Michigan wins 4 in a row and then Ohio State comes in here and just sits on them for the entire game, and you just kind of tip your cap at Ohio State. Like, wow, they're really good this year, and we're not so good.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. MSU fans are so cute, having a good season and immediately need a comparison, and maybe I read that wrong. Michigan fans are so cute, having a good season and needing a comparison and vindication from Michigan State. No MSU fan is jealous of Michigan, and anyone who says they are isn't a true Spartan.
Oh.
Point blank. MSU does spend on their roster. They paid a pretty penny to keep players such as Carr. Spending on transfers doesn't always work, but Dusty did a great job bringing in the right players, signed Tyler.
Right, this year. And I think you always have to couch everything with this year.
MSU fans are the SpongeBob meme. They're Squidward watching everyone else having fun playing outside from his house inside. Nothing will improve as long as Izzo is here.
I don't understand the SpongeBob references.
Basically, everybody else having a good time using the portal, and Izzo's watching the kids at recess have fun.
Okay. Thank
John's
you.
not a SpongeBob guy.
No.
Not a surprise. No. Also not a GQ guy, as we learned today. Also not a surprise. You're not a sophistication kind of guy, right?
Oh, I can be sophisticated. Not my cup of tea, the GQ issue.
We did see that their target audience is 20 to 44.
Right, yes. But even when I was in that age frame, I wasn't necessarily their target audience.
You weren't high fashion?
Well, if their high fashion was going to be jeans and flannel.
Yeah, they do like pop culture. They do like movies and fashion. And
yeah, I was never really into the skinny jeans thing.
No? Surprise there. Upset of the century.
Yeah. Now, I put on some jeans that look like skinny jeans, but they weren't intended to be.
Sheesh. Cade's on the cover of GQ. He dropped 42 last night at the Garden. We're going to talk about it in the 9 o'clock hour. We've got the cookie jar as well. We'll do that at 9:02 on this Friday. Some text coming in. MSU fan, I can definitely admit I'm envious of the way Michigan looks right now. I just want to win a championship, whatever it takes. Being stubborn about the portal isn't the right way. That's Frank. Michigan fan here. As good as they've looked, they are by no means invincible, as shown by the first 30 minutes against Northwestern this month.
Yeah, but then they played the last 15 minutes.
Flip the switch. Guys, They have more to gain by a mile. Win the game, and it's a free roll to the 1 seed. Losing the game doesn't really change anything for Michigan. Guys, it's just a game. Win or lose, the season moves on. Michigan will be a number 1 seed either way, and they will have credibility as a great team regardless.
Most likely, yeah.
Wishing your team would do things like another isn't jealousy. Yes, it isn't it? It's envy. It's jealousy. I like what they're doing. I wish I was doing it. That's jealousy. I hate to go all Websters on people, but
Are you talking about the little guy?
Sure. We will get to the cookie jar. Some good conversation, including an Olympics debate involving Eileen Gu and her response to the question, is it 2 golds lost or 2 silvers won? A classic if you're not first, you're last question. Plus a teacher in Texas, Heather thinks it's foul. It's 97.1.
It's a massive weekend coming up in sports, and all the action starts this afternoon when Team USA men's hockey faces Slovakia in the semifinal round. Canada and Finland will drop the puck in the other semifinal matchup this morning at 10:40. Gold medal game is scheduled for 8:10 a.m. on Sunday. Then tomorrow's the biggest college basketball day of the season so far. Of course, number 1 Michigan and number 3 Duke will meet in the nation's capital for the highest-ranked regular season meeting between any two teams this year. But number 2 Houston and number 4 Arizona will also play each other, marking just the third time in college hoops history the top 4 teams in the nation all play each other on the same day. Coincidentally, the first 2 instances both involve Michigan and Michigan State. Back in the fall of 1992, the Fab Five were the number 1 team in the country and traveled to Cameron Indoor Stadium to play number 4 Duke in a rematch of the 1992 national championship. Duke won that game 79-68. On that same day, number 3 Kansas took down Bob Knight and second-ranked Indiana. The instance did not happen again until 2019 when number 1 Michigan State lost to number 2 Kentucky in the Champions Classic. On that same night, number 4 Duke defeated number 3 Kansas. In tomorrow's meeting, Michigan is favored by 2.5 points against the Blue Devils, who are led by Wooden Award favorite Cameron Boozer. That game tips off at 6:30. We've also got the first spring training game for the Tigers tomorrow as they face the Yankees just after 1 o'clock. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, if you're looking for a great place to work out, you got to check out Planet Fitness. They got some great offers going on right now. $1 down gets you in the door, $15 a month. But first month right now is absolutely free. You like what you see, $24.99 a month gets you the Black Card membership, and it gives you access, obviously, to the entire Black Card spa, but it also gives you unlimited guest privileges. So you can take somebody with you every time you go. It also gives you the opportunity to go to any location. So if you're working somewhere, maybe it's far away from home, you want to be able to work out after work, you want to be able to work out, when you leave home, it gives you all those different options. And it's a knowledgeable staff. They offer free fitness training at every level of membership. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
We'll be talking more about the Pistons coming up at 9:35. What a moment for Cade at the Garden. Put him on the cover of GQ. Go out and deliver like that. No Duran. No Stu. Didn't even ball hog either to score his 40. He had 13 assists. We'll talk about Cade in the moment that he's having. Some reaction to the cookie jar. Big Tough John sounds like a child talking about how lemon seed is icky.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to get the lemon seed stuck at the bottom of my straw. And then every time you inhale, it gets right back in there. I'm trying to make sure I don't become
I don't
a drop.
like the lemon either, Jeff.
Yeah.
You've never had lemon poppy seed,
I
you
never
said.
had the lemon poppy seed
Yeah.
muffin, but I don't love lemon in general. Like, I don't want lemon in my water.
Right.
Just preference.
I'm just not a lemon fan.
Yeah, me neither.
Do you guys like lemon pie?
No.
Not really.
I don't like lemon.
Key lime?
No.
It's more of a texture thing for me, though.
No, I mean, I'll eat the whipped cream on top.
Key lime pie is excellent.
Good for you.
No.
Yeah, I'm with Heather on this.
It's just a texture thing, I think.
It's
More
a
so
flavor
me.
thing for
and
me.
And a flavor, but also
Yeah.
texture. I don't.
Shepherd's?
Shepherd's pie? Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Got me.
Tex says, didn't Heather quit teaching? She's the last person I would take advice from about a teaching aspect. A quitter.
Oh, no.
Come on.
You
right.
moved on from teaching
Yes.
to a different opportunity.
That's harsh. Another says, Heather with L after L this morning. Jim keeps bringing up that teachers don't make that much money. They know how much they make. They shouldn't spend money that's going to put them in a bind financially, and they shouldn't charge their students. Absolutely foul. If it was an office pizza party with adults, sure, charge. But charging kids? Ridiculous, from an unnamed texter.
Okay.
So that's created quite the heated response.
As it did online.
Eileen Gu is stuck up, in my opinion. Her representing China is all a money grab for herself.
That's part of it.
I can't get past the fact that her name is Gu from an unnamed texter.
Trust me, I've been stuck on that as well. It always takes me back to The Wedding Singer when he says, Julia Gulia. Did nobody else think of that?
No.
Oh.
How do you feel about her representing China? Because people should know she was born here,
went to school here,
trained
raised
here,
yeah,
and is representing China in the Olympics.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it.
Her mother was Chinese.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
Right, but she was born here.
She was.
Raised
No, I
here.
know, but it didn't finish the story. I mean, there's a reason why.
Sure. And I mean, I've always said, like, we covered this conversation, I think, last Summer Olympics, because we had some athletes do it as well. And if you spent any length of time overseas because your parents were working there, or maybe they were from there and you went back to, the motherland for a length of time, I get that. But if you have spent your entire life here and you were born here, you trained here, you used all of the opportunities that were provided to you by this country and created your own, I don't understand why you would go compete for another country.
Well, it's pretty obvious why she's doing it, right? She's going to get millions from the Chinese government, yes?
Sure.
I did want to point out that when I was a young lad, I did have a dream playing in the basketball hoop in a driveway that I would be the point guard of the Polish national basketball team and we'd turn into an international power and win the gold medal.
So, like, people come from other places. Like, my mom's side's Irish, my dad's side's Italian. I guess in theory, I could compete for either of those teams in the Olympics.
Well,
I mean, she's allowed to do it.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
I mean, do I love it?
Is she allowed
no,
to?
but she is.
Okay, that is
She's
of
not the only
descent.
one.
Like, how far back are you going before a relative actually lived there?
And I was just going to say, I would rather compete for this country where I was born, raised, and grew up. But
Sure.
if I was not good enough, which we see in other sports,
Right,
someone's
you
like,
can go lose for another country.
right,
Fine.
it's like, hey, Greg, maybe the Polish team does need a shorter point guard. But like, I don't think like that's what it turns into, right? Is
you may have other, assets,
right,
than just the short point guard.
But that's typically what we see is if you can't make the United States team, it's no skin off my nose if you still want to compete in the Olympics for a secondary country.
So
Does that
it's
bother
just
you?
an issue because she's good.
Yeah. You want her winning golds, or in this case, silvers for the United States.
A safety country.
Like a B team, like people growing up have like their second team.
No, well, like Purdue was my safety school.
Okay.
So it's Doug's too. Yeah.
But I don't know, do we have it confirmed how much she's making to do this?
I don't know how much she makes from
the Chinese
the
government.
skiing and this, but she does a lot of other things. She's a model. She signed with IMG Models. She made $23 million last year. I believe she is the second highest paid female athlete in the world.
But she could still make money from those advertisers as United
And then her
States.
endorsement. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure she could.
Yeah. But if the implication is she's doing this because she's making more money to compete for China, I guess I don't know all that goes into it, but my thought would be we should pay the best to compete for us. We shouldn't get outbid by China. Like on some level, I kind of feel that way. Like, why are we losing the bidding war to China? We're this great country. Pay her the same. We want her representing the USA. We want the stars and stripes on that gold medal. We want her on the podium playing the Star Spangled Banner. Is it worth it to us or not?
I don't know how Olympians are paid by the government.
You get paid per medal, don't you?
I have no idea.
I think I don't remember what it is. I know that there is a fixed amount for bronze,
Sure.
fixed amount for silver, for gold.
Sounds good. I have no idea.
Gu is a cultural icon in China. You can't buy that. She's all over everything over there. People compete for their countries, for the pride of their family heritage, too. It's fake outrage because it's China this time.
Well, it can be real outrage. Doesn't mean it has to be fake.
I do believe that the China thing is part of it. A part of what's drawing the outrage, for lack of a better word.
China. Remember that one?
Yes. And I will avoid from commenting.
We had someone text in, and I wanted to find it, that they did not like the question that was asked to Eileen Gu. The is it 2 golds lost or 2 silvers won? They thought that was a bad question to ask.
I thought it was a fine question, and she can answer it however she wants. We gave our answers.
Well, the point of the question is, wait, no one was critical of the question? Terrible question, particularly at the Olympic Games. Throw a wet blanket on a silver medalist. Shame.
That's how it comes across. I tend to agree. I'm right in the middle because instantly that's what I thought. Was like, oh my gosh, this girl just won a silver medal at the Olympics, right? And you're like poo-pooing it. Let's give her the credit where credit is due. But then I also think that, you can ask that question.
The assumption is because she won golds that are you disappointed that you didn't win gold?
Which is a fair question.
It's just a fair question, yes. And her answer could be anything. And I gave my answer.
I mean, it is like I said, it is a fair question. I don't love it, but I think it's fine to be asked. But I mean, she
don't
could
raise
have
your
said,
voice at us.
She could have. Am I raising my voice?
No.
Oh,
it's Mick Cronin.
Okay, I was like, oh my gosh, am I getting loud? She could have said, yeah,
That's
you
the
know
same
what,
thing
I'm
I tell my wife.
disappointed. But I kind of like that she didn't dwell on those things and said, no, I put it all out there. I'm great at what I do. I'm proud of my performance, and let's move on. Like, why are we dwelling in this, like, what I could have done? This.
Well, so my thought is, sports, you compete to be the greatest, the best, the Olympics.
Anything you do,
and,
right?
And she has proven to be a gold medalist several times to her own point, very much a decorated skier. The question is to learn about the mindset of a competitive athlete like her.
Mm-hmm.
There would be another athlete who could be asked the same question that would say, I judge myself by golds. A different athlete, a little more dog in him, would say it's just golds or nothing for me. I've won golds, bronze doesn't do it.
Hold on. It doesn't mean
I don't
you have to
know.
have a little more dog in you. I'll repeat my answer, and that is if I'm not competing against anyone else. I'm competing against myself repeatedly. I want to be better at what I'm doing, and whether it's this radio show or it was me as an athlete on any given day than I was the day before. And if I go out there and I give my best performance, what I think is the best I can do, then I can accept that.
Right.
If somebody else goes out there and they do something more and they earn gold, there's literally nothing physically I could do about it.
But at the same time,
Do I want gold? Yes.
I was just going to say, you go in with the goal in mind. And if you ever had a quarterback go, hey, I know we lost the Super Bowl, but I played my best game. So I'm
no, because
cool with
and there's
it.
also a difference between a team sport and an individual sport. She's performing and talking about an individual
But she is
sport
competing
versus
with other individuals to outperform them, to beat them. That's the whole point of the Olympics. It's not to go do your best time trial. It's to be the best.
And she gave her best.
Which wasn't good enough to win gold.
She got silver. That's
Right.
amazing. It's
And the
like
question
less
was
than
about
1%
gold.
of the population to get a silver medal at the Olympics.
She's one of the few who's shown to be capable of winning gold. That's why
4 years ago.
That question is because of how talented she is.
That was her capability 4 years ago. It wasn't her capability this time.
We're late for Heather's news. Let's get to
Oh,
it.
we've got news.
Oh yes. You get
my
you get
goodness.
90 seconds.
All right,
Give us your best.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. I saw some heartbreaking news online just now on my Instagram from the Detroit Zoo, you guys. This little giraffe calf passed away. Born on November 23rd of 2025. The zoo says that earlier this week, before the zoo opened, this young giraffe sustained significant injuries after running into a habitat viewing panel in her indoor habitat at the zoo. And because of that, she suffered some serious vertebrae injuries. And because of the severity of the injury and the poor prognosis,
That to be
didn't
put down.
make it.
Oh.
Oh, so sad. Sad news for sure. Let's get into some other news. Former HGTV star Nicole Curtis says somebody is trying to extort her. So Curtis is speaking out following the release of that viral clip that showed her using a racial slur during the filming of her show back in 2022, the Rehab Addict show. She says that somebody close to her attempted to blackmail her. So she says that the clip was not leaked by her production crew, but by somebody in her personal life who had access to the footage. And apparently, she says, demanded money in exchange for keeping the clip private. Obviously, she refused, and that clip was released. So she has released statements across multiple social media platforms. She's still expressing remorse, saying that, obviously she's sorry for what happened. She vows that it will never happen again. But she also says that the footage had been stolen and manipulated, edited, and sold to tabloids to coincide with the return of her TV show. She calls the act designed to create chaos of hate, fever, and disappointment.
Yeah, I'm not going to condone blackmail at the same time. You know how you can't be blackmailed for using the N-word? By never using the N-word.
Yep.
Right.
After months of speculation, I don't have much time, over whether the Bears would cross state lines out of Illinois, all signs now point to them moving to Indiana to build their new stadium. So Indiana lawmakers unanimously approved a bill that would clear a path for the Bears to build a stadium in Hammond, Indiana. The bill would create this new stadium, authority basically that could help finance and oversee the construction of this proposed domed stadium near Wolf Lake, which is about 25 minutes from Soldier Field. The Bears called the vote a meaningful step forward as negotiations in Illinois over public funding and tax structures have stalled. Their lease at Soldier Field runs through 2033.
So I've seen this interpreted two different ways. Some people say, no big deal. The New York Jets and Giants play in New Jersey. At the same time...
Okay, what if the Lions moved to Toledo?
I wouldn't like that.
Right, but if I was a Bears fan, sure, I wouldn't like it. Since I'm not, F the Bears, I don't care. Make it hard for the Bears fans to get there. Make it miserable for the Bears fans. Make it miserable for Ben Johnson to have to travel all the way to Indiana.
The Indiana Bears. That's something. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Cade Cunningham. He's something. It's 97.1. little more context. Gu chose to compete for China at 15 years old. Went back every year with her mom, who raised her as Chinese as a single parent. Leave her be. Another says, regarding Gu, you've did a segment on college athletes in the portal. How is this different?
I mean, she's just going to the highest bidder.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the Olympics are different because patriotism in your country, but not everybody chooses to view it that way.
Right. It's all a matter of what are your perspectives, and it's going to shape obviously your thoughts on a certain topic. And
with the exchange, I don't think she should be ashamed of winning silver. That's not what I'm saying. I just think like gold is the gold standard, and I think it would be like a human competitive reaction to be like, yeah, man, I'm kind of bummed. Like, I was this close. I came here to win gold. I've won gold before. I'm not saying she should feel like sorry for herself because she only won silver, but it should sting to not win gold. That's why the guy asked the question of, is it that you won silver or you lost gold? It's a great psychological question to get inside the mind of one of these elite athletes.
Yeah, but you don't like her answer, so you're not accepting her answer.
Well, I don't have to like her answer.
It's to me, there's always going to be a matter of.
I think a lot of elite competitors answer that differently.
Sure. And it's, if you are 4 years ago, she was the best in the world. And if you had asked her at that time, if she had gotten silver instead of, one of her golds, would she have been disappointed? She might have answered it differently.
Interesting.
4 years ago than 4 years older. Yeah, she's more experienced, but somebody else might be some young up and coming star that just
is better.
Is better. And I'm not going to sit there and say because I didn't perform.
Yeah, I guess.
And do something that was outside my skill set.
There's levels to this, and we were talking a little off air. When you're judged by time versus as a team, or judged by judges, where it's even more out of your control, I suppose the answer could differ a little bit that way. You spoke about it like I'm competing with myself.
Yeah.
And that's true, you're the only one going down the slope at a time, but you are being judged against other people.
Yes, you are, but ultimately you can only do what your physical capabilities are. You're not going to have some out-of-body experience and then go down the hill 4 seconds faster than you've ever done in your life. You can only do what you're capable of doing. And if you have a perfect run, or if I played a perfect game, which never happened, then I could look at it and say, well, that's the best I could do. That's why I'm always competing with myself. And I was talking to you guys at the break about, I was always compared at the time that I played with Willie Anderson, who was the tackle for the Cincinnati Bengals. And he was a completely different player than me. And I wasn't going to compare myself to him in regards to, well, I'm going to try and do what Willie does. I had to be able to be confident enough that, my good was going to be good enough, but that I could only do what my body, what my skill set and my strengths and work on my weaknesses allowed me to do. It did me no favors to compare myself to anyone else. Yeah. Because then you go down a rabbit hole that's where they talk about the mental toughness and how are you able to handle the competition and the pressure. It does help a lot if you're just sit there. I'm simply competing with myself. Yes, I'm a part of a team, and we're going to go out there and try and win. And if you come short of the Super Bowl, it's a failure.
Yeah.
Look at Alyssa Liu last night. She's someone who didn't skate with the pressure that she had to win the gold medal or had to win a medal at all. And look with the joy that she skated and performed with. And ironically enough, that's what helped her win the gold medal.
Mm-hmm. See, that's the interesting way of looking at it, right? What's your mindset need to be to win the gold? And maybe for her, this is the mindset that has propelled her to be, in this case, silver, but previously gold. Anyway, we said we'd talk Pistons basketball, and I want to make sure we capitalize on the buzz from last night, John, because people are buzzing on their way to work today, driving around. The Pistons, it's a regular season game, but let's talk about it. You start the second half, and you don't have Duren, you don't have Stu, and it doesn't matter. They beat the Knicks again, and Cade Cunningham goes for 42 points.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, you look at it's not like he was just taking all the shots. You look at what his stat line was, double-digit assists, and he was setting up other guys. Like, that's what it takes to win. You're going to have performances like that from your star. in terms of scoring and putting points on the board, but you've also got to have, he realizes, I need a supporting cast. How do I make all of those around me better? And that's what I think separates him from a lot of other players in the NBA.
Today is going to be Cade Day from an NBA media standpoint. Like when you do that at the Garden, we could roll our eyes like whatever, New York market. That is the mecca of basketball to a lot of people. 42 points, and it's not selfish ball hoggery. He had 13 assists. It wasn't lame foul baiting. He had 3 free throws.
Mm-hmm.
He did it the day they put him on the GQ cover. Cultural relevance, stardom awaits, and then he delivers on it. He calls himself the best American playing, and then he does that. He talks about I don't need to draw fouls, and he does that. He says I'm on the same level as SGA and Jokic, and now people are going to talk about him as the MVP of the league today. Today's a Cade day. And, John, can we say Cade Cunningham is the MVP?
I think he is. I think he should be. Now, how much of it is SGA has won it once, and his team is right there again, and it's reputation. He's continuing to build Cade his own reputation, and I think he's done a phenomenal job at it. He's done a tremendous job of building his case. And if you're going to go out there and say, yes, I should be the MVP, and say all the things that he said, you got to be able to back it up. And he does.
That was a loud case for MVP when you put all of it together. I don't have my other all-star. By the way, who's Cade's Robin? He doesn't have one. And I'm not saying that to dog Duren. Duren's not a guy you give the ball to and say, go create offense. He'll catch oops, he'll rebound. He's valuable, especially on the defensive end. Cade doesn't have a true Robin. You know who does? Nikola Jokic. He's got Murray. He's finished 1 and 2 in the MVP for like 5 straight years. He's going to be there. He's a hell of a basketball player. He leads the league in rebounding and assists. Not since Wilt have we seen somebody doing that. But he might not get to 65 games. He can't miss one more. We were doing the math pre-show. And SGA, I think I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but to say Cade's on his level is accurate, and who means more to their team? SGA's got Chet and Jalen Williams. Who's the Robin for Cade? Who's the most valuable player? It's Cade Cunningham. Now, it's February 20th, so look, if they handed out the award today, I'd give it to Cade. They've got to finish the season doing this, and I think they know that, but I have no issue making the case for Cade Cunningham to be the MVP today.
No, I mean, and it's some of it is measurables, points, assists, rebounds, wins and losses. All of those different things are all measurables. But one of the things that I think Cade does best, because he doesn't have that Robin, and you could talk about Jalen Duren being a part of that equation, but it's Paul Reed, it's Dennis Jenkins, it's Ron Holland, Asar Thompson, Tobias Harris. Mm-hmm. It's all of these guys that he makes better, and you're down Jalen Duren, so, hey, let's go to Big Ball Paul. Let's make somebody else my number 2 for the night, because that's what we need to win. Cade makes those around him better.
I like Big Ball Paul. It's B-Ball Paul, but I like
Big
Ball.
Yeah.
He steps up. He's got some cojones.
Big Ball. Yeah. I mean, he can stand for a number of different things.
Thank you, TJ. 248-539-9797. We're talking Cade's MVP candidacy
favorite drop
with you guys. This one? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven them all, and I've driven a Ram. Loved my Ram. The Ram Truck Month deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, there's really no competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. Why would you trust any other full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Seems pointless, and it is. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. And with Ram's 5-link coil suspension, all it takes is one test drive to feel how much smoother a Ram's ride actually is. Right now, Ram's Truck Month lease payments are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and it's just that easy, and tell them I sent you.
Something was going on. Rick Mahorn feeling a certain type of way. Mark Champion, Rick Mahorn on the call of that dunk by Cade Cunningham, left-handed throwdown at the Garden last night. We've been asking people, is Cade the MVP? 248-539-9797. John, this text says, can we say he's the best individual athlete in the state of Michigan? Or do we have to give it to the quitter who takes the mound every 5 days and then leaves in the 6th inning because he has a couple of awards? It's debating whether to read the whole text, but just to give you a sense of where that guy's head's at. The first part is is an interesting debate. Is Cade the best athlete in the state of Michigan?
So when you're talking athlete, now you're comparing athletes to other sports. I mean, I don't really like getting into that. Like, who is the bigger superstar? Is that the better question?
Well, I don't know. How do you want to answer it? Because we could take this a number of ways. If you want to just say superstar, I mean, Cade's on magazine covers. I think basketball is a more inherently star-driven game.
I think if you're talking about who is clearly he's the MVP of his team and could be the MVP of the league. I don't know that we have anybody else that's in that conversation other than Skubal, but then you're starting to compare, like, Skubal doesn't play offense.
Right. Cade plays both ends of the floor. Are we holding it against Skubal that he's not Shohei?
Right.
Because Skubal he won't win an MVP, I don't believe, as a pitcher, but there are cases to be made for, is he one of the 5 or 6 most valuable players in a given year? Yeah, you could.
Think of it this way. The league runs a promo for their league.
Yeah.
And they show like really quick clips of players making great plays. Mm-hmm. Is Tarek Skubal part of the MLB highlight package?
Yes.
Is Cade part of the NBA highlight package?
Yeah.
They both are. And those are the clear top 2, right? Like there's no one else in consideration?
No, not to the level of those guys.
Right. Like football's super popular, but I don't think, I think Sewell's the best player on the Lions. I don't know that a tackle gets the love. You know that.
Yeah, some of those montages do have Penei Sewell in it, though.
St.
They
also
have Hutch.
St. Brown, all-pro.
Brown. Yeah.
What about when you speculate Hall of Fame candidacy?
Cade's 24 years old.
I know.
Right, and it's too early to be talking about it for Amon-Ra St. Brown, for Hutch, for...
I think with Sewell, you can really start going there.
You could start having that conversation.
There's not... His skill won't keep him from the Hall of Fame. Health will.
Correct.
Skubal?
Unless you're Tony Baselli.
Skubal, not enough... what was that, a shot there?
What he's going into is, 6th year?
Yeah.
And, Tony Baselli only played 7.
Yeah, I know, and he shouldn't be in, but that's what my opinion is. Now you got me off track.
You're saying something with Skubal?
We're getting ready for Stoney next week, aren't we?
Yeah.
Skubal as a Hall of Famer. He's got 2 Cy Youngs.
Has to do more.
He still has to do more. Like, if he retired today, he wouldn't be a Hall of Famer.
Right.
I'll put Cade in the Hall of Fame right now.
What? He's made 2 All-Star games.
Yeah.
What?
What's his other qualification?
That he's going to get in. I think
those are 2 different things.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking here.
Okay. Will he eventually get in the Hall of Fame? I mean, it's still so crazy to say, but
again, I think
Hall of Fame, call your shot.
I would buy stock in him as a Hall of Famer. I would. I'd buy stock.
It's probably much the same that you just said about Penei Sewell. The only thing that would keep him out is health.
So I think I would forecast Sewell and Cade make the Hall of Fame. I don't know about Skubal yet because pitching he hasn't done enough. He doesn't have enough on his resume to suffer a catastrophic injury.
Okay, so I mentioned Cade was on the cover of GQ, and it's the headline, Meet the NBA's Surging New Superstar, Cade Cunningham. People have pointed out that the Pistons have had a player on GQ before. You got to go back to 1995, Grant Hill. Here's Grant Hill in the oversized suit. Remember when those were super popular?
Sure, yeah.
And it says, can Grant Hill save sports? Do you want to know what some of the other stories at the time were? 101 Reasons Baseball is Dead.
Well, this was right after the lockout, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dick Vitale must be stopped.
Still going.
Can Foreman beat Tyson?
Oh, wow.
Slippery Fran Tarkenton.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Can we hear the Rick Mahorn one more time? I think that's hilarious. You okay? That's my favorite part. You okay? No, I need to change my clothes.
That's a great moment. I was telling Doug, I was like, you guys got to play that during your show today at some point for people.
Man, that's classic.
And I love, like, we're just getting started here. You know, like the ramp up for the playoffs. The second half just started last night for the Pistons. The ramp up is here, man. Like the exciting moments of last night, we should have a bunch more. Think about the games they've got coming up. Spurs twice, Thunder, Cavs with Harden twice. And then we get into like playoff atmosphere. We had the guy that referenced, I want to get to my first Pistons playoff game in a long time. What that place was like last year should go to another level. People are going to go in with expectations now, expecting to win, celebrating.
Yeah, and the expectation is not just you win one. It's going to be multiple.
Yeah, I mean, if you sit today, the team you're most concerned with in the East it's not the Knicks. They swept the Knicks. They beat the Knicks down. It's probably the Celtics, right?
Probably. And TBD on Cleveland, just to see how they gel with James Harden. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that the number one competition will be Boston.
Yeah, and especially whatever happens with Tatum. If they can get him back looking decent,
yeah,
they're the biggest threat in the East.
Sure.
And the Vucevic thing, I'm curious to see. I think that move was made in mind, knowing I got to play physical with the Pistons. I got to have a big that he could shoot threes, but also make an impact around the rim too. I think that's we got to counter Jalen Duren move.
Yep.
That Boston made at the deadline.
Look at you guys. No love for Cleveland.
No, I just said Cleveland. You were walking in at the time. Yeah, I said Cleveland, depending on how things gel with James Harden.
Things seem to be gelling pretty well with him.
Yeah, for now.
Yes, for now. But the thing that strikes me with Cleveland is at least the last couple games with them, Harden is not hunting shots. He's not getting selfish. He's actually doing his job of distributing the ball, and he's kept his scoring in check without having to go off for James Harden points. And they've won. It's good. I think there's three legitimate contenders in the Eastern Conference: Boston, Cleveland, and Detroit.
No love for the Knicks?
None. Not even a little. Screw the Knicks. What have they done?
It was a joke.
No, I understand. I'm just laying into it. I'm like, the Knicks. What have the Knicks done? Nothing.
Well, they came into Detroit last year and won the series.
Yeah, that was a year ago.
I know. Things are very different right now.
That's exactly my response when we had
Okay, good. Good on you for 2025.
Yeah.
That's 2026, baby.
They have to be looking at the Pistons as a nightmare scenario in the playoffs.
Oh, they have got to be just hating themselves. They don't want to face this. They don't want any of this.
Carson Anderson coming up next. It's 97.1.
We have a huge weekend in sports coming up. Today, Team USA men's hockey looks to advance to the gold medal game in these Olympics when they face Slovakia in the semifinals. That game starts at 3:10. The bronze medal game is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, but hopefully Team USA is playing in the gold medal game, which is on Sunday morning at 8:10. Tomorrow, Michigan basketball has their toughest test of the season as they'll face number 3 Duke in a neutral site game in Washington, D.C. That tips off at 6:30 tomorrow night. Michigan favored by 2.5 points. Tigers baseball also returns tomorrow for their first spring training game. They've got the Yankees at 1:05. Cater Montero will start on the mound for Detroit, while Kevin McGonigal gets the start at shortstop. The Pistons face the Bulls on the road tomorrow. That's an 8 o'clock tip right here on 97.1. Michigan State Hoops also has a home game against Ohio State on Sunday. That's a 1 o'clock start time. And how could we forget? Team USA women's curling is in the medal round right now for the first time since 2002. The Americans taking on Switzerland in the middle of the 8th end, trailing 4-3 with 1 stone left to throw. And the other semifinal match between Sweden and Canada, that's tied 2-2 in the 6th end. The winner of both semifinals and women's curling will meet bright and early at 5 in the morning local time on Sunday to compete for a gold medal. Bronze medal match is at 8:05 tomorrow morning. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more information and the latest, go to 971 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
don't normally start the show off like this. I can't wait to find out why. Jug is on his way back in here in just a second, but it is the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1. I look forward to taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. Get that out of the way. Big night for the Pistons last night. That was a lot of fun watching the dismantling of the New York Knickerbockers at the historic Madison Square Garden. I say that with, yes, a very heavy eye roll. And 15 points was the difference between the two teams. One team played without a couple really important pieces, and the other team lost by 15. That's what happened. Right, Jug?
Yes. Sorry, I'm late.
It's all right.
It's one of those mornings.
As I said, this is going to be interesting. Why?
Yeah. Just a late addition to the show, and I had to get some stuff done for that.
Okay.
It's not breaking news or anything. It's just something that's interesting, and I'm like, ooh, and started unearthing something, and I got caught in the
Didn't know if
office.
you were like flipping off a computer or something, or
No,
is that
no,
just my bag?
No, that's all good. All good. Sorry, I'm late.
It's okay.
Thanks for picking up the slack.
Sure. I did something yesterday that I won't know about until this afternoon at some point.
Say it again. Sorry.
I said I did something last night that I won't know how good or bad it is until later this afternoon.
Which is?
I went for the Greek yogurt treat.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So I got some Greek yogurt.
Yeah. Did you get the vanilla flavored?
No.
No,
I
okay.
got regular.
All right.
Full fat, not the non-fat, but regular Greek yogurt.
All right.
And I added. I took it out of the container. So I on another dish, like a Tupperware type thing.
Mm-hmm.
Put it, smeared some on the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Then added some broken up graham crackers, the cinnamon graham crackers.
Yeah.
And then another layer of the Greek yogurt, and then I took some ginger snaps.
Yeah.
And then another layer of the yogurt, and then a little mishmash of the both, and then covered it with some more yogurt and put it in the fridge. We'll see how it is today.
Look, every decision that I make in terms of what I ingest is not about health. But are you trying to find? Am I trying to find healthier snacks? Yes, and this has become a go-to in our household. You leave it in the fridge for 24 hours. The cookies or the graham crackers kind of dissolve, and it gives you a real cheesecake kind of feeling, and you know, it's not for everybody. But if you're looking for a little bit of a healthier snack idea, it's worked for me. So I'm going to be intrigued to get, because I have a feeling if I endorse something, people go, but if you endorse something, I think people will perhaps jump on board and buy it.
This might be true. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. I thought about trying a little taste this morning and said, no, it's got to go a little more marinating.
Yep. No, well, I'm look forward to you reporting back, and then see if Kang doesn't like Greek yogurt. So,
no, he does not.
But he comes back on Monday. That game last night. Wow. There's a lot of talking points that come out of it. One of them of which is the slow realization that the Pistons are an absolute NBA wagon right now. And they've given the Knicks now their worst loss of the season, their second worst loss of the season, and their fifth worst loss of the season. And, you know, I don't know what else to say about our team when it comes to proving things. It's a pretty big stretch. If you look at the opponents that they are playing coming out of the All-Star break, I mean, I guess this is one of the moments where those around the league that are even remotely dismissive of the Pistons as a legitimate NBA title contender can look at this stretch of games where they play New York. They're in Hammond tomorrow night. They've got San Antonio Monday, Oklahoma City Wednesday, Cleveland Friday, at Orlando Sunday, at Cleveland Tuesday, at San Antonio the following Thursday. That is quite a stretch.
That's quite a schedule.
Yep.
That's quite a schedule. I had to look up the slang term wagon just so I understood.
Yeah.
In sports, a wagon describes a very good or dominant team.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know.
Yeah. So there you go. And
I'm just not hip. Now, I feel more hip now.
Does it apply? Well, I've got kids, right?
Right.
Does it apply?
100%.
Yeah.
Sorry, 100.
I had the feeling watching that game last night, that the Knicks are having the realization that they got a legitimate problem. And, I recall after the going to work Pistons won the NBA, and then watching them having a slow realization that that another title might not happen, or that somebody else was about to take over. And, the Knicks didn't win the title, although they did win the highly, highly coveted NBA Cup. But the fact of the matter is, I think last night was the realization for the Knicks that they got a problem. They got a legitimate problem. And there is a case to be made around the NBA, and a case to be made that what matters is what happens in the postseason, of course, and that postseason basketball is different. But I'm not quite sure what else can be done in a regular season to prove credibility as an NBA title contender than what the Pistons have done so far. Now, if they continue in this stretch of games to mow people down, then I don't, I think everybody's going to be talking about them. And last night also felt significant. Well, we'll get into it, but as far as this team is concerned, the Knicks have a problem. And, we're not doing New York radio and try and fix their problem.
Nope.
But I'm not sure what argument could be made that the Knicks and Pistons, that this is going to be, I don't want to get carried away, but Detroit has sent a loud and clear message this season to New York.
They've just dominated. Flat out dominated. I mean, the first two games were way lopsided. This one was lopsided. I mean, a 15-point win without two key defensive players, and Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart. Now Duren comes back to the team after serving the 2-game suspension. So when they play tomorrow night in Hammond, they'll be all right.
Holland was back, which is nice.
Ron Holland Jr. was back. Gave them some quality minutes. Everybody off the bench gave them quality minutes. I mean, that's the exciting thing about this team, is that they bring guys off the bench and they all can do the same things. It's great. They can all score at different various ways, and they all play defense. They're all hustle, and they know that their limits their minutes are limited, and they're going to make the most of it. I did see something emerge last night from the Knicks.
Yeah.
Another irksome player dons the Knicks jersey.
Who's that?
Did you see Jeremy Sochin?
Yeah.
That guy.
You don't like him?
No. Not at all. Not at all.
He's a guy
Gave a hard push to a foul to somebody. I think it was Tobias late in the game, out of bounds. I'm like, what is that?
Between him and Alvarado, they have excitement about role players that can bring something to the table. And I understand why. But at the end of the day, the Pistons' unselfishness and their defense, okay? Two things that box scores, well, you can measure defense in a box score. Unselfishness you can, I guess, as well. But I feel like both of them with the Pistons are off the charts. Their closeout, they're switching, they're making shots difficult. The unselfishness, the extra pass. I think on First Take this morning, one of the analysts said they'll make a good pass and follow it up with a great pass. And, they're just a pleasure to watch. So, look, the other thing that happened last night, of course, was with the realization that Cade is a legitimate MVP candidate. Mm-hmm. And the discussions this morning everywhere, it feels like, was a statement game. And, he's right in the thick of that mix. I want to get to that talk coming up. And Pistons send a message, right? Cade sends a message. What other observations did you have? Okay, that you watching that game last night? Sure, Cade gets the headlines, but what else really stood out to you last night about your Detroit Pistons, the best basketball team in the Eastern Conference and legitimate NBA title contender? What else really stood out to you last night? Your personal observations. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. They show up for the people who show up for Michigan. Their firm is built on respecting the hard work you do every day. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on the day after the Pistons annihilate the New York Knicks. Well, they didn't annihilate them, but they beat them pretty soundly, ran away in the second half.
They annihilated them.
126-111, the Knicks' fifth worst loss this season. The Pistons have now authored the Knicks' first, second, and fifth worst loss of the year. ESPN made the case this morning that Cade is an MVP. They called him a fresh face, a quiet personality, but a loud game. The Prime crew last night, it's almost as if they took the attitude of this broadcast, okay, Cade, show us what you got. And midway through the game, they were really starting to push the narrative that Cade is indeed a legitimate MVP candidate.
Well, look at the headline there on ESPN right now.
How big of a deal was the Knicks' loss last night? Or was there one before? Was that the headline?
That's all, yeah. I mean, this is, again, they're spinning it on the Knicks, but,
sure.
But it's because it's the new sheriff in town.
Well, yeah.
It's Cade Cunningham and the Detroit Pistons.
Yep.
And are they allowing Cade to show some emotion too? Don't do that. Don't give us emotional Cade. If Cade's going to start showing emotion now,
Yeah.
look out.
So I think they've stamped authentication of Eastern Conference title contender. Next week with the 3 games against the West's best is really to go even next level. But right now, really comfortable about them in this East, as I think everybody should be. But we've raved about Cade, and we'll continue to do so. The overall, what the team did last night. But what were your secondary observations? Cade is on the marquee, but what was the undercard observations from last night? And I got a couple, but let's get to the people first. 248-539-9797. Mark in Huntington Woods, you're on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Good morning, gentlemen. Always a pleasure to listen to your show. I really enjoy it.
Thank you.
My prime observation for last night, obviously Cade had a great game, but Paul Reed, again, his stat line was incredible. And that block he had on Cat was maybe my favorite play in the entire game. Clean block, sent him flopping to the ground. It was a real pleasure to watch. So, and also Cade, like you guys were mentioning, showing some real passion out there, which he hasn't usually done in the past. I think when you have your best player playing that hard with that much passion, it just really inspires the rest of the team. I'm not sure what you guys think about that.
Well, Mark, you hear it all the time. And when your best players are also your hardest workers, and we hear it about the Lions with Aiden Hutchinson and Amon-Ra St. Brown. You know, back in the day, famously, people talked about all the extra work that Jerry Rice did. And Cade is establishing himself right now as on the rise up the ladder as one of the best players in the NBA. And I think it applies here when your best players are your hardest workers. Also, I mean, on a night he had 42 points, he had 13 assists. So obviously his usage rate is through the roof. He's going to have the basketball in his hands at all times, but he's not afraid to make the right play, which isn't always his shot. It's sharing the basketball. He's got to be a pleasure to play with.
And only 3 free throw attempts last night, still has 42 points. I mean, how does he only have 3 free throw attempts?
Yeah, I mean,
hard to believe.
He doesn't foul hunt.
I was going to say, he's not hunting for fouls. It's not that he doesn't get hacked, because he gets hacked, but he's not. Right. That's not his sole purpose, to go there, get hacked, and, you know, on a shot that he has no chance of making, he's just trying to draw fouls like, you know, maybe Jalen Brunson might do. But he just gets the job done. He's knocking down shots. He's knocking down 3-pointers with some pretty good regularity now. And he had, 24 at the half, finishes with 42. It's a complete game from him. You mentioned Paul Reed, 18 points from Paul Reed, 7 of 9 from the field, 7 rebounds, 3 blocks.
So efficient.
Yeah, he's just been great. And then Tobias Harris is the silent guy who goes out there and just gives you a double-double.
Yeah, anytime it seems like the Knicks were calling back into it, seems like Harris made a play.
Yep.
Even LeVert, I thought LeVert was really good last night.
Harris is finding his way with this team.
Now.
Yeah, he's finding his way with this team still here a little bit. You know, in that fourth quarter, Paul Reed led the Pistons in scoring. Paul Reed had the block that he mentioned on Karl Anthony Towns. He also had a big play where the Pistons missed a shot. He got the offensive rebound, Paul Reed did, and kicked it out to Karis LeVert for a 3, which was, you know, amongst the daggers that were offered up last night. That was one of them.
Am I crazy in saying this, but did Paul Reed make a couple of layups that looked like they were really hard layups to make?
Yes, the high degree in traffic.
Yeah, it's not just, going to the layup drill and put, I mean, okay, it's short and close to the basket, but they were difficult shots, and there was one that was kind of an adjustment where it was a pass from Cade, I think, deep into the lane late in the game, and he was able to somehow catch it in the air and turn it into like this reverse layup. It was awesome. He's been very impressive for the Pistons.
Andrew's in Farmington Hills, and next here on 97.1. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning. I just wanted to talk about Dennis Jenkins a little bit. Yeah. The first moment that popped up in my mind was that pass to Paul Reed. Shot clock was going down. He made a play. He can consistently do that off the bench. I think it's just huge, because now it's like, you know, like last year there was Dennis Schroeder, but before that there was, like, without Ivy, there was a worry, like, Cade, one of the only ball handlers. You know, now you have this guy in Dennis Jenkins, who was a lot cheaper than Dennis Schroeder, which was huge. Save that cap space for extending your big-time players. But also, I mean, like, this dude's an absolute baller. I mean, he can do whatever you need defensively, offensively. He can get his own shot. He can play make. I mean, his intensity is insane. Like, he has been huge for this team.
No question. No question. And that play right before the shot clock expired early in the fourth quarter there last night. For people missed it, it's winded. Like there's 2 seconds left and he starts a drive. And I'm like, he's not going to get a shot off. And he didn't get a shot off. He made a pass to Paul Reed, who gets an and one with like a 1/10 of a second to go on the shot clock. He was awesome. And that play you referenced was really, really good. And, you think back to, him getting the two-way contract converted to a full-time NBA contract. He played his last year of college on that floor in Madison Square Garden for Rick Pitino, who was sitting in the front row last night. And I suspect Rick Pitino, who was his coach at St. John's, Rick Pitino was on the Restore the Floor podcast with Evan and Stoney, which, by the way, for Pistons fans, if you're always looking for content, check out Restore the Floor because those guys do a great job covering this team. Sort of an underrated thing that's done here at the station. Those guys' little side project, Evan and Stoney, so you can always get more. But they had Rick Pitino on, and he told a funny story about Danis Jenkins. He said he's been asking Danis to get him a Piston Danis Jenkins jersey. And Danis hasn't come through for him yet.
The hell, man.
Yeah. So I would imagine that last night, Rick Pitino, sitting in the front row, I bet he said something to him to get that jersey. I want to know, did Rick Pitino get his Danis Jenkins
Where's my jersey?
Right?
I think it's a legitimate question.
Yep. And do you want the home or the road? I mean, Danis was there in the road, but maybe he wants the home. I don't know.
Maybe he wants all of them.
But yeah, the first caller, we asked, obviously Cade's on the marquee, and we're getting Cade a lot of love today. And the team, overall, the team win was pretty impressive. What are your other observations? The first 2 calls that came in were about Paul Reed, Danis Jenkins. LeVert has got a little bit of love. Those were your 2 fourth quarter leading scorers last night. Paul Reed and Danis Jenkins. Which I'm sure had people scrambling in New York. Who are these guys?
Yeah. I mean, they know Cade.
Yeah.
But beyond that, they're like, oh, well, Tobias, okay. Mm-hmm. Duncan Robinson, no, that's new for us this year to go against. But yeah, this is not the same Piston team that got into the playoffs last year. This is a vastly improved Piston team. And, it's one thing to say that the bench has done such an amazing job, and the bench has done an amazing job. But I think that the maturation of Cade Cunningham is the difference on this team. He has taken his game to another level this year, and it's quite impressive to watch. The leadership is on full display.
248-539-9797. Rod's in Detroit. What's up, Rod?
What's up, fellas, man? I'll be listening to you guys all day, every day. I swear, I'm really loving what I'm seeing out of the fellas, man. They play with so much passion, like so much enthusiasm. Like, we got so much depth. I'm just so happy, and I just feel like we just messed up a lot of people. We just surprised the whole league. I'm glad that Cade is finally going into stardom. Like, I'm just so happy for him. And then I just can't talk so much about our coaching staff. Like, if you really look and see, they got a lot of good coaches, from Jared Jack to, from Luke Walton. Like, it's a lot of people get a lot of credit, but it's like, it's not going unnoticed on my end. I see the guys, they putting in the work. We got depth, like, from everybody can dribble, pass, shoot. Everybody is good, bro. Like, I can really like what I'm seeing out of the Pistons, and they giving me that old 04, 05 Pistons. You know what I'm saying, fellas?
Well, Rob, first of all, thank you for listening every day. And secondly is, we know exactly what you're saying. Yeah. And I feel like all of Detroit knows exactly what you're saying. It's a throwback team. Almost, yeah. I would imagine that in many ways, if you ask the Detroiter, what type of NBA team would you want? This is the type of team Detroit would request.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Right. And it's like everybody is playing defense. That's what I really love. That's what it's about. Like, defense wins championships. That's what we needed. Like, they was missing that. Like, the last couple of years, I know we was in a rebuilding stage, and Cade, we got our superstar. He was banged up the last couple of years. He got back healthy, you know what I'm saying? But we got a lot of guys that can all dribble, pass, and shoot. That's what I love to see, and everybody playing defense.
Rod, I really think you're onto something as far as a team that is absolutely just custom built for Detroit.
Yes.
It's the Detroit.
Yes.
It's this Piston team, exactly how we like our basketball teams to play. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. Cade's on the marquee. Team gets a big win. What were your other observations last night? What else stood out in a Piston 15-point win in the Garden against a fully loaded Knick team? Every time they played the Knicks, there was always a but
right.
Pistons won. Bush lost the season for Knicks. Yeah, but they didn't have OG Anunoby. They didn't have Karl Anthony Towns. Yeah, but first game of the year, first matchup of the year didn't really matter. This one mattered. Knicks were fully loaded. Pistons shorthanded. Pistons win by 15. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. That's the Get Up crew this morning, and they were at the game last night. And yeah, people are starting to, pay attention. People, I heard Tom Milliken this morning make the point. The producer of the morning show does a fine job. Made the point that in the league it does matter. And I know you kind of were making fun of the Garden, but if you go into the Garden, a nationally televised prime game, Ian Eagle on the call, you got a Van Gundy sitting next to him, and you make that kind of statement game, it does help for your MVP case. And, after the game, J.B. Bickerstaff said, you don't pick an MVP off of one game or one statement. He's been doing that all season long. It's just another night of him being the same. You asked the question, is Cade the new favorite amongst Detroit sports fans? Are you talking about all sports?
Yeah. Because I think he's getting there. I don't know if Skubal is, because everybody thinks that Skubal's going to leave. So it feels like he almost cheated there with the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think any other Tiger has earned that right to be called the favorite. You look at the Red Wings, and the Larkin has been somewhat polarizing, though being as good as he's been for Team USA, and hopefully this is the year. Maybe he's getting some of that. But even Mo Seider, a lot of those guys. There's a lot of guys in the running for the Red Wings, but none of them, I think, really vault past anything. Lions, you have maybe there's a bigger case to be made. I think everybody loves Jahmyr Gibbs. and Aiden Hutchinson, Jack Campbell. Is that what you wanted me to say?
Yep.
Yes, and love Jack Campbell. But Cade is the absolute superstar of the group. There's no questioning he's a superstar now. He's in discussions for the MVP. There's 3 guys that are going to get votes for the MVP, and Cade's one of them in the NBA.
Yep.
And, it's as much as I like the guys in the Lions, they're not the best at their position. They're not up for MVPs. All right, Jack Campbell, slow down. Nobody's talking about Jack Campbell for defensive MVP.
Well, don't say nobody.
You're not talking about Jack Campbell for an MVP either. But Cade is a legit MVP candidate, I guess. And I think if he isn't the number 1 favorite in Detroit right now, he's close to it.
Number 1 favorite athlete?
Yeah, I think the one thing that would maybe knock him down is because basketball isn't the number 1 sport among Detroit sports fans.
For some people it is, obviously.
Yeah.
But we know when it comes to things that we talk about that really get the phone lines hopping and get a lot of feedback and tracking listenership and all that. Yeah, it's not, but it could be getting it's moving up the ladder and getting its foothold back, if you will. Is Cade Detroit's current favorite athlete? We're probably going to be prisoner of the moment here a little bit, but you've got Jared Goff. His name is getting chanted at Red Wing games in Sunrise, Florida. So
he's somewhat polarizing too.
He kind of is. But I didn't know this. Do you know how many MVPs the Pistons have had as an organization?
None.
Yeah. They've never had the NBA MVP.
Isaiah was never, and he would have been the best.
Yeah. They never have had an NBA MVP. So he's in the mix. And we've had our share, like the Tigers organization had a bunch.
Yeah.
But, that goes back to Ty Cobb kind of stuff. But,
Sergey was probably the last for the
Sergey was the last for the Red Wings, won the Hart Trophy in 94. Barry Sanders won the NFL offensive MVP in 1997, MVP, sorry. The American League MVP, the last one the Tigers won was Miggy in 2013. I think it went JV Miggy. So, we had a well-represented stretch there. Yeah. Pistons haven't had one. And, I said a while ago I made a small wager when Cade was 33-1. And then earlier this week, didn't I say he was 12-1?
I think so.
I wonder what he is today, if that boosted his odds. What we got to remember is SGA was like minus 180. So he's still a big-time favorite to win the thing.
Yeah, but SGA didn't just beat the Knicks on national television.
No.
Well, on Amazon Prime, I guess, but it was national for the New York audience, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, Cade this week has gone from plus 1,200 to plus 700. So he's gaining momentum. Money is coming in on Cade for MVP.
Well, take care of the Hammond Bulls tomorrow night and, watch it go up again.
Well, and set that stretch up next week against the contenders in the West. Like, I think we've seen enough to comfortably say that they are a strong candidate to win the East. And if you're a strong candidate to win your conference, you're an NBA title contender. Next week, San Antonio, Oklahoma City, at San Antonio the week after. That's where you start to get into how serious of an NBA title contender are.
Cleveland in the mix.
Cleveland right in the middle, all that. So, and Cleveland's a whole different. Cleveland they took the big swing with James Harden. That could still be a factor. I don't think you overlook them in any way. I feel like the Knicks, though, this has been an important step for the Pistons to kind of send a message to the team that, look, they were the veteran team last year. The Knicks beating the Pistons was no huge surprise. What was a surprise when the Pistons won game one, it felt like expectations. What's going on here?
And
then
changed. And then there was a non-call on a three-point shot that should have been and changed the series, unfortunately. But this year it's a different team, a different focus. They've got a couple different players. Mm-hmm. And then the players that were here on last year's team, they've upped their game, including the superstar Cade Cunningham.
Feedback coming in. My observation from this from an unnamed texter. My observation from last night is just how deep the Pistons team is. We were playing with our third and fourth string big guys, and we dominated New York. After the game, J.B. Bickerstaff said, it speaks to our depth and our character. We believe in our depth. We've won a ton of games, not at full strength. Exactly right. Whoever's texted this, I wish you signed it so we give you your props. The fourth quarter box score is amazing. This game was put away, led by Paul Reed with 9 in the fourth, Danis Jenkins with 8, Cade had 7, Tolu Smith had 6. Those are your fourth quarter scoring leaders. Crazy, huh?
Yeah. Tolu Smith, a nice big body that, again, knows his role. He's not an NBA All-Star by any means, but you tell him we need quality minutes, and he goes out there and gives you quality minutes.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Dave is in Livonia and on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
You know, I watch the Pistons, and I think back to the Red Wings, and I watch Cade, and, you know, he's just such a quiet guy. To me, the correlation I see Nick Lindstrom, who's, you know, one of the greatest defensemen ever, and Cade Cunningham is kind of the same guy, kind of the same personality. You know, you watch the game the second time, if you watch it again, you say, man, that was a good play. Lindstrom was exactly the same way. You don't realize just how good he is. Cade, you look at the box score like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I think they're very similar in that. Unfortunately, you don't get national recognition being the quiet guy because neither one of them were very boisterous.
I mean, Nick Lindstrom won what, seven Norris trophies or whatever it was. He got his accolades for sure. I think that Cade's way more emotional than Lindstrom is, but I understand it. There is a quiet demeanor about Cade. He's not very boisterous. He's got this very, low and calm speech pattern when he talks after games and stuff. But you started to see some of the emotion last night, getting up in the face of Jeremy Sochan late in that game after knocking down to 3. I love that, and there are reasons for him to be emotional. Now he's taking charge of games. When he took it to the rack and slam dunked it, and Karl Anthony Towns just wanted nothing to do with it and just starts walking away while he's in the air because he didn't want to get posterized. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it couldn't be more important, though. Their hustle, I mean, they are no doubt a Detroit pride type team.
Hey, he does the macro things and the micro things, right? He plays on the defensive end, shares the basketball, makes the extra pass, and last night was macro. Last night was 42 points. National TV streamed, but national TV in the Garden.
International TV.
Yeah, that's right.
Amazon Prime.
Yeah. Available everywhere. Knicks starting 5. Okay, this is from an unnamed texter. The Knicks starting 5, average age is 29.2. The Pistons starting 5, average age is 26.6. That's with Duncan and Tobias. The Pistons are a younger, hungrier team. From another unnamed texter, the Pistons hang their hats on something that wins championships: defense. Like I said, and I think it was called a rod as we talked it out and workshopped an idea, this team is custom made for Detroit, right? This team is custom made in a sense that what we like, they do. What plays well in Detroit is how the Pistons have a chance to win the East this year and maybe more, how the bad boy Pistons did it back in the day, and how the going to work Pistons did it. This team's custom built for Detroit. Brian writes in, a little disappointed that Herter seems like a non-factor, but they're winning by 15 points, I guess. They don't need him. Well, like I said, a side project the rest of the way is to get Kevin Herter going. There's, 30 games left, 28, whatever it is, 26, 28 games left, whatever it is.
Yeah, but didn't get in the game last night. No Marcus Sasser either. Chaz Lanier, another DNP coach's decision.
Yep. We got a text here from a NBA is unwatchable guy.
Oh.
We will get to that coming up today at 10:46, plus your phone calls and feedback here on 97.1.
Look, we all know how brutal that the winters have been, the cold mornings and temperatures dipping into the single digits. It was awful. Your furnace was working overtime. Do not wait for a breakdown in the middle of a deep freeze to find out that your system just can't keep up. So whether you need an emergency repair or high-efficiency upgrade, the experts at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling have you covered. They've been keeping me and the rest of our community comfortable for years with fast professional service that you can trust. So whether it's your furnace, water heater, boiler, or water filtration system, schedule your appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Wow. That's ESPN First Take today, 248-539-9797.
I'll give a little pushback on that because I love Cade Cunningham, and you can make the strong case he deserves the MVP. But when people say that SGA, he's got his running mates or whatever, it's not like he's got guys that are giving him 20 points a game outside of him, right? Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren are really nice pieces, and they both give 17.5 points a game. I mean, how different is that than what Cade gets from Jalen Duren or Tobias Harris? It's a matter of a couple of points. Just compare the two. That I think you can say that they're both really good. I think what puts Cade maybe over the edge over SGA is it's something that John had brought up this morning, and that's that everybody else on the roster, we always talk about the guys off the bench and the job they're doing. Cade makes everyone around him better. He's not reliant on that Robin that everybody wants him to have or to find. He's making everybody else better. He'll pass up a shot to free up Duncan Robinson for a wide open three that they need, or Danius Jenkins to hit a wide open three. Whatever the case is, this team is better vastly because the bench is, and also because Cade's taking his game up another level.
Yeah. The supporting cast here in Detroit is either about to get a lot more praise or it just is what it is. They when you have guys that play a role, buy into that role, and basically embrace and excel in their roles, this can be the result. And the parts have to fit together, right? I mean, they've put a team together where they've got the shooter and they've got the all defense guy. I feel like Asar Thompson's like Stacey Augmon back on the UNLV running Rebs, who can give you what you need, but really it's his athleticism and his defense. And it's fun to see the parts fit together.
Former Piston Stacey Augmon.
Rob writes in, boys, I am one of those NBA isn't watchable guys. I had season tickets years ago and was at the title, the brawl, you named it. I happened to have a way to watch yesterday via Prime. I'm back in. Such a true team style of basketball. Very excited to be a fan for now. That's from Rob. So we've discussed this a little bit. I mean, when your team isn't good, and the Pistons haven't been a factor for so long in the NBA, really since the last year of the going to work Pistons. They've had some interesting moments, but really nothing really significant until starting the middle of last December when the light went on. And, so it's easy to say a league isn't watchable when your team isn't in it. And usually that's really your team isn't watchable. And so you start applying it to the whole league because you care less about everything else that's going on. We understand how this works. But in that time, since the Pistons were last competitive, it feels as though the league has changed rather significantly. Mm-hmm. A bombs away 3-point league, and a league that doesn't emphasize defense. And the Pistons aren't a bombs away 3-point team, and they do emphasize defense. So if you have been like Rob, an NBA isn't watchable guy, it sounds like Rob sampled the Pistons for the first time last night and is back in, as he said, for now. But I still, if you're still out there as an NBA isn't watchable guy, if you never thought it was watchable, fine. If you're just not a fan of basketball, fine. Nobody could or should force you to watch anything you don't want to watch. We all make our decisions with our free time. If you ever thought the NBA was good and haven't liked it in recent years and still haven't sampled this team, sample this team. 248-539-9797. Bob's in West Bloomfield in next. Hi, Bob.
How you doing, guys? I'm your GIT insider, Bob. So I've been around a long time, and we are all creatures of habit, and the habit I've learned over the years of being a fan of the Pistons is wait for the other shoe to drop. And I've officially exited that thought process. They've got me won over. I'm ecstatic about it. I mean, Cade has a little Barry in him, and Barry used to just hand the ball to the ref. Mm-hmm. He's not as emotional as these other superstars, and he just gets the job done. He's systematic. He's when he's not injured. He's unbelievable. And I feel like I'm privileged to see him. And I don't think they take it lightly. And my wife is a late bloomer in the Piston rah-rah department.
Yeah.
And you have to explain things to her. And one thing I told her is, what's different about this team is when you go to like the Garden with its history, you've got that going against you. You've got the refs going against you. You got NBA, all that stuff. I said, one thing is different. Defense travels. And they're living proof.
Yeah, Bob, thank you for the phone call. And they are a throwback team, and they are a team that plays hard on that end of the floor. You know, and it's just funny listening to the broadcast last night because they really I feel like the broadcast were like, all right, let's see these guys prove it. And they did. They did. Anthony in Mail Truck writes in, Cade again brings everyone up to his level. Tom on the morning show said a truth. Cade doesn't let the game get ahead of himself. He is the speed of the game. Cade is the speed of the game is a fascinating.
He dictates whatever it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
You need to slow it down, he'll slow it down. Need to speed it up or push it, he'll push it.
Yep.
He's developed into one of the best players in the game. And it's great to see.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Pistons with a pretty emphatic win last night for against the New York Knicks, 126-111. And look, next week is kind of a big week. San Antonio, Oklahoma City. I think it's Orlando, then Cleveland. It's still improvement stage, although even if it's a bad week, I'm not sure it'll lessen the enthusiasm for this team competing in the East. And Cleveland, with the addition of James Harden, something absolutely to be aware of. 248-539-9797. And Stan Van Gundy said something last night that we've kind of been talking about, and it's worth reiterating. He said of Trajan Langdon, you got to give him credit. He is a great talent evaluator. He is, and we did this last week. When big moments pass under the radar and you go back and visit them later, you can have those moments you go, whoa. The first month on the job, what Trajan Langdon did created very little buzz. And in the first month, he gets hired and goes into the draft and takes Ron Holland. Right after the draft, he signs Danis Jenkins. He makes a trade that nets him, I think it was a trade that netted them Tim Hardaway, and signed Paul Reed. It was like all in this week span when he first took over. I have to find exactly what it was. I got it here somewhere. But it's an impressive start, and it probably didn't really register with people. When the Pistons signed Danis Jenkins, I'm not even sure it got mentioned in an update.
Right. It's one of those things that, who was that? I don't know. Was he drafted? No? Okay. Whatever. Move on. We'll find something else to talk about. And the moves have been very, very, very good for this team.
Yep.
Those two in particular, Jenkins and Reed, have provided just incredible depth to this team when they need it most. When Cade had a wrist injury, Danis Jenkins was coming off the bench and getting big-time minutes and delivering for this team. When we've been without Duren or Stewart, here comes Paul Reed getting the job done.
Okay, here's what it was. I found it. This is the first 2 weeks on the job. He drafts Ron Holland. A week after the draft, he signs Danis Jenkins to a two-way contract. He trades Quentin Grimes for Tim Hardaway and a second-round pick that turned into Chaz Lanier. 2 days later, he signs Tobias Harris, which, again, we were like, Tobias had him before. This isn't really going to be a significant move, and it was. And he claimed Paul Reed off waivers from Philly and then signed Malik Beasley. Now, obviously, Beasley's not here, but has been a big part of it. Hardaway's not here, but was a big part of it. That's a heck of a
Well, yeah, and
Had a
then,
heck of a first couple weeks on the job.
and then to have to pivot last year because of the Beasley situation, and you add Duncan Robinson for this year's team. Okay, Tim Hardaway Jr. is gone. Here's got Karis LeVert. That should work out. It's just been a nice move after a nice move.
Get some Lions talk next hour at 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Plenty of sports going on this weekend in the Olympics. USA men's hockey trying to get back to the gold medal game as they face Slovakia in the semifinals coming up in just a few hours. That's a 3:10 puck drop in Milan. The bronze medal game in men's hockey is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Team USA hoping to not worry about that one as the gold medal game will be Sunday morning just after 8 o'clock local time. And the other men's hockey semifinal, Canada and Finland, just started about 20 minutes ago. That score scoreless in the first period. Canada's Sidney Crosby is out for that game after he was hurt against Czechia in the quarterfinals earlier this week. It's unclear whether Crosby will be able to go in the next round for Canada. They're, of course, expected to be in the gold medal game Sunday morning. Michigan basketball is back tomorrow when they take on number 3 Duke in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., in the highest-ranked meeting between any two teams so far in college basketball this season. Wolverines favored by that one, in that one by 2.5 points. That's a 6:30 tip tomorrow. On Sunday, Michigan State hoops hosts Ohio State in East Lansing at 1 o'clock. Also tomorrow, Tigers baseball returns. They've got the Yankees at 1:05 on the road as Cater Montero will get the ball on the bump. Kevin McGonigal also getting a start at shortstop. Pistons basketball here on 97.1 tomorrow night as well. They're on the road in Chicago to take on the Bulls. Jalen Duren will be back for that game. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Get to some Lion stuff later this hour. Mixing some Tiger discussion today on the marquee of our show. And really, Detroit is buzzing this morning about the Pistons following that win in New York against the Knicks. A fully loaded Knicks team, while the Pistons were shorthanded without Jalen Duren and Isaiah Stewart because of suspensions. But the Pistons win by 15 anyway, 126-111. Cade is getting a lot of MVP type talk today, and really understandably so. You've got a bench that came through. We're asking for your observations. If you want to talk about Cade, we of course will take those calls. But what your other observations? What else stood out to you last night? 248-539-9797. I did hear a term last night I'd never heard before. I'm watching this game. Mm-hmm. The dunk wedgie. Ian Eagle had it on that dunk attempt from OG Anunoby where it got blocked by Cade and the ball got stuck between the rim and the backboard. And he called it a dunk wedgie. And I'm like, good call. I like it. So anyway, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Stefan. You're on 97.1. Hello, Stefan.
Yo, Doug Gator, good to hear from you, or good to talk with you guys. One thing I noticed last night that I thought was really awesome was after the game, Cade was being interviewed, and she's like, you guys are number 1 in the league. What have you guys accomplished? And Cade didn't even flinch. He looked at it and goes, nothing. Everything's in front of us. And to me, that's a champion right there. This guy's going to bring one here. This team looks electric, and I'm not even a basketball guy. I'm a hockey purist, and I've been watching this Pistons team for the last 2 years. And, I'm pumped. JD should get Coach of the Year. Cade, MVP. Let's go, boys.
It feels like the JB thing is probably a stronger, more. I haven't even looked at the odds, but I bet JB is the favorite for Coach of the Year.
If he's not, that's criminal.
And they're playing team basketball, and that's exciting to see from somebody, again, more of a hockey guy, generally team, not a superstar league. And to watch these guys, everyone has their role. The guys are coming off the bench. Paul Reed comes, he's a Michigan guy, born and bred, come out. Everyone's doing their thing. It's really awesome to watch.
Yeah, and they're doing it from and thanks for the call, Stefan. They're doing it from both sides of the court with team play. Either they're sharing the basketball, waiting for that extra pass to find the guy who's got the better chance to make the shot, or they're playing team defense together.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to do in the NBA, to get guys to buy in on both sides of it, by the way. There's so much, hunting of shots and the guys that are just going to try to fill a stat sheet. And then there are so many guys who are just unwilling to play defense. And the Pistons have found a way to get everybody to say, nope, we're going to give the extra pass. And yes, we are going to play defense.
So I did a deep dive on Paul Reed a couple weeks ago, and I see nothing, and I saw it at the time, and I've just gone back to double check. I don't see anything that he is a Michigan guy from the state of Michigan or anything of that nature. He was born in Florida, went to high school at Apopka, Florida, played his college basketball at DePaul in Chicago.
Where?
Hammond.
Along with other, Hammond greats like Mark Aguirre went
right. Sure. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm not sure where he's coming from with that, and maybe I've missed something. He spent some time here, but Paul Reed is a great story. He is a great story. He was basically looked like destined to be sort of an NBA journeyman, G League and back kind of guy, and he has really carved a spot out for him here as a A heck of a player. He won the G League MVP back in 2021 when he was a Delaware Blue Coat. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mark in Detroit. You're next. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I wanna take out the scenario. You need a superstar to win. They remind me of the old Pistons, the going to work Pistons. But the thing about this is they have one of the top 5 best players in the NBA. Anybody that watched that game last night, if you don't think he's one of the top 5 best players, then something is wrong. You must be on something or something. They couldn't stop him. The thing about what I like about him is he's not cocky. He's so smooth and keep an attitude, and he's smart. If you watched the game last night, when they double teamed him, he passed the ball. When he was 1-on-1, he scored. And they played defense. They've got that Orsier Thompson isn't all first team defense this year. Something is wrong. He's got to be probably the top 2 or 3 best perimeter defender in the league. And then they got guys that can come off the bench, like Holland and Devontae Green. They just a real good team, and credit to J.B. Bickerstaff for laying down the system and the culture.
Yeah, I think this team, everybody wants to compare them to either the championship teams, and I think it's a blend of the two. I think it's a team that likes to play defense like the going-to-work Pistons did, though they're not as prolific defensively as that team was. But they do have a superstar like the Bad Boys did in Isaiah Thomas, because Cade is absolutely a superstar. It's kind of a blend of them both. And Cade has more of the demeanor I see of like Grant Hill than I do of, say, Joe Dumars.
And you know what? And not only is he a good player, but he's a better defensive player than Jokic and SGA. That's the thing. He doesn't get credit on the defensive end.
Oh, he's starting to.
Yeah, he's getting
it. No, he's getting it.
SGA is a decent defensive player too, but Cade definitely brings it defensively.
But SGA is a great player. Ain't no doubt about that. But what I'm saying is he don't get credit as a defender. This team has 2 or 3 all NBA defensive players on it. Stewart should make all defensive team, but he won't because of because of what people think about him.
Mark, thank you for the phone call.
I love getting suspended. Won't qualify for it.
Yeah, that's right. I love the passion, and I'm not going to take it at all personal that it felt like you were yelling at us. But Mark, Cade's starting to get that love, and the Pistons are starting to get that love because all the coaches that they play against talk about it. And, the other broadcasts, I always like to try and hear other broadcasts and what's being said. And that Charlotte broadcast a couple weeks ago was the night of the fight. We played the soundbite of them right before the fight talking about how difficult the Pistons are to play against. Toronto, we played some soundbites from their broadcast where they said there's a lesson here for this Raptor team and how you play half-court defense. So it's going around. And right now, Asar's amongst the league favorites to win Defensive Player of the Year. He's like the 5th favorite. And I think that's it from the Pistons that's getting it's got any odds on him. I'm looking at FanDuel right now on my phone. So most improved player. One Piston has some most improved player odds. It's Jalen Duren. I think you can make an argument that it might actually also be Cade.
Right.
Let's go to Chuck. You're on 97.1. Hello, Chuck.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
My takeaway from last night is he isn't getting much play right now, but I think Duncan Robinson is incredible. He hit 3 dagger threes last night to spark a rally, kill another one. I don't even think they miss not having Malik Beasley.
He's having a hell of a year shooting. If you look, there's 2 things. One is the one of the biggest exchanges of the game was in the third quarter. The Knicks had a chance to cut it to 2. They had a 3-on-1 fast break, and they botched it. And the Pistons went right down. Duncan hit a 3. Pistons got to stop. Duncan hit another 3 and was back up to 8, and they ran away and hit from there. Duncan Robinson, shooting-wise, is now back to having one of his better seasons shooting the ball from behind the arc. And
just over 40% right now.
Yeah, and he's been over 40% earlier in his career, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a few years since he's done that. It's been 5 years since he's done that. He's back over 40%. That's one thing. 2 is the formula got talked about forever. If Cade takes so much attention. It opens things up for shooters. Last year, that shooter was Beasley. This year, that shooter is Duncan.
I don't know if you remember. I vaguely remember this. Pistons opened the season against Hammond, and Duncan Robinson went 0 for 5 from three-point land. And I vaguely remember people bitching.
Yeah.
He's terrible. What are we doing?
Right.
Why won't the NBA let us have Malik Beasley?
Right.
And then since then, he's just been ridiculous. He's been great for him.
Yeah, people called Cade a bust. I mean, much of that first year, we took calls. We took receipts. We know who you are.
You people. No, it's a great season.
You know what, Doug?
We got some of that back then. Now Brian's one of our best friends. I do love the response about, hey, what does this mean? What do you guys accomplish at this point? And Cade's like, nothing. It's like, hey, we're playing well, but nothing matters until you get to the playoffs and you make a move in the playoffs. Nothing matters until you're able to claim some kind of a championship.
And we know that. I want to, because there's probably some people saying you're getting carried away. We're just talking about whatever you can do to accomplish in the regular season in the Eastern Conference. The Pistons are doing it. Now, does that obviously all the money's made in the postseason? That's when it matters, right?
Yes.
Got some Lion stuff we'll get to today at 11:35. Hey, it's Doug Karsh here to tell you that Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants you to bank your tax refund and pay no money down on a brand new Silverado. Pay just $348 a month for 24 months on a Silverado Crew Cab LT 4x4 with zero down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount through GM Financial, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends March 2nd. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get some Lions stuff at 11:30. We'll talk some Olympics before the day is done. Pistons getting a lot of love today after their win last night against the Knicks. We got some Michigan Duke preview before the show is completed. So, lots to get to. 248-539-9797. Kyle is in Macomb and next on 97.1. Hello, Kyle.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, my thoughts from yesterday's Pistons game are very confused. I'm very confused. The first fact is that we traded Ivy away for Herter, and we didn't play him yesterday, which I'm still trying to understand that. I'm also trying to understand moving forward, man, with Reed. Is Reed going to have to be getting a lot more minutes now? Limiting, because it's not just yesterday, but you look at the last couple games and Reed's going out there and the way he's rebounding, the way he's slamming the ball down, the way he's playing defense I'm so confused with this team because just when you think you know the identity of this team, a new identity forms. So moving forward, I'm scared of everyone getting enough minutes and playing time. How do we move forward and can keep this team alive?
Well, we were laughing going back to last week that Paul Reed was nestled into the bench, kicking back in Charlotte, and all of a sudden a brawl breaks out and Paul Reed steps onto the floor ready to go, lights up Charlotte the rest of the way, and he's been a man ever since. And yeah, I hear you. It's a nice problem to have, right? We're talking about NBA first world problems. How do we find minutes for all these guys? But as far as the Herter trade, I don't know if you caught this quote from Jaden Ivey. And I'm going to suspect that the Pistons had all the information. And I'm going to also suspect that others did as well. Because Ivy was a scratch last night.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what he said. I've been dealing with knee soreness in my knee. I'm sure people can call it out. I'm not the same player I used to be. That's why. I'm not the J.I. I used to be. The old J.I. is dead.
Oh.
I'm alive in Christ no matter what the basketball setting is, no matter how many DNPs, how many points I score. Those things are temporary things. Jesus is eternal. He's going through some stuff physically right now, and you have to wonder, was he offloaded at just the right time?
Yeah, I agree. And the way that LeVert is starting to step up now is starting to be amazing because at first I thought he was just going to end up being washed away in the wind. But now he's starting to be counted upon, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say is I heard somebody once recently make a reference to Duncan Robinson going 0 for 5 in his first game. And look what he's turned into. Herter just got here. I think he deserves time. And, but it isn't, he wasn't having a great shooting year in Hammond. And so now he's, it's kind of continued in his early going in Detroit. It may not work out. It may not cost the Pistons, but it may not work out.
Well, I feel bad for Jaden Ivey with those comments.
I do too.
Great guy, great kid, and still has a bright future. But it sounds like he's going to need to take some more time off to let that leg heal up, let the knee heal up specifically, so that he can get back to hopefully playing at a level where he was and getting to his potential because he has a world of potential. He has developed a 3-point shot, and when he was at his best, he was fearless going to the basket. There's a lot to like with him, but it's obviously an injury. It's a problem. He was DNP last night. He had gone from being starter to coming off the bench to DNP. And it wouldn't surprise me in the least with this revelation, now it's letting everybody know about it, if say he misses the rest of the season or a good portion of it while he's healing up in the wake of the NBA coming out and saying they're going to do these anti-tanking rules
right
for next year. But, I mean, when you call out that you've got an injury and you're not yourself, I think it's okay. But keep an eye on that. The Pistons, look, they didn't get a big piece by unloading Jaden Ivey, right? I think when they made the trade, we all thought, well, it was kind of light. We did expect something bigger or better, but didn't get that in return for him. And this might be why, because all the parties knew that, okay, he's still dealing with a knee, and we're gonna give them to you guys for a little bit. We need something in return.
Yep.
And they didn't get much in return.
Feedback, Cade. This is an interesting comparison. Unnamed texter. God, I know it's hard for people to get used to sending a text and then putting, Todd and Royal Oak or whatever your name is. But we'll go ahead and attribute this one to Todd and Royal Oak.
Oh.
But if you can, remember because when you make a great point, we want to give you credit. When you make a terrible point, we want to mock you.
Should we just start making up names for people
Yeah, I think
that
we
don't?
should. Yeah, I think we should. Todd and Royal Oak writes in, Cade to me is like Jared Goff in the way that they aren't loud, flamboyant people, but sometimes out of nowhere, they can get spicy and in people's faces.
There's with Jared, he's so intelligent that when it comes out, it's a quick quip from him, and there's a lot of intelligence behind it, and it's usually
and meaning.
Yeah, it's usually pretty cutting.
Yeah,
and
Yes.
and it's a receipt cashing insult right back at you, which is pretty great. I think there's some of that with Cade. I mean, he's not cashing receipts, but Cade is slowly showing some more emotion that when you see it, you're like, okay, you can see it means something very much to him. And he's the leader in this basketball team that is now, 41-13?
Yep.
Good grief, what a record.
Next text, Todd and Royal Oak says, Pistons are the best squad in the league and Cunningham playing like the MVP of the NBA. Starting to get some love that way. Yeah, national recognition. Next text from Todd and Royal Oak. I think my favorite thing about the Pistons and the game last night is Cade is 24 years old. The team as a whole is so young and so incredibly talented.
Yep.
We talked about this last year, actually, when you looked at the average age of the Pistons roster, the Celtics roster, the Knicks roster, and all that. And we were like, look, this Piston team is poised to potentially take over the East in the next few years because you're going to have some star players age out, right? And Boston's going to get Jason Tatum back. And when they do, that's going to be a game changer. And I haven't seen anything recently. It might be this year. Next text from Todd and Royal Oak. Cade looked like two Piston greats morphed into one player. He was like Chauncey and Grant Hill morphed into one player.
Yeah, kind of, right?
It's an interesting point. Hey, somebody signed their text. Roy and Clarkston says, do you think the radio guys in New York still think the Pistons are just a cute little team? Eat it, New York.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it was a nice little team. They're a nice little team, cute little team. Jake, if you find that, you get a gold star. Because remember that earlier in the year? That was a word out of New York. I think New York kind of had that uh-oh moment last night. We're fully stocked here. They're shorthanded, and they are running away as this game goes on.
I think
there it is. That's what it was.
A nice, good little basketball team. All right. What does that make the Knicks?
I got to tell you, that is one of the most condescending compliments you can have.
Nice, good little.
I got to see who that was because we want attribution's important.
Yeah. Nice. Call people out.
Little basketball.
It appears it was Evan Roberts.
Thank you, Evan Roberts. Appreciate it, Jake. Well done. Gold star. Next text. If Cade wins the MVP and he's considered the greatest, is he considered the greatest Piston ever? No one hanging in the rafters won an MVP. It's from Newton Westland. I think you got to win. I think you probably got to win. Honestly, I think you probably got to win championships. I don't think we can talk about him as the greatest Piston ever until they've won a couple of titles. And the MVP is a great individual award. I don't care if a Piston ever wins an MVP if they win a championship, right?
Correct.
Yep.
It's all about the big hardware. The team hardware.
248-539-9797. Feedback into the Carson Anderson inbox. Always good to hear from texters. Cade is like Lidstrom. Cade is like Barry. Cade is like Steve Eiserman. Cade is like Grant Hill, Big Ben, and Joe D. Great players who let their play do the talking. God, when you put all those together, they're right. We've got a lot of them. I know I'm probably in the minority, but I hate the constant comparisons to this Piston team and Piston teams of the past. These guys are not those guys. This is not that NBA. Let these guys carve out their own identity instead of living in the shadows of other teams.
They're not living in anybody's shadow.
No, I don't think they are. A. B, I kind of get where you're coming from, though. I mean, whenever, I think this is probably something that we all do collectively is so-and-so reminds me of so-and-so, and you just go back into your Rolodex of previous players you loved. And so, don't hate on it, but I get where this person's coming from. It's something we all do is you see a player and you just immediately go into your own personal recollections and start comparing them to those players.
I think there are definitely elements of both of those teams. That's what makes this team different, is that they're not all of one. They're not all of the other. They're their own team. And it's interesting because they're doing it with a different coach too.
Yeah. Regarding snacks, Gator said at the beginning of the show, he's trying the Greek yogurt hack that we have. I think my wife found it on Instagram, where you stick like gingerbread cookies or Biscoff cookies into Greek yogurt, let it sit in the fridge for 24 hours, and then you've got like this almost cheesecake-like snack that isn't quite as bad for you as cheesecake. Feedback coming in. Gator, Aldi sells a cherry berry frozen fruit worth a try in yogurt. You'll love it. It's from Robin, the 321. Next text. You guys need to try a snack called Drizzlicious. They are mini rice cakes. I think he meant mini rice cakes with a sweet light drizzle frosting on top. You can eat 21 of them and it's 90 calories.
It's a lot.
You know, I've been kind of going to the Eat 21 Girl Scout Thin Mints, and I think it is at some point in there 90 calories.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah.
You'll pass it eventually.
It's Thin Mint season.
It was.
Was it over already in your house?
No, actually, no. I've been trying to ration.
Yeah.
Like the cookies are in a big, because I got like 6 boxes of them or 8 boxes to get all together.
Yeah.
So they're still in the big box that they got delivered in.
Yeah.
And they're in the storage room. So I try to forget them in there.
Right.
And then when I remember, oh, hey, here we go.
248-539-9797. We'll talk some Lions next at 11:35. Back to the Pistons in the noon hour. Michigan Duke preview in the second half of the show as well. But it's open line, so anything on your mind, fair game. We got the Olympic Games we got to discuss. Dramatic gold medal victory for the U.S. women yesterday over Canada. 97-1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. All right, so Dave Burkett, regarding the Lions, and the Lions, they have a to-do list, right? It feels like high up on the to-do list is the center position. Dave Burkett, beat writer that covers the Detroit Lions. Lions could look at the draft or free agent for their next center. But you've got everybody that wants a center is going to want Linderbaum. So I think Connor McGovern might cost more than people want or comfortable with, but that's the center in Buffalo.
Right.
I feel like the most probable thing they are going to do is they are going to make a move that later is referred to as was a smart, underrated signing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think they're getting in. I look, if I were a betting man, my plan would be to go after Linderbaum. Okay. That would be my plan. I also look at the teams in the league that need a center and might be interested, and it feels like it's a lot.
Yeah, it seems like there's a ton of interest. Daniel Jeremiah was quoted as saying that, look, almost every team in the league every team needs a center is looking at Linderbaum. The market is robust for him. So even if the Lions were to say, okay, we're gonna budget $20 million for Linderbaum, I mean, I have the feeling he's going to sign for more than that because all these teams want him. So do they go the route of going with one of the lesser centers? I think it's Posich from Cleveland. Maybe just wants to get the hell out of Cleveland. I wouldn't blame him. That he could be an upgrade. Or this is still one, apparently it's the door is not closed on Tate Ratledge possibly moving over to center. No. So if that, I guess I'm not going to be surprised if that happens. And then going into free agency, we're still not sure what Taylor Decker's decision is. But we know that offensive line is in flux here. And what we don't know is that the Lions really consider Tate Ratledge to be an option there. Dan Campbell didn't shut the door on that at the end of the year. If they do consider Ratledge to be the center of the future, then okay, then you start looking at offensive guard. And there's some good guards that are going to go in the first couple rounds. Daniel Jeremiah didn't seem to think that there were centers worth taking in the first couple rounds, maybe one late in the second round, but the guys that he likes are different than the guys that Mel Kiper likes when they do the rankings. But I don't think either one of them really anticipate a center being one of the top 50 players taken in the draft.
When you start talking about, because I'll tell you two teams that we got to remember need centers are Baltimore and Buffalo, where Linderbaum and McGovern are, right? Those are teams that are going to be in the market. Buffalo may make a run at Linderbaum and Baltimore may make a run at McGovern. And the Giants, everybody says that John Harbaugh is going to try and get Linderbaum. You got Vegas needs O-line help. You've got the Chargers specifically need a center. So, I mean, it's going to be tough to get one of the marquee names. But when you talk about budget, the first thing they need to do is restructure contracts and figure out how much money they have. And even if they do that, everybody can do that. Every team can find a way to create some cap space. Some run out of room eventually because you can't keep kicking the can down the road. But I would like to see them make a legitimate effort. And I'll tell you where it becomes, where I think that what really could be the tipping point to make them go get Linderbaum. And it's if Decker retires. Because that frees up, is it $17 million in cap space? And if he retires,
I think it's $11 million it frees up. Yeah.
All right, my bad. But that's a lot of
With
money.
He in Glasgow, it frees up close to 17.
Okay. And then now you need a tackle as well. But a tackle in the draft to play right tackle, which is a big ask of a rookie, but it can be done. And it's a good draft to need a tackle where you're sitting at 17. And then the Linderbaum thing could be more in play, where overall the tackle position might not be as good because you're going to have a rookie replacing Penei Sewell, but you have Penei Sewell replacing Decker at left tackle. But the center position could be a major upgrade. And Glasgow did the best he could. He's more of a guard than a center. But and the Glasgow thing seems like he probably will get cut, but I don't want to cut him if he's the best guard. And that's something we need to keep in mind. So we'll see how it plays itself out. They know better than we do.
Yeah, and it starts with a decision from Taylor Decker, which I would imagine comes in the next week or 10 days.
So that could be the beginning of that. The other thing I wanted to bring up here is I keep talking about this, and it's underrated, but I don't think it gets enough attention from everybody, and that is the Lions need at tight end. Because Brock Wright, as a veteran last year, didn't do much. They can free up some cap space if they let Brock Wright go.
He was hurt.
Yes, he got hurt, but he didn't. Where he is in his career, a cut after June 1st saves $3.5 million in cap space. Drew Petzing likes a lot of one back, three tight end personnel. If he's going to come in and do his thing, they need to be solid there. But I think there's, again, the under the radar moves. Maybe not totally under the radar, but Chig Okonkwo, who was with Tennessee, is a big play tight end that I would love to see paired with a healthy Sam Laporta. And if Sam Laporta isn't ready to go, I think Okonkwo could fill that role right out of the gate. He's not a big ticket item. There are two tight ends that have, actually three tight ends that project over $9.5 million on Spot Track. And that's Kyle Pitts, Travis Kelce, and David Njoku. You get down that next layer of tight ends. Chig Okonkwo is one. You know who's a tight end who only is projected to make $6 million next year is Dallas Goedert, which surprised me a little bit. But I feel like the third tight end's probably primarily a blocker.
I would think so, yeah. And I would also caution that I'm not sure what's going to happen with Sam Laporta. He's coming off back surgery, and he's going into his fourth and final year of his deal. Mm-hmm. So are they going to extend him, or are they going to treat this like they did with TJ Hawkinson and move on and trade him? I can't imagine they're going to trade him because there seems to be a really good working relationship with Jared Goff and Sam Laporta. And Sam Laporta working in this offense, and if you've got this new offensive coordinator that loves to use the tight ends, why wouldn't you want to hang on to Laporta? But as far as a second tight end, I don't want to dumb it down, but I just feel like you can find tight ends throughout the draft that can do what you want them to do. You can be specific and just find either a big athletic tackle that you want to be a blocking tight end, mm-hmm. or you can find big tight ends that are really just big receivers. The guys are like 6'5" and 230 or 6'5" and 240, something like that, as opposed to finding that unicorn guy that's 6'6" and 250 pounds and runs the 4.6 40.
You brought up a name earlier this week that I watched quite a bit this year. It's Eli Stowers, the tight end from Vanderbilt. Mm-hmm. Could be a mid-round addition to this team. Wouldn't be shocked to see that. But that is I think a higher priority than the attention we give it is the tight end position. And I think they kind of have to have a guy that'll pair well with Laporta, but might need to start the season being relied on more heavily, as you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I could see them drafting a tight end. I don't think they would use one of the first two picks on it. Maybe this is something that happens on day 3 of the draft, that you start hunting for the best tight end you can find there. And I think there'll still be lots of them. Mm-hmm. But I'd be surprised if they did spend a higher pick on a tight end. I know they've done it. The Lord knows they've done it with the Lions in the past, whether it's first round or second round picks used on a tight end. But I'd be surprised if they did this time around.
Feedback coming in. How can you pay a center when you have Gibbs, Campbell, Laporta, and more to pay? Just draft one. Well, I'll tell you how you can do it, and I'll go back and see if I can find an example here. A lot of these guys, when they sign contract extensions, the cap hit the first year isn't dramatic. Let me see if I can find an example. I'm trying to think of when we were down at doing the draft show at B-Dubs downtown, mm-hmm. when they started re-signing guys.
Yes.
And you look at that first year cap hit after this. So that was before the 2025 season. Is that correct?
Before the 2024 season.
Was it the 2024 season?
Yeah. Yeah, because 25 was last year.
That's right. So it was Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold was a pick, right?
Yes.
Okay, what am I looking at here? Well, anyway, a lot of times when you sign these guys, the first year isn't that bad. An extension, it gets bad. It gets much worse later. So that's how. It's one way you can do it. Often the case. Next text, Brad Holmes is asleep at the wheel. What is he waiting for with Goff, St. Brown restructures and cutting Decker? That's from an unnamed texter.
Well,
easy.
Like Doug just pointed out, I mean, the last restructures they were given around right around the draft, or the day of the draft, and Goff's was announced a week later, 2 weeks later. So they'll happen when they happen. I'm not worried about that. Why?
I don't know. Free agency starts in 3 weeks, man.
I don't have to be on edge about the. Is he talking about restructures or the re-signing?
He's talking about restructures.
Okay, restructure is different.
Yeah,
that's something that typically happens in early, late February, early March.
Free agency is 3 weeks away.
Yeah, they've got time.
What do you think? Do you think Brad Holmes is off on a cruise or something?
Mahomes just got done a couple days ago, so they'll do something.
I mean, I want to put a pin in this one and revisit it. Ratledge never played center in college. Let's get a legit center instead of cobbling together something that may or may not work. That's fair. And I think it's probably better not to go into next year with Ratledge.
I'd rather go with a proven commodity as being an NFL center and not hope that it's a guy that's on your roster who's a rookie or who just finished his first year. I'd rather go with the veteran.
This person actually signed their text. Todd in Royal Oak. Right. So I really don't care what Taylor Decker's decision is either way. We just got to cut him June 1st and get that $18 million in cap savings. Okay. Is it 18 or is it 11? We were just talking about this. It's a lot. I know it's a lot.
For what, Decker?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I think it's 11 in saved money.
Okay.
And that Glasgow was like 5 something in saved money.
248-539-9797. We got some music news to get to, Gator. I think it's right up your alley. That at 11:50. And back to the Pistons in the noon hour. Interesting poll in the NBA from 100 writers that may surprise Detroit a little bit. We'll get to that at 12:05 here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. From a unnamed texter, McGovern's. Do you want to start making up names here, Gator? Unnamed texter. Who's this one?
It's Simon from. What's this? I blew the city. I came up with the city with D. Dexter. Simon from Dexter.
Simon from Dexter writes in, McGovern's projected contract is 3 years, $48 million. Bradley Chubb is projected to make $16 to $18 million a year. They could sign those two guys and immediately upgrade both lines and not even use all the money they'd save just from a golf restructure.
Who was the first name?
McGovern.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I feel like they probably have a lot of guys, a lot of free agents that they need to bring in at a lot of different positions. But you got to find some Ray Lopez's out there, right?
You do.
Mm-hmm.
I would also say Bradley Chubb. What has he been in his career? Has he been? I mean, it was a higher pick. He was the 5th pick overall in the draft back in 2018, and has won actually 2 seasons where he had double-digit sacks. His rookie year, he had 12, and then he had an 11 quarterback sack season in 2023, missed all of 2024, came back last year with Miami with 8.5. So would you spend the money on Bradley Chubb, or would you save perhaps a few more million and bring back Al-Qadim Muhammad?
From Raul in Grosse Pointe Woods, I don't trust Brad to cut Decker, too loyal to his guys. He didn't draft Decker.
He did not.
Yeah. Is he technically one of his guys?
No, that would be a sheer business decision.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that's good for business to cut a guy who's wants to play, who's healthy enough to play, and is good.
Yep. From Marlin and Walled Lake, gentlemen, once they restructure Goff, St. Brown, and maybe even tweak McNeil and Sewell, move on from Decker and Glasgow, they should have around $120 million in cap space. They could easily make a move on Linderbaum, Trey Hendrickson, and maybe Iffy at safety. You don't have to give up draft capital. Hendrickson's not going to break the bank, and that fills up 3 starting spots. If your math is correct.
What was that math?
He had him restructuring Goff, St. Brown, tweaking McNeil and Sewell, moving on from Decker and Glasgow, and ending up with $120 million in cap space.
I don't think get there.
I don't think it's that much.
No.
That's awfully ambitious. But if you're right, then they can be big spenders.
I think if you were to restructure the first 2, you're able to clear out $40 to $50 million in cap space, and then if you're going to tweak the other ones, which is what is that, a half restructure?
Yeah,
so you might free up another 15 to 20 at best.
Yeah,
and then you get another 17 from the other drops.
But this is like when we talk cap. We're all speaking in Latin. Nobody knows.
We think we know because look at Spot Track. Yeah. And what do we know?
Daryl on the road says, I think we just need to move on from Decker. He was injured last year, frequently beat like a drum. Time to move on. It might be. I mean, part of it has to do, hey, if he's got the right, medical clearance, and maybe he comes back more like his old self. All right, Gator music news. As promised, William Shatner is set to release a metal album. This is not from The Onion. This is a real headline. He's 94, and he's known for his dramatic spoken word style. He revealed that he'll be covering Black Sabbath, Judas Priest, and Iron Maiden on a yet-to-be titled album, which also includes original material penned by his team of musicians. Shatner said in a press release, I hope you will join me in this exploration. That's probably not how he said it.
I hope you'll join me in this exploration.
Shatner did discuss the project's origin, a one-off spoken word intro piece for Nuclear Messiah, the metal supergroup helmed by Megadeth axeman Chris Pollard. His quote, when Nuclear Messiah came to life, something clicked. Or
something just clicked.
Gator, are you interested in William Shatner, 94-year-old William Shatner's metal album?
I love William Shatner. I think he's hysterical.
And you love metal.
And I do love metal. And I just saw William Shatner on TV. He was the guest for the Property Brothers celebrity makeover type thing, and he was helping to make over his assistant's kitchen. He's every bit of 94, but he still gets around, still looks good. He did the spoken word that I remember is what he did in like 1980 or late 70s. There was like the Sci-Fi Awards, and it was on TV. And there's a famous performance of him doing spoken word of the song Rocket Man by Elton John.
Yeah, I remember that.
And it is wild.
It's so funny.
And I'm going to be high as a kite by then. Given that I love metal music, it feels like every once in a while something like this creeps up.
Yeah.
Pat Boone did a bunch of duets. Or not duets. I guess he did a whole song of metal tunes back in the late 90s. He did his version of Crazy Train and stuff like that. Would I be interested? I'll be interested to hear who he works with.
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking about working with a bunch of different musicians. And then in that article, it mentions a bunch of musicians that he has worked with in the past. And I was surprised at the guitar players. Zach Wilde, who played with Ozzy for a bunch of records. Richie Blackmore, famously of Rainbow and Deep Purple, more importantly. And then I guess that Zach gave him one of his Zach Wilde guitars. And so it's just kind of weird that I don't know. It's, I'd listen to it, but more for the music than I guess for the spoken word. The spoken word part, I don't like spoken word.
Okay. The other music news is Alex Van Halen is currently looking for a vocalist to sing on an upcoming album featuring unfinished Van Halen songs that the late Eddie Van Halen was working on before his passing. They had hoped to get Bad Company's Paul Rogers to sing on the effort, but he wasn't able to do it. Enter a 55-year-old on Twitter who tweeted out, "Let's go, I'm ready," with his signature hat on backwards.
Oh, no.
That is Fred Durst.
No.
From Limp Bizkit.
No.
No?
No.
I love Fred Durst.
You're the one. I'm sorry. You're the second. Fred Durst is the other. God, no. God, that would be horrible. No. Okay. So if Eddie has all these tracks left behind that were there before he died, and it's got to be amazing music with the Van Halen type sound. I don't need to hear old hip hop wannabe Fred Durst get up there and do this. And to be fair, I love Paul Rogers and Bad Company. I love Paul Rogers.
Well, we all know that.
I love Paul Rogers. But Paul Rogers shouldn't be doing Van Halen songs either. And he said he couldn't make it work out. Okay, good, because he shouldn't. But no to Fred Durst. I'd rather hear the guy from Nickelback do this.
Really?
Yes. Chad Kroeger. Rather hear him do it. I'm curious to see who they do get to come in and sing these songs. And it may just be...
Before the end of the show, I want you to pick somebody perfect.
Okay, it might be just be Wolfgang Van Halen, but we'll see.
Interesting NBA poll. Detroit, pay attention. We'll get to that today at 12:05 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. There's an interesting development going on in Milan right now. In the men's hockey semifinal game opposite the United States, Canada currently trails Finland 2-1 in the second period. It was 2-0, but moments ago, Sam Reinhart got the Canadians on the board. Canada are playing without Sidney Crosby, who was hurt in their quarterfinal game against Czechia. Widely regarded as one of the greatest Olympic hockey teams ever assembled, Canada's trying to get back to the gold medal game for the first time since 2010 in Vancouver. Meanwhile, Finland trying to defend its 2022 gold medal in Beijing. The winner of the semifinal games will play at 8 in the morning on Sunday. The losers play tomorrow in the bronze game. USA and Slovakia in the semis will start today at 3:10. Tigers have their first spring training game of the season tomorrow, and the team announced today which dates they will wear their brand new orange home alternate jerseys. They will be worn every home Friday game this season except two. The home opener on April 3rd against the St. Louis Cardinals and on September 11th against the Colorado Rockies. Pistons are also back here on 97.1 tomorrow to face the Bulls. This will be Detroit's first game against Chicago since trading Jaden Ivey there. Ivey had a pretty sad quote after not playing in yesterday's loss to the Raptors. He said, quote, "I'm not the same player I used to be. That's why. I'm not the J.I. I used to be. The old J.I. is dead. I'm alive in Christ no matter what the basketball setting is," unquote. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You just told me a great story during the commercial break about a high school hockey game you went to where there was a high school.
Yeah, it was my high school, and I was a freshman in high school, and I went to Andover High School in Bloomfield Hills, and our rival at the time was Losser from Bloomfield Hills. Now they've since combined the two schools, and it's now just Bloomfield Hills High School. But I went to the game, and the PA announcer was a student who was a senior at the time, and his name was Dave Christie, and Dave was a really creative guy from what I recall. My brother would tell me it's because my brother graduated with him. He was really funny and really creative, and I believe he was on the radio staff as well before I got involved with radio there. And so he's doing if somebody scored a goal, goal scored by number 7, Lenny Del Vecchio, his fourth of the year, whatever, assisted by who and who. He would then repeat it in French as if it was, speaking to the Montreal crowd. It was hysterical.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Much respect for that guy.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Jim on a cell you on 97.1. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great.
Yeah, the story I've heard is that Eddie Van Halen cannot stand Fred Durst, or at least he couldn't anyways. And the story I had heard was that at one point there was a chance that he was going to do a little bit of music with them, and actually went over to his place to work on some stuff, and it didn't last very long. But the problem became that he left his guitar over there. And Eddie was trying to get a hold of him to get his guitar back, and Fred Durst kept ducking him and all this sort of stuff. And as far as the story I heard, I think you could look it up online without much problem. He went over there with a gun and stuck a gun in his face to get his guitar back eventually.
Really?
I think I remember hearing that story. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think Alex would have anything to do with Fred Durst.
Well, and so does this mean Fred Durst is just joking around?
Maybe,
Yeah.
but Fred Durst should just go away. Period.
I think he was just a putz.
Thank you for the phone call. Big D Dog said, if this happens, is it Limp Halen or Van Biscuit?
It would be Limp Halen if that happened. Nowhere near full-fledged. That'd be terrible. It would just be terrible. I find it just wildly interesting that they've got all these tracks. It's like they say the same thing about Prince, that Prince has like thousands of hours of recorded material that was never released and that would take people forever to go through, but hoping that somebody does go through it and puts out an old Prince, an old new Prince album. But that there's all these tracks that they have that Eddie had laid down, and Alex, obviously, his brother is still alive, the drummer, and his son, Eddie's son Wolfgang, who plays bass and played bass on their last tour with Van Halen. and is a great guitar player in his own right. I just really would love to hear what the music is, without knowing who the singer is. I don't know if the singer is aside from the point. It's just the music, because you want to hear what Eddie was able to still play.
Regarding 94-year-old William Shatner putting out a metal album and covering classic metal tunes, Scott writes in, what to expect. Enter Sandman is actually about a nap.
I'm sorry, say it again, Doug.
Enter Sandman actually is about a nap. He'll cover a lot of stones, then pass a lot of stones. Twisted great-grandfather. Yes, all true. All true. 248-539-9797. Okay, I said we get to this. Last night felt like a significant Detroit Pistons game. The Knicks ended the Pistons season last year, as all of you know. The Knicks have been around and competing in the East at a high level. Boston's been there. Detroit is the team that's trying to work their way up the ladder. And that was a emotional and a highly emotional and kind of combustible series against the Knicks that the Pistons lost, and that was a bitter pill to swallow. And this year the Pistons have charged out to the best record in the East, and they gave the Knicks their two biggest losses of the season, and those losses always came with yabbits. Yeah, but O.J. Anunoby was out. Yeah, but Karl Anthony Towns didn't play. Whatever it was. This time the Pistons were shorthanded. They didn't have Jalen Duren. They didn't have Isaiah Stewart. And the Pistons went to the Garden against a fully loaded Knicks team and pulled away. Actually, they started to pull away late second quarter. It was a 3-point game with like a minute and a half to go, and the Pistons ran it up to 10 by the half. And I'm not going to say they didn't look back, but they basically controlled the second half for most of it and won the game when it was all over. And as you wake up on Friday, the 20th of February, 2026, everybody's talking about Cade Cunningham's 42-point effort and 13 assist night and taking that game over and providing highlights, from the left-handed dunk to the block dunk of Anunoby that ended up in the dunk wedgie with the ball stuck between the rim and the backboard. And we've played sound bites from you from the ESPN crew this morning, making the case for Cade, fresh face. People are excited about him, quiet personality, loud game. And, JB said after the game, you don't pick an MVP off of one game or one statement. He's been that way all season long. It's just another night for him. And all of that talk. Well, throughout the season, Tim Bontemps of ESPN, NBA writer, does a straw poll for MVP. Current snapshot of the race, using a panel of 100 local, national, and international media members surveyed this week. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
MVP. Where do you think Cade finished in the MVP voting in this straw poll?
I still don't think he's up there enough. Fourth.
He finished third.
Okay.
How many first place votes do you think he got out of the 100?
6.
Less.
2.
Less.
0.
He got 1.
Oh, we got 1.
Yeah. 1 vote out of 100 NBA writers, local, national, and international. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got 78. Nikola Jokic got 18. Victor Wembanyama got 3 first-place votes, but finished 4th behind Cade, who got 1 first-place vote. Cade got 1 first-place vote, 9 second-place votes, 38 third-place votes, 37 fourth-place votes, and 8 fifth-place votes. That means 7 people didn't even put him in their top 5.
These people.
What do you? Now, voting was done this week, and I'm not sure one game makes that much of a difference, but I bet if they did the same thing today,
it'd probably change a little bit. And I think next week's a big week. If you did a poll after next week and see what he does against San Antonio, Cleveland, and Oklahoma City, see what happens there. I don't want to poo-poo the game that they've got tomorrow night in Hammond, but after that, they've got the big schedule.
Yep. So
So how does he do against the best teams in the league?
Kind of interesting. And yeah, I mean, next week he'll go against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and he'll go against Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Not like mano-a-mano, but they'll play against those teams.
Well, yeah, the teams will play.
And then they'll end up playing Cleveland at the end of the week. Like, this is a big week next week.
A huge week.
For the Detroit Pistons.
And thankfully they get Duren back.
Yes, 248-539-9797. Anyway, Detroit, if you have any reaction to that, we asked people today, look, the Cade game has been getting a ton of love. The Pistons have never had an NBA MVP. He's getting into the mix here. He's got to keep it up. And as you said, next week would be a big week for him. The bigger story is that the Pistons have now handed the Knicks their worst loss, their second worst loss, and last night was their fifth worst loss. And they did it all last night without a starter and a key player off the bench. This time the Pistons were shorthanded and still won rather comfortably. I mean, 15 points. You know, whether it was however you want to describe the game, there was a lot to love out of that game. Outside of Cade, and we'll take your Cade calls if you want, what else stood out to you about the way the Pistons beat the Knicks last night? 248-539-9797. And after the game, J.B. Bickerstaff swore at the podium.
Uh-oh.
Hear what made him...
You damn podium?
No, it wasn't mad at the podium. But
podium?
No, when he was standing at the podium, he swore.
Oh.
He wasn't mad at the podium.
He was testifying?
Sort of.
Oh.
Hear what he had to say today at 12:20. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
You know, whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it comes time, well, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. Here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer just like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. And that kind of reputation is not bought. In fact, it's earned, and it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name that you can trust. Did you see that? Remember the story about Teddy Bridgewater? How he had to
he got in trouble or something?
Yeah, he was fired from his job as the head football coach in high school because he had provided money to some kids that just needed like basic necessities. It wasn't like, oh, you get $100, you get $100. So it was a really great gesture to do what he was doing, but it was against the rules.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently the Florida Senate has passed a Teddy Bridgewater Act, which would allow high school coaches to spend up to $15,000 of their own money for player meals, transportation, and recovery services.
But just those things?
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean,
yes, yeah.
Because when you see rules, I immediately think, okay, how are these going to be broken? And getting kids food, recovery services. So what's that? It's like here, go to this therapist.
Right. So Bridgewater coached high school football in Miami and was suspended, and then resigned for providing impermissible benefits to his players, which included Uber rides, physical therapy, pregame meals, recovery help, field paint, and more. I mean, at the time, I remember when it was broke, we're like, this is so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he's giving cash prizes to kids. He's actually helping them out. Hey, kids can't get to practice or can't go to school. Okay, I'll provide Uber ride. Here you go. Or, he's got a bad ankle and needs to get some therapy, and we can't provide that here. Okay, we'll go to this physical therapy.
I mean, obviously rules are rules, but
Yeah.
I'm glad that they are making what appears to be a common sense adjustment, and I hope Bridgewater gets his job back. He probably won't.
Or he'll just be a backup quarterback in the NFL again.
Right. Feels like he gets that call at least once a year. Let's go to Justin in Madison Heights here on 97.1. Hey, Justin.
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you. Hope you guys have been well. Before I get to my point, Doug, I've been wanting to ask you this. Is that you're doing the voiceover on the Sam Bernstein commercial with Dan Campbell?
I am not legally allowed. Yes, it is.
Oh, my bad.
I'm joking. I'm completely joking. Yes, it is. I've done a couple of those.
I thought so, man. I was like, I know that's Doug's voice. But anyways, so obviously, man, like I haven't called you guys in a while, but I watch every Pistons game for the last 2 years, other than the West Coast games. I can't do those 10 o'clock starts, but like, I want to urge everyone that's mildly interested in getting back into basketball, like I was a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Watching Cade and this whole team grow together has been so magical. I feel so privileged to like have gotten in on the ground floor. It's just out of luck and coincidence that I started watching all the games last season. Last year, I'm screaming at my TV with the turnovers. Cade had a problem turning the ball over. He led the NBA in turnovers at one point. This year, I don't know what he worked on, but it's like he doesn't turn the ball over. He's cool as a cucumber when he's got the ball. He moves, he distributes. It's insane. It's like you watched 3 years ago, they set an NBA record for what? It was like 28 straight losses or something like that. And 2 years later, they're the best team in the league. I love this team. I was so excited for last night's game. I could not wait for 7:30 to watch that game. And it did not disappoint.
It was a fun watch. There's no question. It was a fun watch. And Justin, I am somewhat I have decided I'm more forgiving of the turnovers and will continue to be. When you are that much of a high usage player and the offense runs through you and the ball is in your hands and the shot clock's winding down and your job is to make play. You don't want to turn it over, but he's got all the makings of a guy, no matter how good he is, that would have a bunch of turnovers because of how often the ball's in his hands.
His assist totals have gone up every year. 5.6 to 6.0, 7.5 to 9.1 last year to 9.7 this year. His turnovers last year were 4.4 per game. This year it's down to 3.7. So he's dropped it by almost a full turnover a game, and he's added almost a full assist per game while maintaining basically the same scoring. So that's a big area of improvement. It was an area that I think when we talked with JB Bickerstaff going into to the season, it's one of the things he wanted Cade to work on. Everything
that you struggle with, you try to get better. I kind of come to the point where I'll take the good with the bad when it comes to Cade, because whatever's going on is working, and it does feel like he's gotten better. So very valid point. And also, I mean, it wasn't that long ago at all that we were talking about that losing streak. It's crazy. Now, he's still fourth in the NBA in turnovers.
Yes, but what is he in assists?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. He was second in turnovers last year, fourth. So
he's improved in that area.
But high usage player. It's going to happen.
He's
All
second in assists.
So they were talking last night. The question was asked of JB Bickerstaff. It was kind of a long-winded question. It was about Cade finishing through contact and his ability to, he's not a flopper. He's not going after fouls. He can finish through contact. Here's what JB said after the game.
Oh.
There you go. That's he dropped an S-bomb in the middle of that, and that's what it was. Went to bat for his guy. Here's that finish he had with the left in the lane. Here's how it sounded with Mark Champion and Rick Mahorn on the Piston Radio Network here on 97.1.
You okay? I was saying because my ears were hurting after
it was pretty loud, wasn't it?
Mahorn got a little excited there.
Yep.
And had to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, he did. That was an emphatic finish. And you know what's funny is that fourth quarter. We were asking people, what stood out to you other than Cade's performance? For me, it was the Pistons basically, I think there were 4 guys off the bench in Tobias that started the fourth in a reasonably close game. And that it was play after play after play being made by the Pistons bench. Danis beat that shot clock with that pass off to Reed in an and one. When Danis started to drive to the basket, I didn't think he had time to even get a shot off. And he didn't get a shot off. He made a pass and Reed
got the shot,
threw it up and in and got fouled. You had the Paul Reed monster block on Cat on a dunk attempt. He then immediately followed that with an offensive rebound and kicked it out to LeVert for a 3. At one point, Danis took the entire Knicks. He had 5 guys collapsing on him. He took them all to the basket. They had an alley-oop. I think Cade threw an alley-oop to Danis. And the Pistons scores in the fourth quarter. Here are their leading scores. Paul Reed with 9. Danis Jenkins with 8. Cade with 7. Tolu Smith with 6. That was the fourth quarter. That's pretty crazy. That's what stood out to me. And JB after the game said, when asked about it, said, it all speaks to the depth of our team.
Well, we talk a lot on the show about the unethical scoring that some players do, whether it's Trae Young or Jalen Brunson, guys that just look for the contact and then throw up a shot willy-nilly just because they want to get to the line. And look, it's a method, it's a strategy. It's not very attractive, but it is what it is. And that's not what Cade Cunningham does. Cade Cunningham got to the line 3 times last night, knocked down all 3 free throws. As a team, the Pistons don't hunt for those fouls.
No.
They only took 20 free throws in the game last night. If you look at the games on the season where Cade Cunningham has attempted like 10 free throws or more, the record is not good in those games. And I don't know if either were those games where he was hunting that, or were those games where just, hey, it got real physical, and is that something to take a look at? But by and large, Cade does not go about hunting for that. And his body wears the scars of a guy who plays a really physical game, and yet he doesn't necessarily get to the free throw line a ton.
All right, starting lineups for the Detroit Tigers opening day roster, opening day of spring training roster. Interesting addition in there. We will get to that today at 12:35. 248-539-9797. LJ is next. Hello, LJ.
Hey, I was just wanted to chime in on the versatility of Cade. I mean, he I don't think anyone's mentioned the fact that he threw an oop to Danis Jenkins, the shortest guy on the court.
Yep. Yep.
So it's just fun to watch him. He slows the game down, and when you go watch it in person, you can see it even more. It's just been fun to watch. I hope they get their retribution in the playoffs against the Knicks this year and smoke them.
Yeah, I mean, the way it's aligned right now, it wouldn't happen till the Eastern Conference Finals, which would be...
Let's do it.
Yeah, set a
Let's
date.
do it.
Yeah, save the date. Pistons send it out to the Knicks, but it could be that could change. At this point, there are some interesting challenges. If Milwaukee makes the playoffs and Giannis is back, that could be a problem. If that could be a first-round matchup, you got... what's going to happen with Cleveland after their trade? Do they, does they take off and excel? That could be a factor there. But these are fun conversations to have. And look, I can't say this enough. I want to praise and lean into everything they've done so far, because I think everything you could do to establish credibility in a regular season, they have done so far. Next week is a big deal because they'll play San Antonio and Oklahoma City in back-to-back games. They'll play Cleveland at the end of the week. And you can't win a playoff series in the regular season. So they're just doing everything you can do so far. Still a lot of work to be done, as Cade said in his post-game press conference.
Yep, I love it.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Talk some Tigers coming up. In the meantime, back to your phone calls. Joe's in Wyandotte next. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, Joe?
I was going to chime in on you because you guys was talking earlier about the Pistons with Cade Cunningham.
Yes.
Well, when they got Tom Gores, he made one hell of an improvement when they got J.B. Bickerstaff to come in there. And then Trajan Langdon came in, and he's been doing pretty good bringing players in and getting a regime rolling. And then they got other players on a team, but they're a very young team. But there's one thing. They got a fire started under the Pistons. But since they got Cade Cunningham lighting the wick every day because he's the 6'6.5" point guard, power forward, weak forward, the shooting guard, whatever, that's fine. He can shoot from all over the floor. But he took that fire the Pistons had under their ass, and they turned it into an inferno. And I don't think anybody in the NBA would want to play the Pistons today or tomorrow or any other time right now because the Pistons would seriously kick their ass in Detroit or kick their ass at the other teams at their home field. Because the Pistons, with Cade Cunningham and the regime we got around them in the Detroit now, this team is better than when they had
Don't stop.
Isaiah Thomas and them guys when they won the 2 back-to-backs. They're better than they were when they had going to work Pistons. And they got the kind of team that I think the NBA is very afraid of because maybe J.B. Bickerstaff and Tom Gores and Trajan Langdon started a fire here, but Cade Cunningham, he turned it into an inferno, sir.
Joe, are you a lifetime Detroiter by chance?
Am I a lifetime Detroiter?
Yeah.
I was born and raised in Wyandotte all my life.
Okay.
And the Tigers, my mother worked for the Tigers for 10 years. And
I was just curious because you're
10 years too.
I was just curious because of the speech pattern and there's a little bit of an accent there, but I love it. I appreciate it. Love the passion you got, Joe.
Yeah, and I just think that the Pistons with this Cade Cunningham being the spark plug or whatever the hell he is at the Pistons, he set the whole damn team on fire, and ain't nobody in the NBA going to want to put them guys out because there ain't no way in hell they're going to. I mean, if you could put LeBron James in his prime against Cade Cunningham, LeBron James would have a problem.
Oh, boy. Well, that's lofty
Joe,
praise.
you've first of all, I'm going to say this on behalf of everyone. We love you. Secondly, you kind of went a little far. Already calling them better than the Bad Boys. Already calling them better than the Going to Work Pistons.
That's 3 championships.
They're going to win. They're going to win a championship one day, sir.
Okay, yeah, but the Bad Boys won 2, and so there's that. You keep calling us, Joe. All right.
Yeah, I will.
All right, cool.
Thanks, Joe.
There's a ton of feedback flying in.
Always
about
there?
Joe. Yep.
Can't imagine why.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to read these from Twitch. Is this a pirate? You can hear the Southgate just pouring out. It's from Hellborn Elfchild.
Wind
Settle down, Beavis.
Get it right.
He's like part Canadian, part Southern.
There's like part Youper in there, too.
Yep.
I was waiting for him to. I honestly was expecting the words rootin' tootin' to come out at some point. That was an awesome monologue.
It was great.
What else you got?
I think. I feel like this guy sells squirrel meat and moonshine when he's not watching the Pistons. He's awesome. From
Put
BL.
a little possum fat between your 2 fingers there, and you get the ball to really split on you.
From DL Mazarus. I thought he was from the deep north. Joe and Wyandotte, call us
change
anytime. What a delivery.
What a delight.
Yes. He is awesome. 248-539-9797. John in Southfield, you're next. Hello, John.
How we doing today, fellas?
We're doing great.
Well, let me tell you, I hope you guys got a chance to watch that masterclass performance by Cade last night.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if he hasn't gotten the respect already, he sure as shit did last night.
Oh, okay, well, can't have that, but yes, he earned some respect last night.
So if JB Bickerstaff can't say it, then you can't.
Yes. But all in all, it was a night that had the national shows. Two things were about it that got Kate a ton of attention. One is just the overall game. Two was against the Knicks in the Garden. Okay, so ESPN's Get Up crew, they had their panel there. Everybody they had talking on NBA was at the game. They all went last night because they got the Get Up studios on the wharf right there on the river in New York. So they all went to the game last night, and then they were sitting on the desk this morning.
I think Joe's rubbing off on you.
Really?
The words come out of your mouth here. Yeah, they're just sitting there on the wharf, and they've been talking about him. Be sure. Mind your P's and Q's when you talk about the Pistons. Whether you're there or there, it doesn't matter.
That guy was
This
so
team's
awesome.
going to be tough to beat. Trust me. Mark my words, this team is tough.
He sounded like a Scooby-Doo villain.
He kind of did.
Good way to put it, Paul.
We're for these pesky kids.
He was awesome. Joe Wyandotte, right to the top. All right, we mentioned we talk a little Tigers. Kevin McGonigal will start at shortstop for the spring training opener. Now, is this a matter of, all right, let's get this guy some at-bats before we send him to minor league camp, or is this something more?
No, I think he's going to spend the vast majority of spring training with this Tigers team, and he may spend all of spring training here. And this is, look, they want to get looks. They want to get as many looks with him facing big league pitching as they can to get a good determination out there. And it's a great test for him. Look, one game's not going to tell you much. He could hit 2 home runs in his first 2 at-bats and get all excited about it. Doesn't guarantee he comes north. It's going to be a long 5 weeks before we really find out what they have here. But everybody loves him. Alan Trammell talked about it yesterday with, I think it was Evan Petzold. It was Jeff Seidel. I think I was reading a column from Jeff Seidel in the Free Press. And Tram said he loves him. He loves that he brings it every single day, and that's what he's got to do. And I guess that his idol was Chase Utley, and though he's never met him, but Tram's like, it's a great comp. It's a great guy to emulate because Chase Utley was tough, brought it every single day. And if that's what they're getting, incredible. I'm very excited about what they have with Kevin McGonigal. And I'm excited because, you know me, I don't normally like hype.
No.
But when it's hype about our own guys, I'm going to listen a little bit more. But like, how much hype is there? There is a ton of hype on this. Baseball America, MLB Pipeline, they both have him, I think, as the second best prospect in all of baseball. And it's a lot to put on a young man's shoulders, but if he's not going to crumble underneath it, if he's going to flourish and go ahead, go earn the job. Be the starting shortstop for this team. Go earn it. And I don't know if he will. My guess, my hunch is that he starts the year at AAA. But I think a lot can happen depending on the health of players in spring training. If Parker Meadows gets off to a slow start, then why keep Parker Meadows up? Then you could put Javi in center field and have McGonigal at short if that's what you want to do.
Quoting a wise man, I hope that there is a fire that turns into an inferno with Kevin McGonigal. I hope the wick gets lit in this spring training and it turns into an inferno.
Inferno.
Yeah. Very, very exciting times indeed. Tigers, boy, if they changed the narrative on an off season in a couple of days in ways we never would have imagined.
Amazing.
Yep. And now everybody's fired up for Tiger baseball, and they'll get it underway this weekend here on 97.1. Also this weekend, college basketball, Michigan versus Duke, Michigan State versus Ohio State. We'll get into that in the 1 o'clock hour. I do have a comment about the Michigan-Duke game that I don't think I've ever experienced before. Michigan's played Duke a ton. Michigan State's played Duke a ton. I don't think I've ever experienced this before as it pertains to a matchup with Duke with one of our local teams. We'll get to that today at 102. In the meantime, a lot of Piston love coming in today. 248-539-9797. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. When it comes to your home, peace of mind matters. CGC Home Services is your trusted partner for plumbing, water treatment, and air purification. As an authorized independent Connecticut dealer, CGC Home Services provides the highest quality water systems along with expert service you can count on. From leaky pipes to cleaner air solutions, their team is there for you. Call CGC Home Services today, 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Or online at cgchomeservices.com. They're dependable, reliable, and ready to serve. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. Oh, what a game last night for the Pistons, sending a message to the East. Still a lot of proving to be done in this regular season, given that they play the best in the West next week. Also, they have a big game against Cleveland. There's some unknowns, but as far as regular season accomplishments, this team is accomplishing what they can in the regular season. And, the job's not done, but it's been fun. Let's go to Larry, who's next on 97.1. Hello, Larry.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Best show on the radio. Thanks for taking my call.
Well, we appreciate that, Larry.
Lifelong Piston fan. I love them dearly. I saw both championships with the bad boys. Had to go to work. This team here doesn't have a look at me person on it, and that builds so much strength. And they're politically correct, but I believe they say the right thing.
Well, except that showboat Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, he's awful, isn't he? I mean, he's like off the hook.
Yeah.
But the only thing that concerns me is, when you get to the playoffs, there is a learning process on advancing.
Yep.
But we will see. I believe they're built for a long run.
Yeah, I mean, it's playoff basketball is different basketball. We all know it. There'll probably be teams that are throwing looks and defenses and effort on that end of the floor at the Pistons they haven't seen yet. But it's something to be said for what you're doing in a regular season. It does matter. And these matchups matter. And I would imagine that the Pistons got the Knicks' best shot last night. And the Knicks maybe didn't play their best game, but they wanted to win that game.
And Pistons were undermanned. It didn't matter.
Nope.
And I got one more quick baseball thing for you. When was the last time the Tigers had a phenom come on the scene and become much-watched television? They had Fidrich in the 70s.
Justin Verlander.
Yeah, JV.
I was going to just say that.
Skubal?
Verlander.
But Skubal wasn't a phenom. I mean, Skubal is phenomenal, but he wasn't billed as a phenom.
Okay, you mean it came up that's hyped?
Yeah. I would say it's Justin Verlander.
Then you had Miguel Cabrera, where anytime he came up to bat, you basically, in his Triple Crown years, you basically stopped what you're doing just to see his at bat.
Yeah, it'd be cool. It's not like McGonigal's the only one. It feels like there's, tons of excitement about Clark, Briseño, Lorenzo. So Hao-Yu Lee, the most overlooked Tiger legitimate prospect I can ever remember. And I keep saying that, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right, but I feel like every time I read stuff about Hao-Yu Lee, I'm like, oh, this guy sounds like he's close. Max Anderson, there's guys coming here.
Yeah, I mean, but the guys who've got the phenom tag or whatever, I think that the guys that have that tag are Max Clark and McGonigal right now. Jackson Jobe had that tag, and there was a flash in spring training when he got that first chance to pitch. Oh, did he just throw 100 miles an hour? Well, that was fun. Unfortunately, he's had some arm events, and he'll miss a big portion of this season. But yeah, it's been since I think Verlander, the homegrown phenom talent. So it's been a minute. 2005 was when he made his debut with the Tigers on a 4th of July weekend against Cleveland.
Yeah, and he struggled.
He did.
Yep.
And then had a couple decent outings, and then starts the year in 2006 in the rotation, and Tigers make the World Series.
Okay, Olympics ongoing. Our women's team, hockey team, won the gold yesterday in dramatic fashion in overtime over Canada, bitter rivals. Clearly the two best teams in the world. I think Canada won 4 of the last 5 gold medals. I might be wrong on that. They won. Is that what it was? The United States team beat them pretty soundly in pool play, which wasn't really particularly significant. It was a resounding win, but yesterday's game, Canada led much of the way, 1-0, and we scored on a tip goal late. I actually feel like I'm allowed to say we.
Sure.
This is the one time in sports where
representing our country. Yeah.
We scored late.
Captain got it done.
Yeah, with the tip, and then the goal in overtime was spectacular. If you haven't seen it, do yourself a favor and YouTube it. It was.
It's what she does. Keller just has these highlight reel plays throughout. If you just watch Google search highlights of her, you'll see many plays that did that just happen? And yesterday was one of those. You got past the defense on a nice long pass. I forget who made the pass, but like basically from the goal line out to the Canada blue line. And she picked it up, took it in, and just made a move on the defenseman that I felt bad to the point where I felt bad for the defenseman.
I felt bad for the goalie.
Yeah, well,
I felt bad for the Canadians in general. Like
in a way, yeah. I'm happy for us, but in a way, just see how devastated Canada was. Like I'm sure lots of people are like, but I'm not like that.
It's the weirdest.
Okay,
it's the weirdest medal ceremony ever, where
they sit around
team
forever.
that wins the gold is so excited. The team that won the bronze is happy to be there, and the team that wins the silver is pissed.
And I thought it took forever for them to get to the handshake. I'm like, why aren't they shaking hands yet?
Yeah.
And at
I
some
texted
point,
my Canadian relatives about that. I'm like, I hope we shake hands here soon.
well, yeah, and it wasn't because they didn't want to. It's because it wasn't part of the protocol yet, or at least the order of events. And you could see the American captain walk over to the PR person of Canada as if to say, when can we do this? When are we going to do this? And then shortly after they did, and I'm glad they did, but it was one of those things where I think Thompson was the name of the defenseman for Canada who got burned on the great play by Keller. And as soon as Keller gets past her and puts the puck in the net, like Thompson just collapses on the ice, crumbles into the boards, and half of Team Canada has their heads down, and they're crying about it. And I feel terrible for them, but at the same time,
I'm happy.
What a game for the Americans, and nice job to complete the task of winning the gold medal. Had they lost that game 1-0, was that the only goal they would have given up the entire Olympics?
I thought they gave one up in the first game. Might be wrong on that. I thought them reference it, but
it was in their first game they gave up a goal.
Thank you. All right, appreciate it, Jake. The other thing is something has happened here. I think Gator's turning into a overt curling fan.
No.
Well, what did you think of what happened today?
No, they choked. They blew it. They had every opportunity to take points. They didn't get the points that they needed. They could have gotten more, and they needed to. But no, they blew it. She blew it again.
Our last stone
happened yesterday. Happened again today. How are they actually in a medal? They can still get a medal in the semifinals? How? Every time I've watched them, they've crumbled.
We're in the last stone, and Gator makes the comment, I have no faith in her right now. Additionally,
tell me I was wrong.
Well, she put a guard up. We needed a point, but the Swiss had the hammer. Earlier when the Swiss messed up, Gator yelled out, "No chocolate for you." And then you didn't like them putting a guard up with their last stone, which allowed the Swiss to thread the needle between the two guards and knock our stone off shot rock to get the point and secure the win.
All that sounds impressive. And I kind of understood it, which scares me. Is that you get to the end of the Olympics and you sort of understand stuff.
Yep.
And I'll forget it all tomorrow. And then we'll get back 4 years from now, we'll be talking about curling again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make some comment about the hog line, the dirty cheaters out of Canada and all this, and see if anybody's learned anything.
Right.
But I was disappointed because now that you get into it, and you start to watch, and you and I do the same thing. We both want to quiz each other on the strategy. What would you do
here?
Now that you can see where the stones are placed, what would you do? And I'm like, I'd do this. Why do they do this? That's because women won't listen.
Well,
I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
Scott the Gator Anderson. Like I said, he's turned into a passionate curling fan. The thing about curling, it's always on.
Dude, they had a 3-point lead yesterday going into the 10th end, and they had the hammer, and they ended up having to go into extra ends to win it.
Yes.
Can't believe I just said all that.
And it's all true. You said it correctly. They didn't have the hammer, did they?
I believe they had the hammer.
No, because they won with the hammer in the extra end.
Well, I think they had to go, maybe they went a couple extra ends.
Did it? Okay.
I don't know. I just know they went to extra ends to win it, and they choked.
Well,
almost choked it all. But they ended up winning it eventually and getting into this match, and then they choked this one.
The men's hockey team
Choke
plays
is
later
wrong.
today.
I have no idea if they choked or not.
Yeah, it's
maybe
funny.
She's just incompetent. I don't know. Well, you're good enough or you're not good enough. That's all.
Gator made the point. We were in the middle of this conversation during one of the commercial breaks, and he's breaking down the curling shots, and he goes, I need to stop. The time and effort, the amount of years it takes to figure out what weight to put on these shots.
Exactly. I mean, it really is an amazing skill that they have learned over years and years and years of repetition to understand how much pressure that they have to put on the stone, how much they need to turn left or to the right or whatever it is, and to land the stone where they land it. It's truly amazing the skill that takes.
And people start yelling, it's not a sport. And okay, fine, call it a contest. It's interesting.
It's a hell of a skill.
Movies are interesting, and we watch those, so it is.
It's a hell of a skill.
It is something else. All right, we'll talk some college basketball coming up next. If you want to keep talking Pistons, love it, as they had a big win last night to further establish themselves as the team to beat in the East. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mike Morse Law Firm. A quick update in Milan. The other semifinal men's hockey game opposite the United States and Slovakia is, of course, Canada-Finland. 3:32 left to go in the third period there, and it's tied 2-2. Sam Theodore tied it in the third for the Canadians after they trailed 2-0. The winner of that game will play on Sunday at 8:10 in the morning against the winner of the United States and Slovakia, who will drop the puck today at 3:10 p.m. in Milan. Tomorrow, plenty of sports going on. It's the Tigers first at 1:05 for their first spring training game of the year. Cater Montero gets the start in that one. Then at 6:30, Michigan men's basketball will take on Duke, and the Players Tribune released an article today written by Michigan star Yaxel Lendeborg detailing his relationship with his mother. He said she kept him off a bad path in high school and that she saved his life. He also detailed her cancer diagnosis, which he only learned about at the start of this season. Tomorrow, the Wolverines and Blue Devils tip off in Washington, D.C. at 6:30. Pistons basketball also right here on 97.1. They're in Chicago to take on the Bulls in Jalen Duren's first game back since being suspended. That's an 8 p.m. tip in the Windy City. Michigan State hosts Ohio State on Sunday as well at 1 o'clock. It's the first time Ohio State's back in the Breslin Center since their buzzer beater win 60-57 right in front of the Michigan State fans in the same building 2 years ago. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I got a question for actually both of you, Gator and Update Kid. Over the years, Michigan has played Duke a ton. Michigan State has played Duke a ton. And it's probably one of the things that Michigan and Michigan State fans have in common. Nobody likes Duke.
Nobody.
And I want to ask you a question. Have you ever gone into a Michigan State Duke game thinking that, hey, I like our chances here against this Duke team. I really like our chances here.
Doesn't happen often. I'm trying to think if it's happened. I think it's always going in like doom and gloom, like, oh, I just hope we can make it close. And I've been hurt before. I think the one time I had high expectations of the team was one of the worst beatdowns I saw against Duke. State played against Duke early in the year. It was at Breslin Center.
With the silver uniform.
It may have been a silver uniform game.
That was the game Foster Loyer got stepped on, right?
No, I'm thinking of one that was before that.
Earlier.
This is like a while back where Duke knocked down, it felt like a 30 3-point shots early in the game, but it was probably more like 10. But they couldn't miss. And they had this massive lead at halftime at Breslin Center. And I was at the game, and I'm just shaking my head like, well, I didn't expect it to be like that.
Shabath, you covered Michigan State.
Yeah, the one game that stands out as maybe they had a chance, I broadcasted. I was the color commentator from the WDBM student radio conference room because it was COVID and you couldn't travel to games. So of course we got robbed of a trip to Cameron Indoor Stadium, which was not fun. But they went to Cameron Indoor, and I think it was a close game, and ended up losing by 5 or 6. But every other Duke game in history, you don't think your team has a chance.
You feel like you need an out-of-body experience to beat Duke, even if you match up in a lot of ways. I don't know what it is. And let me be clear about something. I by no means, 100% think Michigan is going to beat Duke.
Right.
But I feel like for the first time, I think they match up well with Duke.
I think they do. I think Michigan's the best team in the country.
And it's psychological. I think both fan bases have had reasons to be confident, and yet Duke has this spell and this aura that even though Michigan's favored in this game and it's a neutral site, all I'm like, hey, I think they can play with them maybe.
And I think there's maybe one program in the nation that might travel better than Michigan in college basketball, and it's Duke.
Yeah.
And in Washington, D.C., there's probably going to be pretty good fans for both sides, but I imagine Duke's going to travel well. But to your point about all the matchups, in every single one, it seems Duke has the best player on the floor, and it's still not different this year either.
No, and I think that's actually a significant thing, and we'll get into the reasons why. But I do want to ask Michigan fans, is this the first time, I don't want to say that you feel good about the matchup with Duke, but the first time you don't feel horrible about the matchup with Duke. You don't feel bad
you don't feel
about
like
the
your
matchup.
season's over.
Yeah, you don't feel like God, I mean, we could beat them, but I don't know that I expect it. If Michigan beats Duke, I won't be shocked.
How many times has Michigan beaten Duke? Like, do you recall?
Historically?
Yeah, because my gut tells me Michigan State's done it more times.
I think they played
Probably,
more too.
But they probably played more as well.
They played a lot in that Champions Classic thing.
And
I mean,
it seems like every tournament they
Surely
get
there's-
matched up at some point.
surely there's been
Every
some
March
scenes.
Madness. Michigan's record all time against Duke is 8-22.
Wow.
It's better than I thought.
Michigan State's all-time record against Duke is this isn't easy. This isn't popping up as quickly. This can't be right. It's Duke leads a series 16-3.
That sounds about right.
Does it?
I can think of the Elite Eight win.
Yeah.
Well, they have the win over Zion.
That's the
That's
the Elite Eight one to go to the Final Four in, I believe it was St. Paul or Minneapolis or something. Beyond that,
Yeah. Anyway,
Duke is Duke.
Yeah.
Duke is totally Duke. Maybe it's 16-4 now, is what I'm seeing. Duke leads that series. So anyway, your point about the best player on the floor. The one thing that Michigan hasn't played yet, and you want to check all the boxes before you get to the postseason, they haven't played that high draft pick guy. You know, they haven't played that player that could be in the conversation to go number one overall. They haven't played an A.J. Debonsa from BYU. They haven't played a Darius Acuff from Arkansas.
right.
They're going to play one in Cameron Boozer. And so
A couple boozers.
yeah, you can guys like that can win a game. Like guys like that can Dwayne Wade you to a Final Four, right?
He did that in East Lansing just a couple of months ago. And,
Yep.
and just speaking of Cameron Boozer real quick, just to kind of put into context how good and perhaps much better than the rest of the nation he is or people think he is. Did you see the Wooden Award odds for Bet Online from him?
I didn't.
So he is minus 3,000 to win the Heisman of college basketball.
Right.
No one else is even close. I mean, Jeremy Fears and Yaxel are both like in the top 10. Acuff's in the top 5. Braden Smith is as well. It's not even close. He's already won the award. I mean, minus 3,000 is incredible for an individual end-of-season award in any sport, especially college basketball.
Seems like it. And, you know, I'm just wondering if Michigan fans don't feel terrible about this matchup because it's Duke, right? It's Duke. And I just think inherently we all think, oh, we're going to lose to Duke. And maybe, just maybe on a good day.
Obviously, I'm not a Michigan fan.
Yep.
But I think Michigan wins the game.
Do you?
If I were, I'd feel pretty confident. Michigan's playing better than anybody in the country.
They're playing really well.
Duke's got the best player. Michigan has probably the next 3 or 4 best players. So
Well, the one thing that Duke can do that worked against Michigan before is they can shoot the 3 1 through 5. Now, their 5-man isn't a great the Gongba kid isn't a great shooter, but he's taken quite a few threes. And so that's how Wisconsin beat Michigan. Now, just because Wisconsin did it doesn't mean there's not a variety of ways you can beat Michigan, but they can bring that and they'll have the best player on the floor, which, you know, I mean, I suppose the Michigan kids will say, I'm going to show who's the best player on the floor. One of them who seems pretty confident.
yeah, absolutely.
But at the end of the day, I'm just kind of wondering how Michigan fans feel about this one. Thank you, Update Kid.
Of course, thank you.
248-539-9797. You're on the air tomorrow morning. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
With Michael Stone.
Really?
The Godfather of radio.
The
yeah.
Stoney experience.
Yeah.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, it was really fun last week, so excited to for show number 2, 9 to 1 tomorrow.
All right, leading into Tiger baseball.
Yeah.
That's right.
If you feed him, it's always a good start.
Okay, so bring goodies.
Something.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Update Kid. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Fellas, I feel very comfortable about this game.
Do you?
Dude got one guy that can score on his own that's good at it. Man, they got the best. They bigger than Duke. Duke is long, but they bigger than Duke. They deeper than Duke. They just a better overall team than Duke. The Duke name is forecasting over this game, but Michigan has the best team, period. And I think they go get them by 10 or 12 points.
You might be exactly right, but that Duke name casts such a long shadow. And, you know, they're an intimidating team to play. I think both Michigan. I was wondering if Gator and Update Kid, Michigan State guys, felt the same way that I do about Duke and every other matchup until this
Man.
one.
Michigan they are playing on fire, man. They the best team in college, and I don't think it's close. And I think the only team that could beat Michigan is Michigan, because they actually, when teams talk about having 8 to going up to 9 guys, they actually have 9 guys that can play ball, and I just can't see how Duke will beat them. And if the Boozer brother if he get in foul trouble, they gonna get ran off the floor.
Well, there's anything like that happens. Michigan really. Thank you for the call, Brian. Michigan really struggles when Perez Johnson gets into foul trouble. He's kind of a key, like a cornerstone for them. But the one thing that he said is right. If somebody's having a bad day, they got somebody else to go to. There's no better example than that Northwestern game when they were down 16. Starting backcourt wasn't getting it done. They put in the freshman McKinney and the sophomore LJ Kaysen, and they brought it home the last 16 minutes of that game and came back from 16 down.
And Michigan runs a tight ship. It's basically 9 guys. There are 8 or 9 guys in that rotation, and you're not going to see a whole lot else. But it's all of those guys can produce. The last game when they had, I think it was 6 players in double figures. It's an impressive group that they have, and they don't need any one person to be the star because they can all star.
248-539-9797. You want to keep on that front talking college basketball. Michigan State against Ohio State at the Jack Breslin Center coming up Sunday as Michigan State hoping to build some late season momentum here. And look, I think people forget Michigan State is 21-5.
Right.
Like they're having a great year themselves. And there have been ups and downs, which is more typical of what a lot of really good teams' seasons can be like.
Yeah, and they've beaten some good teams along the way.
Yep. And they'll have a chance to beat some more. They've got Ohio State's been playing better. They got that win over Wisconsin in their back pocket. You've got games with Indiana, Purdue coming up, but and obviously Michigan to wrap up the regular season. So they got a lot of opportunity to get some quality wins going into the postseason and get a little bit of mojo that's been missing for feels like a couple of weeks here, leading up to that UCLA game. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
If you've been thinking about a new ride, well, now is the time to get to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The deals are big and the savings are real. Right now, you can drive a brand new Chevy Equinox for just $999 down and only $249 a month. Want to save even more? Go electric with the all-new Equinox EV, just $999 down and only $149 a month. That's $100 less every month, plus you're going to save at the pump. If you need a truck, how about a Chevy Silverado for just $999 down and only $199 a month? Powerful, capable, and ready to work. And here's the big part. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield needs your trade. They're paying top dollar right now, even if you don't buy from them. So bring it in, get it appraised, and see how much it's worth. SUVs, EVs, trucks, the deals are happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Stop in today, and together, let's drive. Oh, there was some drama.
Yeah, Canada came from 2-0 down to beat Finland 3-2.
They got a power
spoiler
play.
alert. Turned the
Wow.
radio off 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry. Our bad.
It had a power play with 2.5 minutes to go in regulation and a tie game. Canada got on the power play, and they scored a power play goal, and it was challenged to see if it was offside or not, and apparently it was really tight. I couldn't see exactly what I was looking. I didn't understand what I was looking at until it was too late, and then I'm like, oh, go back. Now I know where the puck is to look for it. But a lot of people apparently thought that was that it was offside.
Mhm.
Well,
we're basing this off the feedback on Twitch.
That's right. What, you don't trust the people at Twitch?
Well, now that I look at this, it's one guy saying it over and over.
Oh.
Man O'Fun really wants to get the point across. Thug Game kind of agrees. Anyway, maybe it is. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. We'll see it later. But Gator, you're torn on this one.
I mean, a little bit.
Yeah.
I look at it as silver linings, Doug. I wanted Canada to lose. Because I don't want Canada to win in a gold medal game. If they would have lost to Finland, it would have been a little bit hysterical to see how they would scramble and what they would adjustments, who gets fired, from Team Canada.
Who
and all
takes
this.
the blame?
I mean, they had a shot.
I mean, you could always just blame all the Maple Leafs.
Of course.
Yeah.
They had a shot of the execs up in a box watching the game.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the GM is of the team. I'm assuming it was the GM, but he had his arms folded watching this, and it looked like he was pressing coal into a diamond as we speak. Like, he was so uptight because, of course, the team was not playing well. But yeah, that being said, United States has to take care of business this afternoon against Slovakia.
Mm-hmm.
And then it sets up a gold medal matchup if the U.S. is able to win this game this afternoon against Canada. And U.S. versus Canada, of course, I want to see it. Everybody in the world wants to see these two teams face each other.
So the only way I will be mad that Canada won is if we lose.
If the United States doesn't
If the
beat
United
Slovakia.
States loses and it's Canada versus Slovakia, then I'll be mad that Canada won. But this is what I want. I want Sunday morning. And look, if you're a person that is listening to this show and you like this show and you're also a churchgoer, do you start moving church around a little bit on Sunday? Do you go to church and stay in the bubble? Do you go to church and stream the game?
Do you just skip church?
Again,
well, I mean,
huge,
it's gotta be-
listen to who I'm talking to directly. Huge fan of the show, big sports guy, loves it. Huge fan of church, goes to church. Like, this is your thing. Of course you can skip church. God, you can go to confession. Tell God.
Is that what you?
Yeah. Which you don't have to do every time you miss church.
Do you bring a punch kit with you?
To what?
To confession?
No. Why would I?
I don't know. It's Fat Tuesday. All this Lent stuff. I don't know.
No,
how
I'm
this works.
excited. I wanted Canada to win because that's the great theater. That's how this is the best. And that's how the trash talk. I kind of one up on my Canadian relatives. I went easy after the game yesterday.
Did you?
I didn't talk a lot of trash. To Big Mountie, Mo, Googe, new guy, Mary Eileen, cousin Mikey. I went easy. But, I won't. I'll let some time pass, especially if we sweep both hockey medals. Because we have a big family thing this summer. I might show up in a USA sweater or something. I might have to get one of those classics. Speaking of which, absolutely all of the Olympic jerseys are awesome.
I'm telling you, I've been saying this from day one.
They're all great.
The sweaters are awesome.
Yep.
They're incredible. I love Finland's.
Mm-hmm.
Finland's is amazing.
Finland's look great. Swedes look great. The Canada, just a simple red and a black maple leaf. And our jerseys harken back to the 60s Olympic gold medal. We won in 60. We won in 80. We have not won the men's Olympic hockey gold medal since 1980, which is certainly a medal that got some attention. 248-539-9797.
I did it?
Yeah, let's go to Rick. You're on 97.1. Hi, Rick.
Hey, fellas, how are you? Thanks for taking the call.
Our pleasure.
You know what? I just watched the game, man, and I know a lot of the dudes, like ref, etc. I want to ask you guys, how do 3 Canadian NHL officials end up on this game, right?
Oh,
putting Finland down with 2 minutes left in a 2-2 tie, a hockey game, brother. Are you serious?
Wow.
Where did all the IIHF referees for the last 12 years go? There are none?
I have no reason to doubt you. There were 3 Canadian officials on the ice for that game?
Two guys wearing the bands, NHL officials, and 1 linesman, and they gave a token assignment to one of the linesmen from he's from Euro, IIHF guy.
So, Rick, you watched the game?
I watched the whole game. Those guys are great dudes. They got all kinds of skill, talent. Their coaches are great, man. They don't need that.
Let me ask you this,
with 2 minutes left.
I was going to say you've got the power play that led to the game-winning goal, but the goal before that, the one that tied it up.
Yeah,
I only got a quick look at it. It looked like it was goaltender interference. Was it not?
Well, here's the deal. If you watch the last play with 2 minutes left, and you got to be, I watch the referees, how they work, right? So the guy low, McKinnon gets hit up in the face with the stick, right, that slides up the shaft. That guy's arm's not up. He's not calling nothing until McKinnon's grabbing his face, looking over, asking for a call. There's 2 minutes left in a tie game.
Rick, that's not what he asked. Did you think that the tying goal was goalie interference?
It looked like the Canadian player bowled over the goaltender from Finland, and then 2 seconds later, there's a goal.
You know what?
I don't know if he was
it's a
checked
great
into it or
question.
not.
It's a great question. How much contact on the D guy, the whole deal, driving him in? I mean, Brad Marchand, famous for flipping around and doing odd things that help get you an advantage. They're getting an advantage. But my whole thing, guys, is 3 minors in a row in the third in a great hockey game. Canada's too skilled, doesn't need help. The coaches are awesome. Come on, man. You got to swallow your whistle with 2 minutes left in a tie game.
All right,
anyway,
Rick.
Thanks, guys.
We appreciate it.
Got denied 3-on-3 overtime.
This signal here on 97.1 carries well into Canada. I know we have some Canadian listeners. We would love to hear from you, your thoughts on this game, and perhaps Rick's conspiracy theory.
Well, Thug Aim on Twitch says Canada cheated in curling. Now it's hockey.
Oh,
it's on.
Canada?
I didn't see the penalty that was called.
The Canadian Carson Anderson audience, we would love to hear from you.
I tell you what, when they replay this tonight, I think I'm going to watch the third period
again.
Yeah, because I didn't get a chance.
It's
I want to see all that stuff.
Hard to watch games. Yeah. I'm trying to watch 2 games at the same time while doing the show.
Yeah, what's the other one, Doug?
I'm streaming Florida State, Michigan college baseball down in Arlington, Texas.
Because why wouldn't you?
Well, it's 2-0, bottom 4. Florida State, same guy scored both runs, same guy drove them in both times.
Look at that.
There's a Sheffield for Florida State. Do you think?
Yep.
Probably.
Could be.
3-0 Florida State. 248-539-9797. No, not this time. Jay in Northville. Hi, Jay.
Hey, man, I had a bold take. I know the guys at the Valenti Show loves these bold takes.
Let's go.
Kenny might like this one, but the NHL and the Olympic Committee have like some kind of $1 billion insurance policy. It's something outrageous. Kind of ironic because Messi had one on his left foot for Argentina and soccer over there, but that's different. I digress. I'm all for like the World Baseball Classic that we have. If the 4 nations became the 5 or 6 nations with Russia and maybe call it the Czechs, like have that every 2, maybe 3 years. I think every year would be obnoxious, but no disrespect to the rest of the world. It's just like nobody cares about any of those teams. Like I don't care about the Swiss or Germany. I understand
France.
The Olympics are the Olympics. I respect that, but the 5 or 6 nations would be epic to have in North America every 3 years. And you'll see the best on best, and it'd be like maybe a 2-week long thing rather than a month hiatus of the NHL season.
I mean, I think that 4 nations thing.
I think it's got legs.
Every 2 years between the Olympics, so you have international competition every other year.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how it would work out. I just figured if you don't have to have that, the NHL saves money on that $1 billion. Well, I guess the Olympic Committee would save money on that insurance policy, and then the NHL just you have a highlight reel instead of the All-Star game. You do a week or 2, or 10 days, whatever, of call it the 5 nations, because you got to add Russia. They're one of the best teams in the world, if not the best.
Yeah.
And then you got to maybe Croatia. I don't know. Just add another team, the 6 teams, or call it the 5 Nations tournament. But you could do that every 2 years or 3, not every 4. But I think 4.
I don't mind every 4. I think 4 is fine because you go every other year. You'd have some awesome hockey Olympic style international competition. But I'm not going to. At some point, you got to give. I would think that the NHL wouldn't want their players always doing this.
No, I don't think they.
Because here's why you can't do it every 3 years. Eventually, it would align with an Olympic year.
Yeah.
Chip in Farmington, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Chip.
How we doing, guys?
Good.
I'll start the call off by saying I have a lot of Finnish family, so this is not necessarily a completely unbiased opinion. if what that guy said is true, and there were 3 out of the 4 refs that are Canadian, that is, I don't even know what to say about that.
Yeah.
But I agree. The refs put the whistles away for most of that third period. There was a lot of physical play. There was a lot of sticks being thrown around, and then just gifting Canada a power play at the end with 2.5 to go. Outside of that, Brad Marchand is my least favorite hockey player ever, and that continued to be true today. That was 100% goalie interference. Should have been called on the ice. I get we probably should have challenged it, but if the rule is you lose a challenge that they get a power play, that's a lot of risk to put it on a tie game.
So Finland didn't even challenge it. Okay, they did not challenge that goalie interference.
No, because if they would have, then you're looking at a 2-2 game, and you get it wrong, you're on the penny kill, and then that power play is so good, they're probably up 3-2 right there.
Okay, I mean, from my quick look, that looked like it was an easy interference call, but they're chicken to call it.
Any of our Canadian friends listening to the show, 248-539-9797. Canada advances, U.S. versus Slovakia up next. We could have a classic coming up on Sunday morning in the gold medal game. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Let's get to some feedback because we haven't read a bunch of these in a while, and we love your text, 248-539-9797. Of course, what do we got here? Regarding the Pistons, our bench guys were in Cat's head. Brunson got his, but nobody else on that team wanted anything to do with the Pistons. They looked soft. That's from Chris in Sterling Heights. From an unnamed texter, I checked out WFAN this morning. That is All Sports in New York City. I checked out WFAN this morning and all the New York-based ESPN sports shows. The word that's being thrown around constantly regarding Cade is either superstar or motorcade. He has arrived nationally. Next text. Jalen Duren's absence did not go unnoticed last night. not in the final score or anything, but there were like 5 or 6 lob attempts that weren't even close because those guys are so used to just lobbing these YOLO balls up there, and Duren jumps out of nowhere and throws them down. Next text from Paul in Rochester. I think what goes underappreciated is that that timeout Bickerstaff called when the Pistons were down early in the first quarter. They came back and took the lead and kind of never looked back from there. The Pistons opened the game 1 of 8 from the floor and were down 9-2. And they bounced back, and Cade had 14 in the first quarter. And you're right. The Pistons playoff bound and season success. The Red Wings looking like a playoff hockey team. The Tigers bringing back JV and signing Valdez to load up their rotation and should win the AL Central. The Lions looking to rebound and reclaim the North. Michigan dominating in college hoops as number 1 in the nation. When is the last time we've been granted this much excitement in Detroit sports? What a time to be alive. That's from Todd in Royal Oak. I don't know that we have. And we have legitimate contenders for titles. We have the most credible Lions organization in our lifetime that's done a great job. Not good enough, but great job. Red Wings don't feel like they're quite there, but they feel like they're on the precipice of being there. So, yeah, things are good.
I like where the Red Wings are at. I think it's unfortunate. It seems like a lot of the teams in the Eastern Conference are playing great hockey right now, along with the Red Wings are really good hockey right now, and it's tight. It's really tight. I'm curious when we get closer to the trade deadline, how many teams are going to bow out and then say, okay, we're going to sell off some assets and get draft capital or whatever it is they're going to find in return. And what are the teams going to be buying to try to improve themselves? I fully expect the Red Wings to buy at the trade deadline to try to improve themselves. Will it be 1 move? Will it be 2 moves? Will it be 1 move that acquires multiple players? You know, they can make a deal with St. Louis or something like that. I don't know. But I think they're going to do something significant to add either a defenseman or a forward or both. I hope it's both. I think there's room for both. I think they have all the assets necessary to go and make that improvement to the team. And it would have to be an upgrade. You can't just, shuffle chairs on the last, forward line or the bottom 2 defensemen. It's got to be better than that.
Let's go to Matt in Windsor. You're on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm going to start off and say, you guys, I love your show.
Thank you.
However, I'm just going to say, your fans sound scared.
Of what?
The hockey game that's going to happen Sunday against the Canada 1. Because, if you're going to call and complain about having Canadian officials, aren't they some of the best officials? We're supposed to use bad officials in a semifinal game? It kind of sounds like a Michigan fan complaining about an Ohio State ref.
It does. It totally does.
Of course we're scared. I'm scared. I'm not even sure we're going to beat. I'm not even sure we're going to beat Slovakia.
Right.
Oh, you will. Listen. I'm going to tell you right now. I live in Windsor. I love going to the States. I go back and forth all the time. It's great. And I love American teams, except for in hockey. You know what I mean? And I'm not a Leafs fan.
Not mad at you.
I'm not a Leafs fan. I'm okay that they keep losing. I'm fine with that. I don't like Toronto fans. But I'm just saying, at this, what was everybody complaining about? We didn't even play you guys. You didn't lose that.
You're right. We'll save our complaining till Monday.
No, but Matt, you're 100% right. People that are going to they call it a complaint and talked about it, and other people have texted about it. It is because myself, I admit it. I wanted Canada to lose today. Why? Because I think it's an easier route for the Americans to win the gold. In the end, though,
don't you want to win?
Well, I get that. I get that, Matt. That's why I said that's the silver lining in Canada winning is that I do get to see the matchup of the top 2 teams in the tournament. And if the United States wins, they will have absolutely earned it to beat Canada to do it. And there's absolutely that part of it. But I'm not going to lie. I was rooting for Finland. And when Finland got up 2-0, I got excited. And when Canada tied it up at 2, and again, we're doing a show, so we're not
really
watching
paying
the
attention
game,
to the game. I have no idea.
When I turned my shoulder and looked, and I saw that Brad Marchand was on top of the netminder, and I'm like, how is that not goaltender interference?
Well, yeah, it's Brad Marchand, right? Nobody likes Brad Marchand. Even Canadians go, come on.
Well, then we have something in common, Matt. Look, I'm admitted I got Canadian relatives, so I don't mind rooting for Canada. I do it all the time in a lot of sports. Not Sunday. And I went light yesterday, but I'm going to see all my cousins this July. And if we have both the men's and women's gold medal,
then Doug's going to get loud.
I put a few Labatt in me, and I might get a little obnoxious.
You'll get the USA belt buckle going.
I might have to.
The Uncle Sam hat.
Yep. Red, white, and blue bandana.
Yeah.
I got some U.S. flag beer pong board shorts that I'll probably be wearing.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, they're pretty sweet. So, yep, they'll hear from me. But in the meantime, yeah, I'll be nervous for this game coming up on Sunday if we advance. Slovakia has like 7 NHL players, so our dude is right. We should advance. But hell, Canada shouldn't have been
they should
in
have been
trouble
tested
against
by
Finland. Yeah, so 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Thank you for the call. We've been asking for a call from Canada, and we got one. More of your feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the Tigers. This is a make or break year for Parker Meadows. Last year was definitely a step down from the previous, and after hearing about the Q&A at spring training with Kevin McGonigal, I'm wondering if the Tigers are going to make him an old school rookie that just starts and plays with the big club the whole season.
Well, they did that with Colt Keith, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They may. I think we'll know a lot more in a few weeks. I think a big determining factor is health. You know, who's going to have that lingering injury or who has an injury that's going to keep him off the roster for a long time, because it's going to happen. It's just that's how all sports works, and baseball is no different. And the major factor is, how's McGonigal look?
Yep. More feedback here. Here's a great original take. Writes this unnamed texter. We'll be the judge of that. The Tigers may not have to worry about service time manipulation with McGonigal because we all have a feeling the CBA is going to look a lot different after next year. Bring him up out of camp if you feel he's ready. We've heard a lot of CBA talk and a lot of how does it impact things like Skubal's contract. You're right. We have not on this show, maybe somewhere else, but we have not, or no caller has drawn a straight line between McGonigal and service time and the new CBA. That is an original take. But just because it's unpredictable doesn't mean that the Tigers won't account for it. I don't want them to. I mean, they've already shown they're going to spend money. Like, they've already kind of killed that narrative, haven't they?
Yes.
Don't always operate on the cheap.
I think that narrative should be killed, yeah. And I don't think that they're looking to manipulate any kind of service time. I think that they'd love nothing more than to have Kevin McGonigal make this roster out of spring training. They're not going to force it, but if he deserves to be there, I think he's going to be there. You know, you look at the other players, who's going to stand in his way? Javi Baez is likely the starting shortstop, but, you know, Parker Meadows, if he doesn't get things going in center field, then Javi's an outfielder. Is McKinstry going to be hitting at spring training to show that he deserves to play every day? I mean, there's other factors in there, but if McGonigal hits and McGonigal fields the position, then he'll make the team.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Joe in a car. Kevin McGonigal will be your opening day shortstop this year. Shoot the boot on it.
Oh, Joe.
Joe, we need you to send over your contact information.
Has he tweeted this or texted it?
He texted it.
Okay. Well, Joe, you know what our Twitter account is.
Yeah. Tweet us, Joe.
You can tweet us.
Yep.
We keep track of this, and
we're not allowed to encourage this from our audience. So we're not doing that right now.
We're certainly not encouraging.
No. Not at all.
We're not begging for you to honor the commitment if things don't go your way in your bold proclamation. We're certainly not doing that.
Mm-hmm. Joe, that is a Gators term, saucy shoot the boot.
That is a saucy shoot the boot. I like it. And that's feeling it. He's feeling it.
248-539-9797. Any more smack talk coming from over across the border, Canada? Was it Matthew talking smack already? Canada's advance to the gold medal game Sunday morning. Our game with Souvlaki.
She said Souvlaki.
Our game against Souvlaki coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Greg Kenya down in Erie. Kevin
I remember
McGonigal.
that shot. That was quite a shot again.
We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. Mick Cronin, the head coach at UCLA, speaking with the media at this hour.
Or about an hour ago. It was posted just now.
spends 4 minutes apologizing for publicly humiliating his player for hustle play. Nothing I have seen about the reporter.
No, I haven't seen it either. I listened to the apology to Stephen Jamerson, and it's an interesting apology because there's a lot of backtracking that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
I think all he had to say was, "Hey, I overreacted. I didn't have the luxury of seeing a replay of the hit or the foul, and I immediately reacted because of what happened over the weekend, and I thought it was the same type of play. I thought it was my eyes. I thought it was dirty. I was wrong. It wasn't. In fact, not even sure it should have been a flagrant one. But I apologize, and that's it. That's all I had to do. And then he can move on to the other part of the post game.
Berating a reporter who was trying to do a story about one of his players.
Just asking a simple, honest question as it relates to Xavier Booker and the Izzone and how they treated him, but instead, I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to raise my voice to Mick Cronin.
Defend the reporter, who I think was totally fair game to ask that question, and
I don't want to offend Mick Cronin's precious ego.
All right, 248-539-9797. Dean in LaSalle, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Dean.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
We're doing good.
I'm just calling to just ask, how is it going to feel when the U.S. men's hockey team finishes fourth?
In the Olympic tournament?
Yes, sir. Yeah, of course. You're losing. They're going to lose today.
Are they? Just like the women? Oh, wait, no, they won the gold.
Hey, it's apples and oranges.
Of course it's apples and oranges, but we're going to talk smack about the gold that we have in our back pocket, that's for sure.
Yeah, but Hellebuck's going to choke. He always chokes in the big games.
Not this time.
All right. All right, we'll see.
I'll tell you what. No. You're Dean, you're right. He does choke in the big games, and that's why let's just go money line. I got the U.S., you got Slovakia today.
Okay.
Money line bet, 6-pack of beer. You'll bring it across the border and drop it off, or I'll leave one for you.
Well, I don't drink, but we can do something here.
All right, we can
do something.
We'll get you some food vouchers. We'll find the best poutine we've got to offer. Something.
All right. I was going to say, we make the best hot dogs over here, but you don't eat hot dogs.
No, I don't.
No, but Doug's able to buy them, though.
I can't. Yeah, I could try to offer hot dogs back. Dean, you're on, buddy.
That's true.
Yep, you're on.
Thank you.
Now, here's my question. In all honesty,
yeah.
Do you hope we win so we get the classic matchup, or do you want Slovakia to win?
I would love it. Honestly, I would absolutely love it. Like, I love watching U.S., Canada, anything really.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome for the game. Like, I don't think if we're gonna have the four nations fights or anything, but I would just love the physicality of it. It's just good storyline. Like, it's, we're border to you guys, so I think it's great for the North America.
I'm totally rooting for Canada all throughout, but obviously I got Canadian relatives. But at the end of the day, I have been surprised at Canada. I don't want to say struggling, but they've flown close to the sun. How nervous have these last two games been for you?
Oh yeah, it's been crazy. Like, it's if I want to be honest, it's like, I wish Carey Price was still healthy. I don't think we'd be having these problems, but that's life, right?
Yep. All right, Dean, thank you. And we got our bet down. I Karsh Casino'd him. Did you see that?
Did you though? I mean, you're just talking. It's a straight up bet, basically.
Well,
he wasn't asking for goals.
No,
I mean,
no. He just. But money line. How do you feel about the U.S. on the money line today, getting even odds?
I mean, I sure.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
I should have went for more. I should have asked for goals.
Well, that's the Karsh Casino.
I think getting a heavy favorite on the money line at even odds is Karsh Casinoing him. But let's see. Regarding the caller, was it Dave in Wyandotte? That caller sounds like he's sitting on a porch in Mississippi drinking moonshine and had to take a piece of straw out of his mouth to make that call. Tom, delivering flowers in Fenton, says, Paul Reed made a huge difference in that game last night. He made Cat look like he was a third-string center, and he's an all-star. Unnamed texter. Fellas, besides Cunningham's amazing game, I think Paul Reed is not getting enough love and not getting talked about enough. This guy is a spark anytime his number is called. I love having him on the team.
Well, we've certainly talked about him on this show. Yep. And he has a presence, man. When he comes in the game, and now he's been forced to come into games because of the suspensions. I'm curious to see how it works out the rest of the way here. Now that Jalen Duren is back, does Paul Reed get still a bunch of minutes? And now they just come off the bench. Does he get all of Isaiah Stewart's minutes? Does he get some more? Because they were running an offense through him at times.
248-539-9797 from Dickie. If Dean from LaSalle thinks it's apples and oranges, Dean from LaSalle failed biology.
Oh. X's and Y's.
Yeah. Cade makes it seem like everyone is processing the game slower than him. Reminds me of prime Patrick Kane. That's from Chase in Grosse Pointe. What was the great line? Cade doesn't get sped up by the game. Cade is the speed of the game.
Yes.
That is really cool. Our station's Kenny, hockey guy, does not think it was offsides. Canada's game-winning.
Good. I couldn't tell.
It's hard for us when we're doing the show.
But did he think it was interference?
I didn't ask him that. Well, I guess we'll find out shortly. U.S. gets their game underway here shortly. Also, Rico has made his way in studios. Their show starts shortly. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
We're good, man. We've had a variety of different topics. A lot of Piston talk. A lot of Olympic hockey trash talk.
Really? Yeah.
That's good. Michigan Duke preview, some Tiger stuff.
Yeah. Well, the Michigan Duke preview, I'm looking forward to that game.
Have you ever felt not bad about the matchup with Duke? Like,
what do you mean?
You ever felt confident that Michigan State was going to go into a Duke game and beat Duke?
No.
Okay, because this is the first time I don't feel terrible about the on-court matchup. It's not saying I think
you should always feel terrible about Duke.
I know, right?
Because I promise you, for some reason, they get the calls.
I don't
always get the freaking calls.
Do not confuse this with confident that they will win.
Right? No,
there's a way. I'm not confident that Michigan's going to win.
Going against Duke, unless you beat them by 30, which Michigan can do, we've seen. Mm-hmm. You don't want it to be, final seconds with Duke with the ball because you already know you're looking at 8 on 5. You already know.
The average ticket price still available for that game it's ridiculous. We just went on. There was I think the cheapest seat in the lower bowl is like $485.
Really?
That's the cheapest. Everything else is at least $1,500.
Would you rather go to that game or go to the USA-Canada game Sunday if the United States beats Slovakia today?
I'd
take a trip to Italy.
I'd go to Italy.
for a quick trip. Zip in and out.
Yeah, you can't. You're just going to the game.
A gold medal versus a regular season basketball game that they could play again.
Look, I know there's some crazy fans out there.
What do you think the buy-in price for that gold medal game would be?
Oh.
How many euros is that?
Wow.
Yep. How many drachma?
Let's take care
is
of,
it drachma?
Let's take care of Let's take care of Slovenia.
Euro. It's probably euros, actually.
We're playing Slovakia. Is that who they are?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take care of them first.
Agree. All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
A little bit of, do you want to play the best or you want to just win the title?
Okay.
Meaning for the U.S., now that Canada's in, you got your wish, but you got to win. And then the Pistons. Where does Cade rank amongst the Pistons' all-time greats?
Already.
Already.
What has he accomplished?
Is this year 5 for him or year 4 for him?
5.
Year 5, yeah.
It's crazy.
He's gotten better every year.
I didn't realize the Pistons have never had an MVP.
I know.
And I was like, whoa.
So, yeah, where does he rank amongst the all-time great Pistons?
All right, boys. Well, should be a fun show. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And you'll have maybe that Olympic hockey game might be done before your show's done. So
it'll be close, maybe.
Have a great weekend, everybody. Thanks for listening. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. Thanks for Jake and Paul filling in for our crew. I was out today. 97.1.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I'm Stoney. You only have to put up with me one more time this week because it's Friday. Mike will be back on Monday. He is Rico Beard. He is Kenny Cott. David is off, and Paul Sarah will be in the studio in the behind the glass as well. Get your weekend started in a good way. What's up, Rico?
Stoney, it's been a great week so far. We'll finish strong.
Oh, we got one of my
blind ranking today.
We do have a blind ranking.
Yes.
Well, you're going to be glad that we changed what it was originally going to be. We're originally going to come up with you to rank the top because of the Megan Keller from Farmington Hills, the golden goal yesterday. We were going to ask for you to rank the top 10 best or most iconic and important goals in hockey history. And then at the last second, we decided, nah.
I thought
we're not going to do that.
Megans.
You might have a better chance of that. I don't know.
Wow, Stoney just selling me short.
Well, I mean, there's a few you would know, but there's some I don't think you would know, unless you're a hockey fan. That's just, as honest as I could be. If you don't like hockey, I mean, yeah, you might know the Mike Ruzioni goal. Yes, everybody knows that goal. You might know the Bobby Orr goal where he flew through the air. But if I said to you the, I don't know, Mario Lemieux in the Canada Cup, you wouldn't know that goal. Or, and whatever. We decided to make it one that you'll have a better chance of doing well, but you might hate it. Right, Kenny? He might hate it.
Yes.
He might not. I don't know.
Well, no, I've been run over by a truck.
No, you haven't been run over by a truck.
The rake
at all.
is sitting right in front of your face, Rico.
well, no.
You can step on it if you like.
It's called a pinata, Kenny. It's not a rake.
No, that would be, that would be like asking me to rank top 10 Marvel movies. And I'd be like clueless after, I don't even know which ones are Marvel and which ones are DC. I mean, anyway.
Okay.
We get the gist. We did watch the Canadians come back, and they were able to beat Finland with a controversial overtime goal. Not overtime, at the end of regulation. They had a power play. Their tying goal, was it goaltender interference on Marchand? Could have been. And then the winning goal with 30 seconds left. Could it have been offsides on Celebrini? Probably was, but it was so close that I had no problem with them, not taking it out.
Part of the blade was still on the blue line.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Everything looks worse when you slow-mo it.
That is true. That is true. And, sometimes what they do is they decide, to leave it, leave it with what we called on the ice. And that was probably the right thing to do. There's no doubt about that. Anyway, so we have the United States will be playing Slovakia shortly, so we'll keep you up to date on that, and hopefully they'll win, and we can have what every hockey fan has dreamed of since this format was announced. It's the U.S. versus Canada, best on best, although one of the best of all time will not be playing. Well, I'm not official, but Sidney Crosby did not play today, and they were looking for ways to come up with their own brace for him. So I do not expect him to play.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to play either. And watching that Canada game, it sparked a thought in my mind, and I don't know if anybody else feels the same way I do. I know there's people like Jeff Rieger out there who want everything awful to happen to Canadian teams. There's people like David out there that if there's a chance for Canada to lose a game, they want them to lose that game.
Right.
And then there's people like me who realize that Canada is, if not the best, the second best. I think they're one of the best constructed rosters in hockey as it stands currently constituted. I want to see best on best. Stoney said the phrase best on best. And truly, in a 7-game series, I think Canada beats basically every other team. The U.S. would be their only challenge. So I want to see that as the final. I was rooting for Canada throughout this whole thing because I wanted to see a U.S.-Canada matchup. I guess my biggest question to the people is
is this what you want, or did you want Canada to just die? Because
so you're saying, would you rather best on best or easier path?
Best on best or easier path. I think a lot of people's hatred towards Canada would cloud this, but I say best on best.
I like best on best. I mean, I'd rather have the easier path. I'd rather, you know what? Oh, well, we got to play this team. Well, not our fault that you lost and we didn't, so we're here. You kind of feel good going into that championship game or going into that series knowing, oh, I know we're better than this team. But the thing is, Kenny, when you win a title against the best, it means a little bit more. Not that it doesn't.
Right.
But when you look and you see, you know, it's the Pistons knocking off the Lakers. Or let's just say the Tigers have this miraculous year and they beat the Dodgers in a 7-game series. That means a little bit more because the Dodgers of who they are and what they like. They're the gold standard. So when you knock off the gold standard, yeah, it feels like you won two championships. But
you'll never know. Like if they had to play somebody else who wasn't the Dodgers, you'd be so euphoric with the championship that, I don't know. In principle, you're right. But like if you're a Tiger fan, per se, since we're...
I mean, you beat the Padres in 84, and all right, who cares? We won.
Well, tell that to people who were celebrating in the streets.
No. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Nobody cared that it was the Padres.
Right.
It was like, we don't care who
we
you put
won.
up.
Right.
We won.
I mean, if you're a Tiger fan, or you sit there and say, damn, I wish we played in the American League East have been a tougher road to play. No.
Said nobody.
Nobody. Exactly. No. I mean, how many times if you're, Michigan State, when you get to the Final Four and you get in on Saturday and Sunday, whoever you're going to play is playing, the Sunday game, you root for the easiest team, don't you? Absolutely.
Right. You don't like Duke? No. Don't. You can. Oh, wait. Some upstart team, Florida Gulf? Yeah, take Florida Gulf Coast. Yep, want to play them.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's great to go best on best, but if it was the other way around, like if the United States, and look, I don't want to jinx them, who knows what's going to happen when they play today? Anything can happen. Chances are they'll win. But okay, so if you're a Canadian fan, are you rooting for Slovakia or are you rooting for the United States? Because if it was the other way around, if the United States won early and Canada was late, I'd be rooting for Slovakia.
You wouldn't be rooting for Canada?
This is purely hate-driven. It's like I hate you and everybody. I hope everything bad in life happens to you.
No, mine's not hate-driven at all.
You want a better chance to win.
I established very early that I love Canadian hockey. But I want the gold medal. I want my team to win. And if they have to play a lesser team, so be it.
I mean, we brought up the example. It's like the Lions. You going up against the Chiefs and Mahomes, and you beat them, it feels like, wow, we knocked off the king. Or you can be like, yeah, we get the Patriots team who can't score a touchdown.
Right. You really think Seattle didn't celebrate their parade because they beat a rookie quarterback who had a bummed-up shoulder?
Right.
No.
So I get I'm all about you just want to get that team. But if it just so happens that you got to play the best, okay, let's go out there and see how we measure up. But I'd rather just have the easier path. Give me the trophy because you really won't remember how great that team was that you were playing. You'll just remember you beat them.
Does it change your mind at all knowing that this is more, I mean, it is the Olympics, but it's the exhibition aspect of it versus if it was the Red Wings. I would always opt for the easier path. I don't care who they play. Get there, win the cup, do whatever you need to do.
Right. You're like, because we always, I don't know if we ever talked about this, but would you rather, the Red Wings make the playoffs, but Canada not even medal? I mean, United States not even medal. And to me, it's not even an issue. You want your professional team to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah, it's not close to me because this is once every 4 years,
and we're not like a European country. We don't care that we want to win, but we don't lose sleep over it. Canada on the other side of it, especially going against the United States right now.
Well, they're used to their teams not winning the cup, so I think they're just looking for a win as it exists entirely.
That's part of it, but because of the way things are in this country for certain people versus Canada, they want this bad. They'd rather have this than one of their six Canadian teams win the Stanley Cup. You ask somebody from Saskatchewan who is not a fan of, he doesn't have a favorite team, let's say. He wants his country to win more than he would want the Maple Leafs or the, Oilers to win the Stanley Cup, I would assume.
Yeah, and like you said, internationally, every other country that isn't one in North America is basically, this is a gigantic event for them. This is them being able to show themselves on a world, stage,
right,
and showing how good their hockey clubs can be, how good their hockey could be.
Now, I know Leaf fans would rather the Leafs lose, the Leafs win the Cup
Canada
as opposed to Canada lose. I mean, for Toronto and Montreal is the last Canadian team to win in '93. The Leafs haven't won or even been in the finals since '67. The Leafs to win the Stanley Cup, I believe, no matter what's going on in the world right now, that would trump everything.
But if you're a team like Vancouver or Ottawa, you're probably rooting for the national team.
It'd be almost like when the Rangers finally won.
Yes.
After that long drought.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We'll take your text, your phone calls. It's the Valenti Show with Rico, Stoney in for Mike, 97.1.
Okay, so here's the beauty of it. If the U.S. plays in that gold medal game, I can get up early in the morning, head down to the basement, and watch it in my brand new basement that was done for me by Matrix Basements. They can do the same thing for you. If you've been on the fence, if you've been thinking like, you know what, maybe I want to get that man cave built or get an addition added onto your current basement, Matrix Basements is where you need to go. Go to matrixbasements.com, and what you're going to find out is they're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. What does that mean? That's no interest and no payments until the year 2028. Why wait for your dream space? You know you want it. Just go to matrixbasements.com, get the free consultation. They'll come up with a design for you. And before you know it, your basement will be ready for the NBA playoffs, the NHL Cup run, or just opening day for the Tigers. But you got to get in touch with Matrix Basements right now. Build now, pay later, zero interest, zero payments until the year 2028. You know what, Stoney?
What's so funny?
I love our listeners. I was just reading the Twitch board. I don't care if the Lions beat a team full of blind third graders for the Super Bowl. Just win.
That's true. Listen, a 49er fan who's won some Super Bowls making fun of a Lion fan.
No, I'm not. I just thought that was funny.
It is funny, I know.
Hey, I said it. I don't care. You know what? The Niners beat Bobby Ross and the Chargers and beat the brakes off of them.
I know.
And I didn't care. Rice scores on the first play. Great. You know what that means? Less stress, less pressure, because you know you're the better team. So I'm all for the easiest path to get that ring or to get that title.
Who are you rooting for in that game, by the way? The AFC Championship game.
That was the Chargers and Colts.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that was Harbaugh. The Hail Mary.
Hail Mary to Aaron Bailey. We mentioned his son the other day, actually.
I was rooting for the Chargers.
Okay.
Yeah, I was rooting for the Chargers because Harbaugh was just a pain in the butt. And it was just like, you know what? I don't want this guy having this miraculous Super Bowl. Give me the Chargers and Bobby Ross.
That was Dan Fouts? No, Stan Humphries.
Yeah.
Stan freaking Humphries played in the Super Bowl. Wow. All right, 248-539-9797. Do you want to see best on best, or you want your team to have the easiest path? Let's go to Nashville. What's up, Matt?
What's up? Just out here in the country with this crappy signal. I prefer best on best because I don't want, I want to see the players do the best they can instead of playing like a cupcake. So, yeah, I prefer best on best. And I also want to see USA versus Canada because I have Canadian friends and I want to hear them cry for the next 4 years because that brings joy to my life. But I also have an NBA question for you guys.
Yes.
Do you think the league is going to do anything about the LaMelo Ball incident where he crashed his car and then fled the scene in a different car? Or they're just going to sweep it under the rug and nothing happens?
I don't know.
I don't know about because there were cops there.
Right.
So I'm wondering if the cops told him, we have your information, you could go ahead and leave. Because I don't think he just fled. Because I saw like 3 cops standing around as he went from car to car. But
okay,
I
was just reading an article, and it said that he got out after he crashed and fled in a Lamborghini. I'm like, okay, this is crazy.
No, he did, but there were 3 cops standing there. Like he sat in his crash car. Like something may happen because the fact that he was obviously distracted driving.
Right.
And he went over in the other lane. And he blew out his tire, and but
he won't be charged with leaving the scene.
No, he didn't. Yeah, the cops were there, so they knew he left.
Thanks for the call. I saw one news report on this thing in Tampa with Terry and Arnold's security guards. We mentioned it when that story broke. Yeah. There might be something, I don't know. That story is weird to me.
What would anger me if I'm Terrion or if I'm the Detroit Lions? What did he have to do with this?
Right.
If he had nothing to do with this, except for the fact that he shares some blood with these people, don't put my name in this.
Yeah.
I wasn't a part of this robbery or whatever. Guys, leave me out of this thing. No. I had nothing to do with this. I was rehabbing, so no. But instead, it was it's cousins. Because I read the article, the headline, I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm like, Kenny, is this something? And him and Dave were like, no, it's his relatives. It's not him. Okay.
So something with a security force and all that. I don't know. You don't want to be around any of those guys. Brian in Canton, what's going on?
Hey, not too much, guys. How are you?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, so I think, more often than not, I'd want whatever way gets my team or teams to the final where they're winning it. I don't want to apologize for that, but in this instance here, you want Canada, and you want Canada so bad because of what the rivalry has been like recently. Both of these teams are pretty intact from what the Four Nations was last year. And, when I show the first, few minutes of that game where they're dropping the puck and they're starting to fight, and people who aren't even hockey fans are like, well, this is pretty intense. This is pretty cool. You want it for that reason. You want it for Canada always being the measuring stick, and you see the progression of American hockey over the past couple of decades and what happened in Vancouver. I just think there's just so much about this rivalry with these two nations and how they play hockey and how America has, even like if you look at the women's game, like there's this, changing of the guard with how, the U.S. ladies have done against Canada. Like to have both U.S. teams do well against Canada's teams in this Olympics, I mean, I'd buy a jersey. I'd want members from these teams to sign it because with the men not winning since '80, I just think this is there's just such higher stakes if you go through Canada this time around.
So you were rooting for Canada to beat Finland earlier then?
I was kind of like, man, I had everything all set up, not like, Rico's basement on Sunday morning, but like I had my Sunday morning plans, I wanted to have some buddies over before going to church and just, we all grew up playing hockey and it's, Dylan Larkin and so many other guys on the team have Michigan ties. So yeah, I think it's just much more special if it's U.S. Canada.
I get it, but if you want to play the storybook there, Brian, how about the fact that the last time the United States won a gold medal, the team that they beat to win the gold medal was Finland?
Nobody remembers that, but
that's true.
I'll give Brian credit for this. Brian, I was in L.A. for the Four Nations where the fight happens. And me and a couple of college buddies were trying to get the Michigan State-Illinois game on the TV, and we literally had to beg the bartender, can we get one TV to show that game? And as soon as the fight happened, the entire place out in L.A. just erupted like, wow, I didn't know you guys loved hockey this much out there. But, yeah, everybody was invested.
People just hadn't seen anything like that before. So with NHL guys wanting to play for their countries, wanting to put their professional careers in jeopardy for this, I just think it adds a value that just isn't touched across a lot of other sporting leagues. But I'll hang up and listen to you guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. It's going to be interesting if the United States does win. Matthew Tkachuk going up against, Reinhart, who's his teammate, Sam Bennett, who's his teammate, and, of course, Marchand, who's his teammate. I think they had is there any other United States guys on from Florida? Well, Seth Jones was, but he was injured before the tournament started. But, yeah, they're going to – the Tkachuks versus the world. That's what it is.
By the way, it kind of sickens me to have to root for Brady Tkachuk in any capacity. I find him to have the second most next to Brad Marchand to be the most punchable faces in sports. He always has that nana boo-boo look about him. I can't quite describe it.
You just buy the one-day pass, the trial pass.
Yeah, this is the free trial, and then we cancel it with the email address. We use the second email address, and then we cancel it.
Gotcha. Okay. You don't want that spam. Okay.
Oh, I don't want that spam in my main email account. What are you, crazy?
But Brady Tkachuk, and both Tkachuks, but Brady Tkachuk would be somebody you'd love on the Red Wings.
Hell of a player. You'd love to have him on your team.
Absolutely.
He's the exact guy that the NHL right now is crafted around. Is a kind of a dirtbag who can actually do some work.
Yes, exactly. A skilled dirtbag. It's going to be on his tombstone. Mitch, what's happening today, Mitch?
How's it going, fellas?
Good.
Hey, Mitch.
Just calling to tell you that after a big comeback win today by Team Canada, as a Canadian, I want to see the U.S. win today so that we can play the ultimate best on best in this tournament.
It will be best on best. Are you a Wings fan or a Leafs fan, or what kind of fan are you?
I am actually a Canucks fan.
Okay, so you've never experienced it. Would you rather? You're not going to have it this year, obviously. Would you rather Canada win the gold medal or the Canucks win the Stanley Cup?
Absolutely love seeing Canada win the gold medal.
Okay.
My all-time favorite sports moment is Sidney Crosby scoring the winning goal, the golden goal in 2010.
Yeah, it was a great play, great moment in Canadian sports history, no doubt about it.
We'd love to see that happen again. And honestly, even like to see Canada make it and lose to the U.S. is better than trying to dodge the U.S. on the way to gold.
Really? Wow. So you would have rather lost today than lose on Sunday.
Than lose to Canada.
Lose to the United States.
I mean, yeah.
I'd rather lose to the U.S. than see the U.S. lose today.
Oh, okay. So you're rooting for the U.S. So you're rooting for the U.S. at 3:00.
Absolutely, I want to see the U.S. win to make sure that it's the absolute best on best. Like, this rivalry is the best rivalry in all of hockey, so I want to see this game happen on Sunday.
I get it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake in Windsor.
Right across the pond. What's going on, Stoney and Rico?
Hey, Jake.
How are you, Jake? Jake, are you a Red Wing fan or what's your favorite NHL team?
Sorry, Kenny, but I'm a Pittsburgh Penguins fan. And go back to 2012.
Oh, you don't need to apologize. It's water under the bridge, my friend.
So, obviously, I'm from Canada. Hopefully my boss isn't listening, but I was watching the game on my laptop, my work truck today. More intrigued with the third period. I don't know if you guys watched it.
Yes.
But they said in the broadcast that the linesman wasn't an NHL linesman. So I think that because there was one point in the third where Canada was called offside, but they were clearly onside, and that's where they had mentioned that it was a linesman that wasn't from the NHL.
I have no even though I wanted the United States to win, I have no problem, or I have no problem that they left that goal on for Canada, the winning goal. It was so close. It was so close.
It was so close. You got to go with the call on the ice.
Yep.
I want to see Canada versus USA. Who doesn't? I mean, Slovakia, Canada. Would you rather see a blowout game or a tight, close game between two rivalries that, there's politics going on back and forth? It's just going to be a heated rivalry. I've got plans for, drinking because they open the bars at 6 o'clock here for the Olympics. So I'm going to start drinking at 6 a.m. on Sunday. And I already got plans to watch Canada beat U.S. in overtime. Full take. It's going to be a 3-3 game. Canada's going to take it in OT.
Wow. That would be pretty cool. You'll see tons of local news trucks over watching in bars in Canada, in Windsor, I'm sure. All right. 248-539-9797. Still ahead on the program. The Friday staple, Who Said It? We have some blind rankings as well. 97.1. 248-539-9797. Do we have any texts, Mr. Cott?
Yes, we do have texts. Somebody said that they would take a bronze just for a chance to beat Canada, even though structurally that's not exactly possible.
Right.
I guess, beating Canada, this is quickly turning into is it a successful season if you beat Ohio State for a Michigan fan, being a U.S. fan or a Canadian fan, beating the opposite side?
What?
Yeah, people, especially on the Canadian side of this debate, Canadians really want to see bullets put in America, and they want to be the ones to do it. They want to see their team
So
squash
they don't want to
the
step
bug.
over the dead body.
No, they don't want to step. They
No.
want to be the ones stepping on the dead body, killing the dead body.
They'll snicker if the United States lose, but they want us.
So
they want us
they're a
bad.
country full of Riegers.
Yeah, I think
the
that's
opposite
fair.
Uyghur, yeah.
In terms of this, otherwise very friendly people. I don't know what Hatchett's beef with them is. He seems to really hate them.
That was really weird.
I know.
Him and Rieger, whatever it is.
But Hatchett is a man of the cloth. Rieger
Something
is
happened.
a man of the chew.
Something happened on one of Hatch's trips, so we'll just leave it at that. I don't know what, but let's just leave it at that.
Definitely want best on best. I want to see the best hockey. I can't see that. I agree with that. That's typically how I feel about it. The Canadian men have owned hockey. If you're going to win a gold medal, it's got to be from them. That's from Dave in Detroit.
Oh, so the women don't mean anything as long as the men win, basically.
That's not what he said. That's what you said.
No, that's what he said.
I think he's just talking about men's hockey. I don't think he's really necessarily talking about the women. I'm saying he's saying that the men have dominated in the U.S. versus Canada rivalry.
Right.
So he wants to see us get one back, and it has to be against them. He wants, in order to beat the man.
I thought he said it has to be men. Like the
No, I didn't
women
take it that
losing
way.
didn't bother him that much.
I was in high school when the Wings won in 2008. I've seen 4 Stanley Cups. I would absolutely much rather see an American gold medal than a Red Wings Cup.
Wow. Red Wings Cup. We were even asking, Red Wings make the playoffs or United States not medal. So for them not to medal, they would have to lose today and then lose to Finland in the bronze medal game.
Which is a crazy take, by the way. I'd take a Wings Stanley Cup over.
Oh,
I don't think everybody.
Yeah.
Not that
Except for
guy.
him.
Yeah, I know. Ivor, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Stoney, Rico, how you guys doing?
Hey, man.
So, first off, I'm going to tell you I'd much rather see a cup for the Leafs. Much rather see a cup for the Leafs than a gold medal because we've seen a bunch of Canadian gold medals, and, hey, it's a big deal. Love to see it. But, yeah, cup first, no question. I think most Canadians would probably agree. And from your callers, you already know just about every Canadian out there has got a favorite team, right?
Yeah.
It's sure, we're going to root for Canada for sure, but we're all going to be loving whether it's the Jets or the Flames or the Oilers or the Canucks. I mean, I got family out in Nova Scotia, and they got favorite teams, and they're going to want to see those teams win.
Well,
And
we heard somebody from Windsor, his favorite team was the Pittsburgh Penguins. I went and saw the Vancouver Canucks play the Bruins a few years ago in Vancouver as part of a trip, and I was stunned how many Bruin fans were there. And I walk up to them. I said, "That's a long trip." He goes, "What are you talking about? We live right around here. We're from New Westminster. There was a junior team, the New Westminster Bruins, back in the day.
Exactly.
But they'd rather. But I think a Bruin fan or a Red Wing fan living in British Columbia would much rather see their country win a Stanley Cup than a dastardly American professional team win the Stanley Cup. I would think, but maybe no.
Yeah, for those people, maybe. But for the fans of Canadian teams, like you will see the Canadian fans start out rooting for the Senators. Then it'd be the Leafs. Then, gosh darn it, the Leafs are out. I'm going to root for the Oilers. Oh, the Oilers lost. We're done for. That's going to be the attitude for a lot of Canadian fans. Mm-hmm. And honestly, much rather face you guys in the gold medal game. I'm hoping you stomp Czechia. And it's not about
It'd be Slovakia. Czechia's done.
Sorry, Slovakia. My bad. You want to measure yourself. It's not about stomping your rivals so much as measuring yourself against the best. To me, that's just the way to look at it.
All right. Thanks for the call. Good luck to the Leafs. Not too good. Steve in Ontario, what's up?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Detroit
Detroit Red Wings fan too. Go Wings, loving it. I just want to say, I think you look at these tournaments, whether it's the Four Nations, going tournament. I think Canada has a lot of stars on the team for the world. I'd say, you look at McDavid, the Crosbys, McKinnon, and everyone talks about them. But you got to look at the U.S. too. You got on the back end, you got the Hughes, you got Faber, where nobody really talks about these guys, and they are game changers. You got Hellebuck in net. You watch him over here on CBC with the Jets. It's a fantastic team. So really looking forward, if it can happen, the gold medal U.S.-Canada. It's going to be a limelight of both NHL stars, and I think it's an event that everyone will watch. And if you're not tuned into hockey in the world, that would be the game to see. 100% year after year, it doesn't matter. You want to see U.S. and Canada play. That's all I have to say. Thanks, guys, for the call.
It should be awesome. I mean, there were years when you watch through different tournaments and things, you'd have Canada or the U.S. against, especially Canada, against a really good Russian team, the best of Canada versus best of Russia. And that was best on best because the United States was good, but they weren't. I'm talking about like the World Cup of Hockey, which the United States did win, by the way. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi. I was just calling in to talk about the women's Canadian American game yesterday. I think that was one of the greatest gold medal games I've ever seen.
It was pretty damn good.
Yeah, the enthusiasm. They played their hearts out, and I know the men's game everybody's looking forward to, but the rivalry and the hatred between those women's teams is amazing. And I hate to say this for all the Windsor people and the Canada people, but Canada choked. I mean, they played hard. They did everything. They were 2 minutes away, and they let the U.S. come back. And I hate to say it. Now, Ron McLean 4 years ago had the women from Canada when they beat the girls for the U.S. gold medal, and he said, it was better than winning the Stanley Cup. Well, I hope this time he addresses it on Hockey Night in Canada and gives the women their due about beating them for the gold medal.
I wouldn't say when you have a skilled deflection goal, that led it to overtime, that it would be a choke. If anybody choked a little bit, it would be Finland this afternoon. They had a 2-0 lead, All right. We will, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll talk about the great, yes, and I mean great, Detroit Pistons and their greatest star as well. That's coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, 97.1. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I am Michael Steven Stone, the 6th. We're here with Paul Serra and Kenny Cott. Mike will be back on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny, some football music, please.
All right, boys, the off-season madness has begun in the NFL, which means a bunch of websites are putting together bizarre trade proposals.
Oh, boy.
And to that I say, answer the question. I'm going to bring in Paul Serra on this as well. In fact, I'm going to start with him on this first one. The question is, who says no in this trade proposal?
Who says no?
So I'll give you the trade. I'll give you the teams. I'll give you what's being exchanged. And you say who says no, or is it fair value? Everybody says yes and has a good time. Or maybe both teams say no. I don't know. Number one, we got Paul's Dolphins trading with the Seahawks. The Dolphins receive Jalen Milroe. The Seattle Seahawks receive the 2026 third-round pick. That's pick number 75. Who says no, Paul?
I say no. I don't care what the GM of the Dolphins says. John Eric Sullivan, new GM. I have hopes for him. He can't possibly be worse than Chris Greer was at his job, but I'll say no to that.
I think the Dolphins say no, because what do you need Jalen Milroe for?
That was a head scratcher as well. Like, I didn't realize that Jalen Milroe was in high demand. I know we haven't seen him, and I guess the unknown is always tantalizing.
Their reasoning behind it is new GM, new head coach. They're looking to basically everything gets a new paint job. We're going to start with something else.
But if you're starting from scratch, why would you give up any draft collateral?
A third-round pick for him?
Yeah, pick number 75.
If I'm Seattle, absolutely. I'll get rid of him because, you got Darnold.
Right.
But if you're the Dolphins, it's sorry, Paul, but it's why you'll forever keep picking high in the draft.
All right, the next one here is Rico. We'll actually go to your team here. You're giving up Mac Jones to the Vikings. The Vikings get Mac Jones, and you are receiving a third-round pick this upcoming draft and a conditional 27 pick that starts at a fourth-rounder and goes up to a second based on snaps/performance.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I would do that in a heartbeat. Now, I know they're talking about keeping him just for the backup reason. I think he was 6-3 this past year when Brock Purdy got hurt. But if I can get 2 draft picks for him, I will go ahead and trade him because that's what he's there for. He's never going to be the starter.
The Vikings say no because of, once again, draft collateral. And they've been drafting pretty well. And they've also done pretty well at getting veteran quarterbacks to play well while they wait for JJ to get decent, if that even ever happens. I mean, they've had 3 of them.
Well, basically,
right? They had Darnold, they had Daniel Jones, even Carson Wentz was better than. But there's other people out there. If I'm the Vikings, I don't give up anything.
But Stoney, the thing is, Jones is in his last year of his contract. So after this year, if he doesn't work out, you can move back to JJ.
Yeah,
it's not a long-term deal.
Yeah, but are you willing to risk that, Rico? Because Purdy's gotten hurt a lot lately.
Oh, no. I would rather keep him there. But if some team wows you with this, like, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of picks. Okay, you take him and, you go get
Kirk Cousins.
Or I'm about to say Anthony Richardson or some other quarterback you could rehabilitate. I think Cousins' career should be TV. But you go rehabilitate another quarterback like you did Mac Jones and Sam Darnold.
All right, next one on the list. This is I believe our first round pick that's this high. We got Rams receiving Trent McDuffie, Chiefs receiving the 2026 first round pick number 29.
What's McDuffie's contract status? The Chiefs, I think this is their 1-year window for a lot of their players. So who says no? If I'm the Chiefs, I say no. The Rams could definitely use him, and they also have Atlanta's number 1 pick, so they can give that up. They give up the 26 that they have.
I forgot they do have 2 picks thanks to the Rams thanks to the Falcons. Yeah, if you're the Rams, yeah. If you're the Chiefs, I think the Chiefs are starting to do. They're close to doing a full rebuild. I understand you have Mahomes, but I think the band is getting pretty old.
And they might need another. They might need a receiver for the first round pick after Rashee Rice might be in trouble again.
I mean, the only thing that worries me is like, if you're the Rams, do you want to do that when you have the 13th pick and you might have a chance of taking the best corner in the draft? Now, there's no guarantee he'll be as good as Trent McDuffie, but you have him on a 5-year, way cheaper deal than you would be for trading for Trent McDuffie.
I'm trading. He said the 26th pick, so you're trading the later one. They keep the 13th to get your cornerback.
No, but why? So you're double dipping then? You're trading for a corner and then drafting a corner.
Right. But maybe if you get him, you don't need a corner.
Or you take the better player at 13 or whatever they have, and you already have a corner.
All right, so I want you to guess what the trade value that they're evaluating DJ Moore. He's being traded from the Bears to the Raiders. What do you think they're giving up? It's just one draft pick. What do you think that lands?
Well, we discussed DJ Moore in that trade for fictitious trade for Max Crosby. I think DJ Moore can garner a 3rd-round draft pick.
I think the same, but wide receivers, man, they got a high value when it comes to the NFL. I'm going to say a 2nd-round pick, Kenny.
So they have it listed as the 4th-round draft pick, 117 in the draft.
Oh, okay.
Wow, so we're both wrong.
Okay.
No, but you're not that far off. It's kind of a
Where's he
crapshoot once it
going?
comes to players like that too.
Is he going anywhere, or is that just a value?
That's just what they have as the
okay.
value. It's just one for one.
Okay.
All right. So the next one here is our Detroit Lions. The Chiefs are receiving David Montgomery. The Lions are receiving a 5th-round pick, 176. Who says no?
I know the Lions. If I'm the Lions, I say no. I 5th
Really?
is a little too high. I need at least a 4th.
No, I mean, figuring that you're probably not going to re-sign him.
Yeah.
Because of, you got to save money on the cap. He's, the 2nd running back. He's not the main guy, and you get a 5th-round selection back. Are you going to split hairs over a 4th or 5th rounder?
Well, he asked who says no. I would say no over that. Then the renegotiation would start. But
I think that would be a fair trade for both because, you need that money off your cap, and the Lions, you get a 5th-round selection that if you want, you can use that to go draft a younger running back.
right, that part is definitely true.
No, yeah, that's. I was just saying, Rico. It's like, yeah, they just used that to replace him, and you got a rookie deal for 4 years, or you're paying him nothing.
Yeah.
All right, last one, rapid fire, real quick. Lions receive Max Crosby. The Raiders receive a 2026 first, a 27 second, and Terrion Arnold.
Who says no?
Sign me up.
Lions are packing up Arnold and taking him to the airport, but I think the Raiders would say no.
Arnold's security force is saying no because they need him to have a better job.
And that is in football today.
Brendan Shabbat's update brought to you by the fine folks at Northfield Lumber. You can hear more of Brendan with myself tomorrow morning, 9 to 1. As we take you into Tiger baseball.
Do you take a day off? You're the hardest working man in retirement that I know.
Yeah, it's not really so much retirement, is it? You know?
You and Mick McCabe, man.
He's like every band that you see that's like, all right, this is the last tour.
Right.
Yeah.
Until the next last
the
tour.
farewell tour,
Yeah.
part 7.
Yeah, but my tickets don't go on sale today like somebody else's that are absolutely right now out of control is what the Springsteen prices are for these concerts. And I did not even purchase them because they're too expensive.
You will.
Oh, I'm waiting for the prices to drop.
Okay.
But I might, so I'll go to maybe 1 instead of 3 shows.
Right? Like he's
I might.
You know what?
We'll see.
You know, I remember when Bruce used to be all about the music. He's just about the money now. You go.
I'll go eventually. We'll see.
Is this like the 10th anniversary of his first retirement tour?
No, well, that's one thing I'll give him credit for is I don't think he'll ever say this is a farewell tour. He's just going to basically play till he drops. It's pretty much is what I think is going to happen. But anyway, enough of that. Tickets did go on sale, I believe, for Brooklyn, but not till tomorrow is Madison Square Garden. Because right now, Bruce and other bands don't rule the Garden. Madison Square Garden is ruled by Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, it is.
Cade Cunningham is so unintimidated by the world's most famous arena that they should retire his number there. Obviously, a little being facetious, but once again, he showed no fear at that place. And like a lot of greats, all-time greats, LeBron, Michael when he had the 55, we've seen LeBron have great games, others. Cade last night, 42 points, 17 of 34 from the field, including 5 of 11 from the field, from 3 and 13 assists. And the Pistons, now they didn't beat them by 69 points combined like they did here at the LCA. But the 126 to 111 final score was a little closer than the score indicated, especially in the second half. It was an ass kicking. And hopefully you watched the game. It was a national televised game, and he put on a show. The team put on a show without Stewart, without Duran. Paul Reed was excellent. They all they're so freaking good. They really are good. And I've been one who said, it's the regular season. And I still get that. Even though they own the Knicks, that the season ended today, I think they probably play them in the second round if they both won what they're supposed to do. And anything can happen. But, man, they are really good, especially against that team, Mets matchup, because as you guys would call him, the Knicks literal cat enthusiast plays like one against the Pistons many times. Now, in the playoffs last year, he got a little bit more aggressive and physical. But in the first quarter particularly, it's like he didn't want the ball. He didn't want the ball inside.
It's been a big knock on him his entire career. You knew it was something. Cade hit the 3 and it does the stare down, and that was his night. And the beauty of it is he did it on the main stage.
Yes.
You did it at Madison Square Garden, which means this helps you down the line for MVP votes because every New York writer today is saying how great he is and, oh, my God, he's an MVP candidate. Why? Because he did it at Madison Square Garden on the road against the beloved New York Knicks in front of everybody, in front of all the celebrities sitting courtside, and they went out there and they hammered him again, shorthanded. I mean, it was – I normally don't say regular season wins mean something, but that was a statement win.
Oh.
Duran, no problem. We got this. We got B-Ball Paul. He's out there
Tolu
balling.
Smith was playing well.
Right, and it's like these guys are really believing in themselves. And while the rest of the league is worried about tanking, Stoney, they're not.
No.
They're going out there and saying, bring your best because we're going to try to win this game. We're not taking a day off. We're not taking a game off. We're not taking a quarter off. And to watch what Cade did that was something last night. Like, okay, maybe now a lot more national people will start looking at him the way that we here in Detroit look at him. Like, this guy's good. Like, I know he's not on the Celtics or the Lakers or somebody like that, but you better start putting some respect on his name.
And he's getting it all over national, all the, First Take and, Get Up and all that, the other stuff on the other network, FS1
Well,
or
yeah,
whatever.
you do it in front of Stephen A. Smith, you're going to get love.
Yeah. He's been getting love most of the season because people love the way he plays.
Right.
He plays tough. He plays hard. And he's not, boisterous or flamboyant. He just does it.
Well, even in the article of GQ, he was just like, you know what? I'm not trying to go out there and flop for points. I'm just going to go out there and straight up beat you. And that's what he's doing. And look, probably the flaw in his game was 3-point shooting, but last night wasn't a flaw.
No, and last night was kind of, and our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Last night was kind of an anomaly. Not that they won and they won big, but the fact that the Knicks are a really good 3-point shooting team, and they were 8 for 35 and hit a lot late to even make it that close. And the Pistons, who are not a good three-point shooting team, was 13 for 30. So that's not going to happen every night, every time they play. But like we said, contributions from everybody. Some people didn't have great games, but they still won. And it was a statement game more going into the game for the Knicks to prove that they can still play against the Pistons without getting the crap kicked out of them. And they failed. They failed their statement at home. And to see the looks of the celebrity rows that they showed, John McEnroe, Spike Lee, obviously, Fat Joe.
They all looked miserable.
Tracy Morgan looked like he just lost his cat or something like that. It was unbelievable.
Right.
And that was a regular season game.
Because they're thinking, I paid all this money for this, and my team didn't show up. Because I think as the Pistons sweep them for the season, the Knicks needed that game just to say, okay, guys, congratulations. You won some games, but come playoffs, just wait. If you see us again, right about now, I got to feel like if you're a New York Knicks fan, you don't want to see the Pistons again.
Correct.
You don't want that.
You know what? I think it's actually worse than that for the celebrity types there, because I'm under the strong suspicion that anytime you see a celebrity at a game, the team, they're bringing them there. They're bringing them there to put on TV. It's not like they're spending their hard-earned money to be there.
I think
so
some
that's
of
just
them,
genuine fandom coming out.
I think they're genuine fans, but here's the problem about being a
I think
celebrity.
Spike has season tickets that he buys, and I think some of the others do.
I think they have season tickets. Here's the problem, though, Kenny. As a celebrity, you can't leave.
That's right.
You can't leave, because if you leave, you're going to get roasted.
Yeah, like Mark Wahlberg in the Super Bowl when he left famously.
Okay, your team loses, so you skipped out. Oh, you're not a real fan. So you have to sit there and you have to endure that pain, and you're going into Surrender Cobra, and you just get this thing over with as quick as possible, because that's not fun. And no, I don't think the Knicks fans don't want to see the Pistons. And I know you had that DJ, the sports talk, say, making fun of the Pistons. Yeah, you'd rather see the Cavs. You'd rather see the Celtics. I don't think you're not going to get the home court advantage over the Pistons. I don't think so. You don't want to see them at all. And I don't think you want to have a game deciding 7 here at the LCA, because I don't even think it'll get that far. You may not. That was just bad. Like, I really expected the Knicks to really come out there and do something, especially with no Duren. And they just.
And they look. OG was horrible. He was 3 for 13. Towns, we talked about. He ended up shooting 50%, but it was late. And then their studs didn't perform. And the guy who maybe made a statement was Jeremy Sochan, who they brought him in and his funky hair to defend Cade, and he was right in his face. And
he got the stare down after Cade hit the 3.
Yes, indeed. And, he's like, don't F with me. All right, 248-539-9797. Let me ask you this, among other things. The last time you were this invested in this team was when? 248-539-9797.
You guys, you've heard me talk about this all football season, but they do it with hoops too. Fanatic Sportsbook's Fair Play Injury Protection Policy protects all your first half player prop bets. That's right.
And that's why there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. And last night in the association continued to prove my point. Phoenix at San Antonio. Phoenix all-star shooting guard goes down in the second quarter, did not return in the second half. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro player prop bets across the straight parlays and single game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bets for just a quarter. Some do absolutely nothing. But not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I got the numbers right here. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy saved 33% of single game parlays. So don't wait for that bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Two 248-539-9797. The Pistons have the best record in the National Basketball Association. They played like they proved it last night with the way they played, demolishing the Knicks. Now you'd say, 15 points, not a demolish. They psychologically demolished them. The last time I can really remember being invested in them, it was weird because they went on this little streak when Stan Van Gundy was the coach, when Brandon Jennings was like on a heater for like 3 weeks. And they had that game, I think it was in San Antonio, where they said, build a frickin' wall.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he didn't say frickin'.
See, the last time I felt this invested in this team, And by invested, I mean I actually think that they could actually win the whole thing.
Oh,
man, it goes
back to when they won it.
No, I was going to say no. It was a year after.
Yes,
2005.
Yeah.
And I thought you can go back to back. That's when I looked at that team and said they have what it takes to win. Because right now, Stoney, looking at how they're playing, I think they can get out the East, and you only have to play one team out of the West. That's it. Now, 7-game series, anything can happen. But yeah, that's for me was the last time I looked at this team the way that I look at this team, current team now. Like, you guys you really can do something
right.
here.
I know. I mean, the team that I was referring to, I didn't think they could win a title, but I got into them the way they were. They were playing hard, which most teams should. But yeah, that was when Stan had them going pretty good. 248-539-9797. Ladies and gentlemen, Dylan Larkin, it's 1-0 USA. All right, let's go to Jim in Redford. You're a 97.1.
Hey, hi, Mike. Hi, Rico. Love you guys. It's a great show. I love this segment you guys are getting. I was waiting to talk Pistons. I finally got a chance to watch them last night because I have become invested in them for the first time since they were, the championship caliber team. But that performance last night in New York was amazing. I finally got to watch a full game. I was astounded at how good we are. We are a really, really good basketball team. So many guys contributed. Of course, Cade on that stage was fantastic. He was just truly fantastic. And to listen to, I didn't get to see him on TV, but I listened to First Take with Stephen A. Smith. And he had me laughing out loud, especially when Kendall Perkins came on later, and they were talking about the Pistons and how much they admire them, but that just how badly we beat New York. It was a wonderful thing, and everything you said about all those celebrities was great, especially Tracy Morgan. That was the best. To see his face over there, my goodness, that was awesome. Thank you guys very much. Have a great show.
Thanks for the call. Yes, I saw a little Stephen A. today, and he says they could win the championship.
He has to.
I'm not willing to go that far yet, but
they put a bullet into the Knicks, and now the Knicks are just, they didn't see getting swept by the Pistons, not this team, because you got one superstar and who else, and now you don't have this super team, but they just go out there and they play every night. The fact that Kay did it at Madison Square Garden, I think, is going to help him and get his legacy to grow. And now you're going to have people like Stephen A. and all the New York media saying, hey, guys, if you haven't watched Detroit, you need to take a watch and really pay. They're not a cute team. They're a really good team. And as I stated, the playoffs, the Eastern Conference, it's going to be matchups. I think they can get through the Eastern Conference, and you now go into the championship, into the finals, and you probably end up playing OKC or San Antonio. Well, we'll see how you match up against those teams.
And
I don't know how you would handle Wemby, so maybe you won't.
Right.
Maybe you want OKC.
It's weird because you mentioned New York. I mean, not only the New York media, but Madison Avenue, the ads. I mean, he's in GQ now, okay? Most of the ads he does are local with what is Cure and Bernstein and maybe in something else.
Right.
But he keeps playing like he's playing, and they have a really good playoff run, and dare I say him win the MVP. You're going to see Cade Cunningham everywhere. And you should, because he's got I think, a terrific personality without being out there. He's
a little
quiet.
bit of an upgrade from the Cure commercials, yes.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Greg and Allen Park, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, to me, it's not out of the question to say the Pistons can win the title. When you look at their brand of basketball and style of play, they can just lock you down, shut you down. They can play up tempo when they need to, but I just think with their talent, their depth, and their size, who scares you? OKC, I don't think they're as good as last year. San Antonio, Wemby's elite, but the supporting cast, I think the Pistons are better. Denver, Joker's elite, but they're not as good as the Pistons. So I look at just across the landscape
Whoa,
of the
whoa,
league.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
don't
whoa,
think-
whoa, 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 whoa,
Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Jokic, yes. Jamal Murray is a pretty freaking good player. They got good bench players in Braun.
They are, yeah.
And Aaron Gordon is pretty damn good. Let's not poo-poo the
No,
Denver
Denver's really
Nuggets
good.
yet.
I just don't think they scare you. As great as Joker is that team, I just think they haven't really lived up to it. They won the one title in 21,
right?
But other than that, really they've come up short. So when you look at even guys like Mike Breen, the national face of broadcaster for the NBA, he said it best. He said the Pistons are the best team in the league, and they could definitely win the title. So when you look at this, I don't think it's out of the question. And as far as Cade goes, I think to me Cade is already there. I think he's MVP. When you look at what he's done, the best all-around player right now. I don't think Joker is going to qualify.
Right.
He just plays both ways of the ball, and I think a lot of people saying Ant Edwards is going to be the face. I think Cade, especially if they win the title, I think he takes that next step because it took Curry and guys that take that mantle of face of the league to win a title before they really took that next step. So if Cunningham does win it this year and Finals MVP, I think he takes that elevation to face of the league, and I think he would enjoy it and take it in. And that's just my thought. Thanks for the time, guys.
Yeah, Greg, I would say this. When it comes to Cade, you're probably looking at, unfortunately, in the NBA and a lot of sports, you almost have to do it this year in order to win it the next year. You have to do it this year to show that, hey, I'm on the stage now, and now next year,
yes,
people will remember it. So that's why, I think SGA still is like the gambling favorite to win the MVP. I think if Jokic misses one more game, he's ineligible to win it.
Right. It's going to come down to SGA and Cade, I think.
I think for Cade, this is kind of the setup for the next year at that
Possible.
point, because that's a lot of times how these awards go. Doesn't always go to the most deserving player. You almost have to kind of earn that spot.
And especially now he's doing it with, not a don't hate on me, a really good supporting class, but not a great supporting cast. They're just playing like that. I mean, and that's part of the reason I'll give them, it sounds, I'm a little hypocritical, because people were, I don't know, I wouldn't say down on Cade, but questioned Cade early in his career. Look at some of the people he played with.
True.
I mean, if Killian Hayes was still on this team playing with Cade, do you think Cade would still be an MVP candidate? No.
Then again, he should have never been drafted. Now, the other, and the caller was talking about Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man. I think that what separates the two is Cade is more of a reserved person, where Ant-Man's
a movie star.
Right,
He was
he's
in that
out
movie. He was
there.
really good in that movie.
Right, he just said
The Adam Sandler movie.
He'll just say whatever. He loves the media. He loves the spotlight. He'll talk to anybody out there. And then you got to see, if you watch the NBA All-Star game, yeah, that was his show. He took it over and said, I'm going to be the best of all these All-Stars.
Once again, just because they beat the Knicks can't be judged just by beating the Knicks. The Knicks are really good, but the Knicks do have some issues. And I don't know if changing the coach was the right thing. I mean, did
Somebody
they get
had
too
to be the fall guy?
Did they get too tired in the Eastern Conference Finals? I don't know, but they certainly played defense less now than they played back then, because Tibbs was pretty good on defense, if you ask me. But I don't follow him every game. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I think Cade is in the running for MVP. I think he deserves it. But I have a reason maybe why the league or the voters won't let him get it. That stretch of 6 games when he was out and the Pistons went 5-1. I think they're going to use that against him and not vote him MVP just because of those games. I don't know if you guys agree.
I think it's too small a sample size. I mean, I think SGA, when he didn't play, they were 4-3. Golden OKC, I think. I don't think if it's one thing, if he misses 15 games and they're 13-2, yeah, but 6 games.
Well, I agree it's a small sample size. I just think with the history of the league and the Pistons draft, it seems like the league has a vendetta against the Pistons, and they just won't let anybody.
Mike, hold on. Before Stoney has something, let me say this real quick. I agree with you. I think that Cade should win the MVP, but I still think that it's one of those awards that This year, they're going to look at him, and it's going to set him up for an MVP for next season. It's like, okay, you have our attention. If you can do it again, we'll give you this thing because you play for the Pistons.
I agree. I hope so. I think if that's the reason why, that's going to be pretty crappy.
I don't. The reason I disagree
that they're that petty.
I agree that he could win and maybe should win. Okay, that's not my argument.
Right.
The Detroit versus everyone argument in this makes no sense. Cade Cunningham and the Pistons have become media darlings from the season since the season started. I watch a lot of the national shows and some of the national podcasts, whether it's Bill Simmons or Zach Lowe or any of these guys. They love this team. They love Cade Cunningham.
Well, see, Stoney, I think it started off as, hey, you're looking at this Detroit team. It's cute. And then slowly but surely, people start saying, guys, they're not cute.
Right.
They're actually good.
Yeah.
Guys, they're really good.
But the basketball guys, they know, not just the general media guys. The basketball guys who watch all the time, who have league pass, they know. All right, our telephone number is 248-539-9797. We have an interesting blind ranking for Rico at 3:45. I'm not sure if he's going to love it or hate it. And then the 4 o'clock hour, who said it? It's 97.1. 248-539-9797. Just a special hello to the Gold Man listening in the heart of Duke basketball country in Fayetteville, North Carolina. He's a Knick fan. He's very upset today because his Knicks are disappointing him. Like they've disappointed him his whole life since 1973. And I know he was alive to at least see that, unlike others.
Real quick before we get back to our phone calls.
Yes.
Remember in Crosstalk, I think you were talking about the ticket for that Michigan Duke basketball game.
Yeah.
They did a price comparison. Like the cheapest ticket is the $329. Cheapest tickets to a Wizards game, $17.
329, and that's to sit like in the last row for Michigan and Duke.
17, and you may actually get to play.
It's the only thing I've seen on the ticket websites that have been more expensive than Springsteen concerts. Anyway, enough of that. Kind of disappointed, but expected. Anyway, let's go to Marcus here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Hey, yeah, just a little more Pistons talk. So, on I think it was an earlier show before you guys, they had a guy on, I can't remember the name, sorry, I think it was a national sports guy who was talking about how great the Pistons are looking right now and, Cade's looking like an MVP. One thing he said was that Cade puts this team on his back. And I didn't necessarily agree with that. I feel like when you characterize a team like that or an MVP candidate like that, he's awesome and the rest of the team isn't that good, so he has to carry the team. I don't know. I just don't agree with that. And I don't know if you guys remember who that was that said that, but I was just curious about your thoughts about that.
Maybe it was Stephen A. Look, I think he does carry the team on his back, so to speak, because even though they're getting great contributions from other people and unheard of guys to many fans nationally, I mean, look at the assists. I mean, the other guys are scoring, but he's got 13 assists. They follow his lead is probably a better way to take it, because when you say carry the team on his back, there might be that some people might imply that the other guys aren't that good. I don't think that was the implication. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. And by the way, you got off Stan Van Gundy last night. He was pointing out that I don't think he mentioned him by name, but he said basically how a great talent evaluator, Trajan Langdon's been. And and I'm sitting there, well, what kind of big move? But he says the little moves, like Paul Reed and Danis Jenkins and knowing that stuff. Wow. I mean, even somebody who played really well last
even
night.
Like bringing Schroeder in last season.
Schroeder was a terrific
short term. You knew he was going to be here.
Hardaway was a good acquisition when they got him. Duncan Robinson's been better than I thought he would be. I wasn't crazy about that.
I think, Sony, we're just waiting for the
playoffs.
You know what? Now, instead of the bargain bin, go get that big piece to the puzzle.
I know.
Which I'm hoping that Trajan looks at this team kind of the way we thought, hey, Scott Harris, you're good. You're close. Hey, Brad, you're close. Get that final piece to the puzzle, and let's really be some serious contenders.
I don't necessarily agree with his philosophy, but it seems to me by what he said, let's win a home playoff game first. Let's win a series first. I think he's using this season as his, all right, if we're as good as we're playing and we come close and I will have some cap money, then maybe we'll do something. I don't know.
The offseason free agent class, not that great.
No, but you can make trades. And
I was about to say it's going to have to come in a trade.
And by the way, did you have a little off topic here, but did you see Jaden Ivey after the game last night? He's on the Bulls. He got a DNP. No. And listening to him talk, he just sounds defeated. Like basically saying that the medical, he can't be the old J.I. And maybe that's because I was wondering, and Evan and I talked about this on Restore the Floor, your favorite Detroit podcast.
Oh, yes.
Not this one. We just dropped a new one, by the way. But another one where we were saying, I thought we could have gotten more for Jaden Ivey. Maybe the Pistons knew that it just was never going to be what we thought it was going to be because of the health. And he started talking about God and things like that. And a lot of times when you start dropping health and God, it's almost like
where you're hoping and you're wishing and you're praying rather than, I'll be back at this time. I'll be prepared. I'll be ready. Yeah, I mean, maybe the extent of those injuries just really, we've seen a lot of players who come into the league, regardless of the sport, they get injured and they never are the same again. I think about Grant Hill, how when that ankle, he never became Grant like he was those first few years.
He was, how shall I put this, unappreciated here. And I get a little bit of why, because they never won. But Rodney in Detroit. What's up, Rod?
How you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
I'm been a Pistons fan since the Bad Boys. In fact, I knew a couple of them personally, so I just jump on the bandwagon. So before the game last night, all I heard was the New York media talking about the Knicks got to win this game. They should win this game, and they're going to get back in the race. All the NBA pundits was picking the Knicks. And you see what happened last night. I never was so glad to see so many New Yorkers look like they went to a funeral and closed the coffin on their mother, and that's what the Pistons did on the Knicks. Now they better watch out for Boston and Cleveland. It's going to beat them in the conference, in the get to the number one seed. So Boston and Cleveland, that's the next Pistons have to take care of, because I think the Knicks, the media put the Knicks up more than what they should have been.
I won't say that. I'll say the matchup helps the Pistons a little bit. And then the Knicks, like last night, they usually don't miss that many shots.
But like everyone has said, it's a physicality, and they're not mentally ready.
Right.
And did you hear? They had the Pistons on Prime last night.
Yes.
And you hear what they were talking about during the halftime show? Oh, they need to put Anthony Towns down in the middle. Why don't they do that? They don't know where he'll play better. He's turning up missing. They put everything on Anthony Towns. But I want to tell you something about Cade. He's a great leader, but also what he does, he makes all the players around him better. And he puts them in positions where they can score and show their talents off, like Mr. Big P and Mr. T.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing that, and thanks for the call, that Cade does that Brunson doesn't. Brunson, I think he's a great player. You can sit and argue about the flopping or whatever, trying to bait fouls. He's a great clutch player. But it's a lot of solo, but it's solo isolation basketball to a certain extent. So they don't keep the ball moving as much. And the Knicks are still a really good team.
And a lot of times, Stoney, unfortunately, like it or not, that's playoff basketball.
I know.
Where it becomes a 1- and 2-man game and who could draw the fouls. And I know it's going to drive Pistons fans crazy because Brunson's really good at drawing the fouls. And, hey, guess what? Harden's now over here as well.
I know.
He is the king of drawing fouls and going to the foul line.
Yeah. I mean, Ausar Thompson is going to have to deal with, he does a decent job with Brunson. Nobody does a great job with him. And now he might have to, take on Harden next. And, that's certainly no easy task. No. Let's go to Commerce. Scott, you're a 97.1.
What's up, guys? How you feeling?
Good.
Well, that's good. So, yeah, I think it's a little bit early. I think what we're doing with the Pistons is the same thing we did when the Lions were looking super promising, which, while, yes, the team looks great right now. They're moving together. They're functioning together. That's great. I'm curious to see how they're going to be in the playoffs where they have to kick it into that second, third, fourth gear. I mean, there are two veterans on the team. Tobias Harris, his last playoff experience was the 2020 season. Duncan Robinson, his was last year with the Miami Heat. And we saw what happened with the Miami Heat. The last time the Pistons as a team made the playoffs, Cade Cunningham was going into his freshman year of high school.
Well, no, they made the playoffs last year.
Pistons made the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
Oh, my apologies. I stand corrected. Okay, well, even still, right? This team we haven't seen them go deep in the playoffs. Is the point that I was trying to get to.
Yes.
We haven't seen them test it. We haven't seen them when the chip's up and they have to bring a W home. So, yes, they're doing great right now. That's amazing. I'm curious, and I don't think we can say that they're going to definitely win a chip this year.
I tend to agree with you. I think they're good enough and people it wouldn't be crazy to expect them to make the finals. A lot depends on what the Celtics look like when Jason Tatum comes back.
And then once you make the finals, man, it's done as
Yeah.
anything can happen.
Yeah.
Somebody gets injured, you know what? Or you just get a player playing red hot.
And his point with Duncan Robinson is true that, he didn't play very much in the playoffs for the Heat. And, Heat fan Paul Sarah can tell you, Duncan Robinson, he's been much better than I thought he was going to be here so far. I mean, his defense is just, that's going to be the strategy, is to just go after Duncan Robinson if they would play the Heat, let's say, in the first round of the playoffs. But that's a story for another day. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Here to tell you about sorry about that. Next time.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Now, as you know, I have this, I don't know if it's a phobia, that's not a hankering to do these blind rankings all the time. So I think yesterday, did we skip? We skipped it yesterday, I believe. Or no, did we? I don't know.
No, we trades yesterday.
No, yesterday was the trades.
Did 12.
Yesterday was the trades, right. Yes. That's right, it was the top 12. Today we're going to do a top 10. And I don't know if Rico will love this or hate this, but I know he knows this. And I don't think there's going to be something where you're going to say, oh my God, what is he doing? All right. Tomorrow night in Washington, D.C., the team that most people hate, except when your arch rival plays them, the Duke Blue Devils, will be taking on the Michigan Wolverines on a national televised non-conference game in February. First of all, Rico, do you like the fact that these schools are doing this in the middle of conference play or near the end?
You know what? It's one of those, so long as it's not my school, I like it, but I don't like it during in the middle of conference play.
Okay. So, as everyone knows, one of the more famous times Duke played Michigan was the 1992 NCAA championship game, right? Or 91, 92, I forget which year it was. Anyway, it was when the Michigan team was full of freshmen. Mm-hmm. So we want you, Rico, to blind rank the 10 starting players from that game. And so you can use however way you want to do them. If you want to determine that their NBA career gives them a better or worse ranking than you would from their college career, I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
But I'm having you rank the top 10. Here we go. We'll start off with Ray Jackson.
Ray Jackson probably was one of the underrated Fab Five player of all of them. One didn't get a lot of press. I'm going to go with Ray at 9.
At 9, okay. Next up, how about one Thomas Hill?
Thomas Hill, the haircut. I'm going to go Thomas Hill at 7.
That's 7, okay. Next up, Juwan Howard.
Juwan Howard. I'm going to go with Juwan Howard at 5.
At 5, okay. Next up, Bobby Hurley.
He was the straw that stirred the drink. I'm going to go with Hurley at 2.
At 2, okay. Next up, Jimmy King.
Jimmy King. I'm going to go Jimmy King at 6.
That's 6. Okay. Next up, Christian Laettner.
Christian Laettner. I'm going to put that. I'm going to put Laettner at 1. Everybody hates Laettner.
Yeah. Arguably the greatest college basketball player ever. Arguably.
The most punchable face of all time.
There's no doubt. Next up, speaking of hated by many people, Chris Webber.
Chris Webber Stoney was the leader of the Fab Five, and I think as the leader of the Fab Five, I'm going to put Chris Webber at 3.
At 3. Okay.
This is not a bad list.
No, not at all.
You made it sound you're going to hate this list.
Well, I don't know. I know how much you love Michigan basketball players and football players and croquet players.
I could still appreciate it.
I know.
Thing.
That's why I think you might like it. All right. Next up, Antonio Lang.
Antonio Lang. I'm going to put Antonio Lang at 10.
Okay. Jalen Rose.
Jalen, I got 4 and 8 left. probably should have put Jalen at 6, but you know what? Jimmy took his spot, so Jalen, sorry, buddy. You got to go at 8.
Yes. And the only spot available is 4, and that would go to Grant Hill.
Grant Hill at 4. Probably could have made an argument between him and Hurley. Could have put Grant at 2, but I like the point guards, and the NCAA tournament is all about the point guard. And Hurley, if I believe, was actually sick during that game too. Like he constantly ran back and forth to the locker room.
I don't remember that. That part I don't remember. So here is your top 10 from the bottom up. He ranked blindly the starting lineup of the championship game between Michigan and Duke. Antonio Lang 10, Ray Jackson 9, Jalen Rose 8, Thomas Hill 7, Jimmy King 6, Juwan Howard 5, Grant Hill 4, Chris Webber 3, Bobby Hurley 2, and Christian Laettner 1. Now, if you had to do it all over again, I would assume you'd might have Jimmy ahead of Ray, right? And Jimmy ahead of...
I would have Jalen ahead of Jimmy, and then I probably would have had Jimmy ahead of Ray. So I would have probably put Jalen at 6 and Jimmy King at 8 and left Ray at 9.
And you might have even had Jimmy ahead of Thomas Hill, maybe?
Yeah. But no, Thomas Hill actually contributed in that game. So, no, that Duke team was a lot better than the Michigan team.
Oh, yeah. That was so crazy. It was tied at half. I don't know. Michigan led by like 1 point at the half, and then Laettner just took over the whole game. Thomas Hill was the guy who had that unbelievable face of, I don't know whether I'm to be crying or hysterical that Christian Laettner hit the shot on the pass from Grant Hill, no relation to Thomas.
Yeah.
So those are your blind rankings here on 97.1.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Yes, we're almost there. 1 period in, 2 periods to go till we get the Dream Gold Medal matchup. United States leading 2-0. Larkin with the goal, the first one, and Tage Thompson of the Buffalo Sabres with the second one. So this is pretty interesting. I saw somebody tweet something that was, I think, kind of humorous. It's a very strange semifinal going on right now. One of the teams is a Russian ally, and the other team is Slovakia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Who Said It? Ah, yes, indeed. We have this. I love this game. And I'm glad that I'm able to oversee this because usually it's supposed to start at 4:00, and either I'm napping or I'm not listening live, and I'll go back to the app and go to the 4:00 thing, and it's not Who Said It. It usually takes place a little later. But Kenny Cott, who are the candidates for Who Said It?
Eligible today, we got 5 Who Said It's, all between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. during the weekday hours.
Okay.
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
Yes.
Are you ready?
I am definitely ready.
All right, number 1. I guess I understand it, but I'm never one for publicly shaming your players in the middle of a game.
Okay, so he's obviously talking about Mick Cronin.
Yes.
Somebody who'd be all for it has to be some kind of old school dude. So that's John Jansen. It's got to be John Jansen.
I'm going to say Doug Karsh. He understands it, but he doesn't agree with it because it was not respectful.
Yeah, I'll do it one more time for Paul here. He was answering a phone call. I guess I understand it, but I'm never one for publicly shaming your players in the middle of a game.
Man, that's tough. I kind of agree with Stoney on the old school concept of it. I'm gonna go with the Gov. I'm gonna go with Tom Milliken.
3 different answers. Who said it?
Way to go, Stoney.
That's John. No doubt about it.
The next one, this for clarity's sake, just so everybody knows what we're talking about, it was obviously Fat Tuesday this week, so we're talking punchkis here. There are certain things that your digestive tract is not ready for at a certain time of day and don't need an anvil dropped in the large intestine. Who said?
Okay. Well, since I was here on Monday, when we going to be talking about Fat Tuesday in the morning, and then I was here with you, Rico, the rest of the week, I don't recall that ever coming up.
Because at that point, I'm thinking this is probably somebody in the morning show.
An anvil. Who would use anvil? You know, like the old comedian, you know, the old cartoons. I'm going to say, this is completely against the grain of what this stands for. I'm going to say Gator.
I'm going to go with the morning. I'm going to think that Kenny's double dipping in the morning. I'm going to go with Costa of just, hey, it's just too early. I don't know. He just seems like the type that would wuss out and not eat one.
I'm actually going to go with Stoney on this. The first thing that popped in my head was I think it's Gator, but I don't really know why.
But, you know, because Gator would find it humorous, and I would too. And I have the anvil dropping in a cartoon.
Well, Rico, you were right about the morning show, just wrong about the person. Who said it?
Oh, you fool. That's right, because John was sick on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right.
And Mark Ryan
Well, he
came
can't
in.
even eat that stuff. He's got a gluten allergy.
And that's what he said later on, is that also I can't eat it, so that would be a big problem for him.
Okay.
Good one, Kenny, you sly devil, you.
All right, next one here. Who said it? To a man, front office, players, coaches, they clearly believe they're a team that should be contending for the World Series this year.
To a man.
To a man. Who would say to a man?
That I got an idea, but I don't want to poison the jury, so I'll let you guys go first. I'm not Evaning myself.
You know what?
Janksing.
Oh.
So I'm just going to throw it out here. The phrase "to a man" sounds like something Rieger would say.
And that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
To a man. To a man.
The only, just to go off the grain here, the only other person I think might say that would be Karsh.
Oh, I can see that. But no, I all I hear is.
Well, Stoney, who said it? You have the right time slot, just the wrong person from this station that works for this station on this time slot.
Birchie!
Oh,
my
I'm
Lord.
throwing a flag.
Yeah.
I gave you the criteria between 6 and 8 during the week. He works for this station. I don't know what else you want from me.
I'm going to call. We need the Hargrave rule. You know what? Certain people are just eliminated.
I thought it was funny. I thought it was a good
It is
idea.
very good.
No, it is. Like, okay.
But I never thought that he was even eligible. I thought it was just host.
Kenny.
I didn't. Who said host? I didn't
but
say
I
just
thought
host.
that was-
We
I
haven't
know you
guessed all
didn't.
of them yet. You don't have to go full David on us.
Yeah.
It's, you know what? It's Friday. I'm filling in for David. I feel like you go out with a bang on a week, you know?
Wow.
Thought that was pretty good.
Okay.
Paul, where did you stand on the ethics of one Mr. Cott there?
It's questionable to include audio from an interview. I'll say that.
He is a person that collects a paycheck from this radio station and was on our airwaves between 6 and 8 during the week.
Has update people ever been used?
I believe the last 3 times I've run Who Said It, I've listened to every single Jeremy Otto and Shabath update, trying to find something that wouldn't sound like update sound.
They're the only. The
never would.
updates are the only ones.
Yeah.
We've had TJ.
Right.
We've had Greg, and we've had Heather, and okay. You know, Kenny, good for you.
That was a good find.
That was the offsides that wasn't an offsides earlier today with Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one here. Michigan State people are so jealous that Michigan has such a better team than them, then they immediately have to try to devalue it somehow.
Wow. The only person who would actually, there's 2 people who would say that. Gov or Rieger, and I'm going to go Rieger.
Paul, what do you got?
I'm gonna say it's Jim Costa.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that does sound a lot like Costa. Read it one more time.
Michigan State people are so jealous that Michigan has such a better team than them, then they immediately have to try to devalue it somehow.
See, I don't think Costa would say. See, I don't think he'd
I think
say
Costa says devalue.
And Costa has been on this Michigan smarm for the last week.
But I don't think he would put down Michigan State like that.
Didn't you not hear the show this morning?
No.
Oh, Michigan State people are so jealous of Michigan basketball. Yeah, that's Mr. Smarm.
All right, who said it?
Ah.
That said Rieger all over it.
Okay.
This, I believe, was when he was on with you on Monday. He said this is when I pulled that, Rico.
I wasn't paying attention.
All right. That sounds about right. That's usually how a show with you and Rieger typically ends, is with you starting to get annoyed with him and stop paying attention. That makes sense. All right, last one here, boys. I think Branch is the odd man out as much as I love him because I don't think you can take a chance on an injured player right now.
We talked about that on this show either yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I wonder, did I say that?
I'm thinking it's me.
Paul, were you listening?
So if you guys are just going to pick between yourselves, I'll go outside this show and I'll say Doug Karsh.
Kenny, one more time, please.
I think Branch is the odd man out as much as I love him because I don't think you can take a chance on an injured player right now.
You know
When I
what?
think about it, I don't think of that because I wouldn't say odd man out. I don't think.
See, I was thinking maybe it was you because you're like, as much as I love him.
Right? Yeah. And I'll stick with my first hunch, which was me.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't gotten one right, so I'm gonna ride this. I'm gonna ride myself into the sunset.
So you're guessing Stone as well?
No, I'm saying me.
Oh, you're saying you, Paul?
Doug Karsh.
All right, who said it?
I should have.
Man, my voice has gotten deep over the years. Okay. That was Who Said It for this week. It's going all right. All right. I will tell you this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Planet Fitness is the place where I go to get not only physically fit, but mentally fit. I go to the one in West Bloomfield, and I've talked about for over a couple of years now how much I really enjoy the cardio, whether it's the elliptical, whether it's the treadmill or the recumbent bike. And I admit the recumbent bike's for the lazy guy who likes to work out, because you can sit there and, do your 12 miles like I do in an hour on the recumbent bike while I'm on my phone and trying to, play games and all that type of stuff. But playing games is not what happens at Planet Fitness. It's a judgment-free zone. You feel great, and they got great deals going on right now through the end of the month. Just $1 down and $15 a month. You heard me right. $1 down, $15 a month. There's over 2,800 clubs, including 50 in Detroit. Find your nearest club. Join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness. Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. As many of you know, because you are a member of the Catholic sect of the Christian religion, you are going through Lent right now. And during Lent, you have to give up something. Being of the Jewish persuasion, I've never had to do this. Our view of Lent basically is one day, Yom Kippur, we fast to atone for our sins. And if you've been listening to me, you know I have many sins, especially one earlier this week. Anyway, I have a question for you guys out there. It doesn't make a difference what religion you are, or if you're even agnostic or atheist, because we live in a hypothetical sports world. If you had to give up something sports-wise for Lent, what would it be? What would your sports, for lack of a better term, sacrifice be? What would you give up for Lent?
So something that has to hurt, something that has to be a real sacrifice.
Right. For instance, Rico.
Not like saying, I'm giving up broccoli.
No,
exactly.
Exactly. For instance, Rico, for Lent, would you give up for the month, your visits to the Breslin Center for Michigan State home games? I mean, you still watch them on television, but I know it's a big part of your life, and I'm not ripping you for it because I like going to live events too. Would you give up going to live Michigan State basketball games for a month?
Well, see, it's funny that you said that because I was going to say, I was thinking about just going to live events, whether it's a Pistons game, whether it's an MSU game, of just right, because I like the atmosphere, I like the ambiance. You hear the crowd, you get the feel of the game, you know, the excitement level, and I would hate to give that up. So yeah, that would probably be the thing that if I had to sacrifice one thing, it would be that.
Kenny?
So I've thought about this since we started the show, and I initially was thinking what Rico said, going to live events, live games. I like to get to a couple a month at least, so that would work. But I think the more realistic one for me and the healthier route would also be the sports bar. No going to see games at the bar. No going to see the Wings game over the weekend. No going to see the Olympics at the sports bar over the weekend. As a married man, A, you save yourself some money. B, you're not, drinking or eating all the crappy food they have there. The sports bar is probably, for me, the most reasonable and, let's be honest, realistic thing that you could give up for Lent, for sports Lent.
Let's say, like Brad Holmes, would he give up for a month talking about how great his own players are? Now, you could probably put Tridge and Scott Harris and maybe even Stevie Y in the same category, but, those type of things that we're looking for.
Yeah, they'd all be ordering fish at the Coney Island.
Right.
Yeah.
What would you give up sports-wise for Lent, and maybe what some of your favorite or not favorite, sports personalities you wish would give up for Lent?
I know he's also Jewish as well, but I would love to see Rieger give up being on social media. I don't think that he could do that, but that would be the toughest thing for him. If he couldn't go on to X or Twitter and put out every little smarmy thing, that would crush him.
So Rieger, could he give up
trolling as well?
Could Rieger trolling for Rieger?
You're right. No, he couldn't do it.
Could Mike give up not being on social media for a month? Like, you have to put him back. He'd have to go on social media for a month. Giving up his abstinence. Mike Valenti would have to give up his social media abstinence for a month.
See, I don't know. He's been so out of the game.
Well,
he would
I know.
be like, I don't know how to work this phone. He would turn into 80-year-old guy. He turned into Big G.
The better question is, who do you think at the station would not be able to give up their social media? Costa, I think, is on that list.
I'm pretty much on that
Rieger's
list.
on that list. You think you put yourself on that list?
Yeah.
I've gone months without tweeting. I've gone, and then I'll go right back to it, but I could do it easily.
I think it'll be between Costa and Rieger.
Yeah.
Between those two.
I get the bronze.
Yeah, because Tony, you put things like they put stuff out there. Just Rieger put stuff out there knowing he's going to tick you off. Costa put stuff out there just knowing I'm smarter than you.
Right.
So you just like state facts. Like, okay,
sometimes, sometimes even sometimes it's too obvious. Some of the stuff I write, it's like people say, "Well, great analysis." Well, no, the analysis for me on social media, you don't want to hear from me try to analyze anything.
Do you think Rieger could give up trolling people if Michigan won the national title in basketball? Or do you think he'd actively sabotage his own school because he couldn't do it?
What would be the point of Michigan winning the national title if Rieger could? No. If you offered him that deal right here, right now, I guarantee you they win the national title, but you can't troll for 1 year. 1 year to the day of them winning a national title, I don't think he'd take that deal. Because if you do, they will be declared ineligible and get the title taken from them.
Plus, trolling is, part of his DNA.
It is.
It's part of his fabric. And that's not easy to do.
Paul, what are you giving up? Miami sports?
No, I can't. I don't know. That's a good question. I couldn't give up the Dolphins no matter how bad they are.
You can give up the Marlins, though.
I probably could give up the Marlins, actually, yes.
Yeah.
But that's not hard for you to do, though. That doesn't count.
Right.
Like, I can't go to any MSU games. I can't go to the Pistons game. I can't go to any of these things.
Right.
The most popular one, by the way, while Paul thinks of one on the ticket text, is people saying cussing at their team while they're watching games. Like, you can watch the games all you want, but you can't let the obscenities fly.
Oh, the good old-fashioned swear jar.
Yes.
I'd give up trolling Kenny about how good the Panthers are if it meant the Dolphins could get to the Super Bowl.
It's truly annoying. It's truly annoying.
But it's probably more. It shouldn't be that annoying to you, though. Because we like the Florida Panthers.
Who's we? To quote Jim Costa, who's we? I hate Florida.
No, but you love the way they play.
I think the way they play is the way you play in the league now, but right. I also hate them. What's likable about Brad Marchand? What's likable about Sam Bennett? Nothing. I hate it. It's awful.
Because they're
Matthew
talented.
Tkachuk is very annoying.
They're talented, tough guys that you wish we had.
I do wish we had them, but we don't have them, so I hate them. It's quite simple, actually.
I'm kind of jealous of them.
Of course, that's part of it. That plays a role into it.
I guess.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. What's that sports thing that you would give up for Lent? The thing that would hurt you the most, but you would give it up if you had to for a month.
Like going to your kids' travel games.
I think most people would do that anyway. You just say, you know what? Sorry, can't go. Lent.
Yeah. I need an excuse.
Sign,
although no.
Sign Mr. Lang.
Okay, but there's the other half of those people who think their kid's going to be the next Dylan Larkin or the kid's going to be the next Cade Cunningham, that no, I'm not missing anything because my kid's going to be my meal ticket.
Yeah, those parents are always funny.
Do you think parents would be able to give up? Because I don't know who's worse at it, whether it's basketball parents, football parents, hockey parents, give up the vitriol that they have to yell at either the refs on the ice for youth sports or other parents in the stands when it's like little Jimmy's at, his 9-year-old baseball game.
No,
you're yelling at people.
They can't do it.
Quiet.
Yeah.
They can't do it.
That would be tough. I think that would be tough for a lot of people. They can't say any. You know what? The funny thing is, following so many sports and high school stuff and AAU,
right? The
louder the parent,
the worse the kid.
The worse the kid,
because
the parent who knows my kid has what it takes to make it in whatever.
Why
league.
aren't you playing him?
Yeah. Oh, it's politics. Oh, ref, you're cheating him. If you know your kid is good enough for the NFL or the NBA, Stoney, I could always tell you the quietest parent. I'm like, that's the star player's parent, because they don't have to say anything because their kid is out on the court or on the field getting the job done.
And the people who make these decisions, they'll find you. You don't have to be like that to get noticed. You're not helping your kid. In fact, in some cases, you have a recruiter there sitting there say, you know what? I don't even know if we want to deal with. He's fine. It's his parents are a joke.
I've only known one NBA. He's a current NBA player now. where his mother, like, nobody wanted to be around her. All she did was complain constantly. But other than that, most of your NBA players, their family, or the NFL players, family members, quiet as church mouse. The mom got the jersey on, and they're just sitting there rooting for the team. But the loudest ones always screaming at the refs and the coach. Coach, put my kid back in. Coach, you're killing his chances. No, your kid is killing his own chances because he stinks.
Can I guess who this player is?
No, you cannot.
Damn. Is Imani Bates still in the league?
Good guess. I wasn't even thinking that.
Okay.
I'll give you that one.
He's in the G League. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Hey, I'm here live in the studio to again share my story with any of you who can relate. It's about my eyesight issues 7 years ago that affected everything I did, both personal and professionally. I was 60, had developed bad near vision, bad night vision, and blurriness from the formation of cataracts. That's perfectly normal. By age 60, many people experience those symptoms, but don't do anything about it. Not me. Dr. Yaldo solved it all in a painless 10-minute procedure by replacing my aging lenses with bifocal implants. Getting 20/20 vision up close and far away was a revelation. No more glasses, contacts, or annoying readers. Everyone's eyes are different, and it takes an expert like Dr. Yaldo to determine what will change your life, as it did for me. He helped me so much. He can do the same thing for you. Maybe LASIK for you younger people out there, or bifocal implants for the middle-aged and beyond like me. That's my story. Understand yours with a free evaluation at YaldoEyeCenter.com. Ladies and gentlemen, you can set your alarms for 7 o'clock. Get up by 8. We got a gold medal game here. Jack Eichel has scored to make it 4-0. Before that, Jack Hughes scored to make it 3-0. 4-0. United States over Slovakia. It will be U.S. Canada, the way the Lord meant it to be for these Olympics.
At 8
in
in the
both men and women. 8 in the morning is not so bad. I mean, what's what's the time difference there? It's 6 hours?
6-7 hours, something like that.
So, I mean, I'm trying to do really ridiculous math. So it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon over there.
Why wouldn't they, though, then for them put it on prime time, put it at 7 for them, and then bump it 5 hours forward for us as well? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that would be great. Matinee hockey, gold medal game. Sounds good to me.
8 o'clock in the morning means, okay, you know what? We got to shut things down Saturday night. Don't want to oversleep.
Yeah, I mean,
unless you're an early riser and you just get up early.
Well, a lot of people do go to church at like 9, don't they? I don't know.
It means you're probably skipping that service.
Yeah, or you go to, or as I was talking about this with somebody here, go to your weekly mass Saturday.
Yeah. Or you just pray for forgiveness and I'll see you next week. Throw a little extra in the plate.
Absolutely. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, we will discuss the Cade Cunningham and where he ranks in Piston lore. Because last night was just, I don't want to overreact, but it was special last night. The Pistons just looked great in beating. Look, maybe they get a little overblown because it's New York, but they beat a really good team. Again, handily. Not like it wasn't 30 points each game like it was here, but they owned the game from the midway through the second quarter on. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to have a team that somebody made the comparison about the Lions. These are like the 15-2 Lions. I wouldn't go that far, but it's pretty close. Because most people...
They only become the 15-2 Lions if they get bounced in the first round.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden, let's just say they end up, I don't even know who they would play first round, but if they get bounced, then unfortunately, the 15-2 Lions is now a thing. You had a great regular season. Well, what did it mean?
What's going to be interesting is because Charlotte is playing some pretty good basketball. If they win their playing and the Pistons play Charlotte.
That'd be fun.
Well, they're going to be playing again, I believe, before. And, not like we said, not that, the regular season is everything, but the Pistons will have a very interesting week coming up over the next few weeks.
Charlotte Pistons first round. You know what? I think that all of a sudden the NBA may try to fix that to make sure it happens.
Because, sometimes they don't like the physical stuff. Sometimes.
But first round series, it'll draw eyeballs. It'll get attention.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. They will definitely draw eyeballs to that. All right. Something else I wanted to bring up. Do we have any ticket text, by the way?
Oh, yeah. We got plenty of text.
Yes. Please, forgetting about what I'm going to bring up. Give me some Lenten ticket texts.
A month of regular season hockey or basketball, it would suck. I would miss it, but I could suffer for that long. Another one, the most popular one now that's coming in is sports betting. I think that might be the most intriguing one, especially when you think about guys like that work here at the station, like your Riegers, your Costas, Mike, obviously. I mean, the Cash the Ticket crew. I think that would be tough for pretty much everybody around here.
You're right. No, you're right. The gambling element of the game.
Especially considering now, too, how, we always pointed out, but you can't watch a game without seeing the create a 3-leg parlay brought to you by whoever. It's impossible to avoid. I think a lot of people have become not addicted to it, but...
Well, it also takes a game that you really didn't care about, and now you care about it because you put some money on a player or on a team, and now you're rooting like, okay, I just need 2 more rebounds out of you, buddy. Come on, you got it. You can do it.
You're Mr. Prop Bet.
Yeah, you had us at one point betting a bunch of Suns props during a couple of seasons, like Devin Booker and a bunch of it didn't matter who it was. You had us betting.
They were winning.
And it was working.
Yeah, it was Mike. I remember it was Mikal Bridges 3-point shots. It was him. Take him for 2 or more at plus 300, and he would just 4 out of 5 times he would always cover.
Another one here. The wildest is when super youth have parents, 14-year-old kids yelling at volunteer refs. It's embarrassing.
Oh, that's awful, especially the young kids who are refs.
We once, when I was a kid, we had a ref walk off the field because every other parent was arguing balls and strikes, and they were just berating this poor guy. He couldn't have been more than 20, 21 years old. He's a kid.
Yeah, because it's the equivalent of the Twitter muscles. You figure, well, I'm sitting in the stands and I could just yell whatever I want. It's you can't. This person is trying to do their job. It's not. They didn't come with an agenda. I'm going to screw your kid over. Oh, that's your kid? Yeah, he's not going to get any calls today. But you feel that way because, I see, a gold mine with my kid and all the scouts are out here buddy, there's no scouts. There's just other parents. And they don't have a second job. That's just your kid. He struck out because, he kind of stinks.
Here's another one. Eating during games. I want your take on this one because I stress eat during games. I'll start munching. I'll start grabbing the chips, grabbing a slice of pizza or whatever I have in front of me. I can't not eat during a game, especially if it's a big game.
Oh, I can. I don't need to eat during games. Sometimes it's there just, I'll go to the pantry and make my own little bag of, potato chips and, peanuts and popcorn and some licorice and just put them in a mishmash and just eat while I watch. But
now, see, I'm the opposite. Big game, I can't eat a thing.
I usually don't.
I call it, if my team wins, it's a celebration meal. And if they don't, I use that the hunger as anger.
So you know what? It's not even that though. For me, is I think I'm like that in the big moments of a game, but during a commercial break when you're kind of on the edge of your seat, it's I don't know what to do with my hands. There's a bag of chips right here. Let's go get the bag of chips.
No, see, for me, I'll get up or pace or standing up, because I feel like Dr. Rick should just come in and sometimes be like, there's no need to supervise the TV. It's doing a fine job on its own.
Uh-huh.
I'm that guy that as the game gets stressful, I got to get out the seat. I'm standing in front of the TV. I'm leaning. Come on, you can. Yeah, that's me. But I can't eat anything during a game that I care about.
It's weird. As I've gotten older, I watch maybe more intently, but I'm so less vocal than I just sit and watch and stew and cheer inside, especially if the team's losing or I just get so pissed off. And we're talking about social media, and I try to curb myself on social media because I'm finding myself, the only thing when I ever want to post is always the negative, not the positive.
I've never understood why people have to post during a game. I've never. I mean, it's not to say that it's not anything wrong, but I was just I'm watching the game. Why do I care what somebody else has to say? Because I'm not getting into no beef with you. I'm watching the game. Okay, I don't have time for you. I'm focused here.
I get that, and that's what. And I don't do it nearly as much as other people. I'll have let's say it's an NBA game. We would have maybe one tweet a quarter or something like that, maybe. But some of these, maybe they're told by their superiors, but a lot of the beat writers, and they like every other play and every few minutes for a Lions play, it's wait a second, I'm watching the game. Are you tweeting for people who are following the game not via their eyesight or their telephone or wherever? Why?
Where I've been someplace where a game is not on a standard channel, and I'll follow a beat writer because they'll kind of keep me kind of like a play-by-play guy.
Right.
I don't need your opinion. What just happened? Who's scoring? But I'm talking about the people who, and just go pontificate. And it's guys, nobody cares.
I just can't believe there's that many people who are going to social media for basically play-by-play when you can go to your own, ESPN or CBS Sports app and follow along. By the way, the United States just scored again. It is 5-0, 97-1.
Oh, hey. And you know what? When Team USA is on, you could almost see the moment it happens. It's that spark when a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, with Xfinity, they can't guarantee that, folks. But they can guarantee something just as important. Your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid is ordering that new gear online or streaming highlight reels or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity price won't budge. And who knows? By the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration now through February 22nd. Get their best price on gig Wi-Fi, 5 years guaranteed. Just $50 a month, plus get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. To get started, visit Xfinity.com or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
The telephone number is 248-539-9797. It is the Valenti Show with Rico. I am Michael Steven Stone, the sixth. We're here with Paul Serra and Kenny Cott. Mike will be back on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenny, some football music, please.
All right, boys, the off-season madness has begun in the NFL, which means a bunch of websites are putting together bizarre trade proposals.
Oh, boy.
And to that I say, answer the question. I'm going to bring in Paul Serra on this as well. In fact, I'm going to start with him on this first one. The question is, who says no? in this trade proposal?
Who says no?
So I'll give you the trade. I'll give you the teams. I'll give you what's being exchanged, and you say who says no, or is it fair value? Everybody says yes and has a good time, or maybe both teams say no. I don't know. Number one, we got Paul's Dolphins trading with the Seahawks. The Dolphins receive Jalen Milroe. The Seattle Seahawks receive the 2026 third-round pick. That's pick number 75. Who says no, Paul?
I say no. I don't care what the GM of the Dolphins says. John Eric Sullivan, new GM. I have hopes for him. He can't possibly be worse than Chris Greer was at his job, but I'll say no to that.
I think the Dolphins say no, because what do you need Jalen Milroe for?
That was a head scratcher as well. Like, I didn't realize that Jalen Milroe was in high demand. I know we haven't seen him, and I guess the unknown is always tantalizing.
Their reasoning behind it is new GM, new head coach. They're looking to basically everything gets a new paint job. We're going to start with something
But
else.
if you're starting from scratch, why would you give up any draft collateral?
A third-round pick for him?
Yeah, pick number 75.
If I'm Seattle, absolutely. I'll get rid of him because, you got Darnold.
Right.
But if you're the Dolphins, it's sorry, Paul, but it's why you'll forever keep picking high in the draft.
All right, the next one here is Rico. We'll actually go to your team here. You're giving up Mac Jones to the Vikings. The Vikings get Mac Jones, and you are receiving a third-round pick this upcoming draft and a conditional 27 pick that starts at a fourth-rounder and goes up to a second based on snaps/performance.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I would do that in a heartbeat. Now, I know they're talking about keeping him just for the backup reason. I think he was 6-3 this past year when Brock Purdy got hurt. But if I can get 2 draft picks for him, I will go ahead and trade him because that's what he's there for. He's never going to be the starter.
The Vikings say no because of, once again, draft collateral. And they've been drafting pretty well. And they've also done pretty well at getting veteran quarterbacks to play well while they wait for JJ to get decent, if that even ever happens. I mean, they've had 3 of them.
Well, basically,
right? They had Darnold, they had Daniel Jones, even Carson Wentz was better than. But there's other people out there. If I'm the Vikings, I don't give up anything.
But Stoney, the thing is, Jones is in his last year of his contract. So after this year, if he doesn't work out, you can move back to JJ.
Yeah,
it's not a long-term deal.
Yeah, but are you willing to risk that, Rico? Because Purdy's gotten hurt a lot lately.
Oh, no. I would rather keep him there. But if some team wows you with this, like, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of picks. Okay, you take him and, you go get
Kirk Cousins.
I was about to say Anthony Richardson or some other quarterback you could rehabilitate. I think Cousins' career should be TV. But you go rehabilitate another quarterback like you did Mac Jones and Sam Darnold.
All right, next one on the list. This is I believe our first round pick that's this high. We got Rams receiving Trent McDuffie, Chiefs receiving the 2026 first round pick number 29.
What's McDuffie's contract status? The Chiefs, I think this is their 1-year window for a lot of their players. So who says no? If I'm the Chiefs, I say no. The Rams could definitely use him, and they also have Atlanta's number 1 pick, so they can give that up. They give up the 26th that they have.
I forgot they do have 2 picks thanks to the Rams thanks to the Falcons. If you're the Rams, if you're the Chiefs, I think the Chiefs are starting to they're close to doing a full rebuild. Mm-hmm. I understand you have Mahomes, but I think the band is getting pretty old.
And they might need a receiver for the first round pick after Rashee Rice might be in trouble again.
I mean, the only thing that worries me is, like, if you're the Rams, do you want to do that when you have the 13th pick and you might have a chance of taking the best corner in the draft? Now, there's no guarantee he'll be as good as Trent McDuffie, but you have him on a 5-year, way cheaper deal than you would be for trading for Trent McDuffie.
I'm trading. He said the 26th pick, so you're trading the later one. They keep the 13th to get your cornerback.
No, but why? So you're double dipping then. You're trading for a corner and then drafting a corner.
Right. But maybe if you get him, you don't need a corner.
Or you take the better player at 13 15 or whatever
Yeah.
they have, and you already have a corner.
All right, so I want you to guess what the trade value that they're evaluating DJ Moore. He's being traded from the Bears to the Raiders. What do you think they're giving up? It's just one draft pick. What do you think that lands?
Well, we discussed DJ Moore in that trade for fictitious trade for Max Crosby. I think DJ Moore can garner a third-round draft pick.
I think the same, but wide receivers, man, they got a high value when it comes to the NFL. I'm going to say a second-round pick, Kenny.
So they have it listed as the 4th-round draft pick, 117 in the draft.
Oh, okay.
Wow, so we're both wrong.
Okay.
No, but you're not that far
No.
off. It's kind of a
Where's he
crapshoot once it
going?
comes to players like that too.
Is he going anywhere, or is that just a value?
That's just what they have as
Oh,
the
okay.
value. It's just one for one.
Okay.
All right. So the next one here is our Detroit Lions. The Chiefs are receiving David Montgomery. The Lions are receiving a 5th-round pick, 176. Who says no?
I know the Lions. If I'm the Lions, I say no. I fifth
Really?
is a little too high. I need at least a 4th.
No, I mean, figuring that you're probably not going to re-sign him
Yeah.
because of, you got to save money on the cap. He's, the second running back. He's not the main guy, and you get a 5th-round selection back. Are you going to split hairs over a 4th or 5th rounder?
Well, he asked who says no. I would say no over that. Then the renegotiation would start. But
I think that would be a fair trade for both because, you need that money off your cap, and the Lions, you get a 5th-round selection that if you want, you can use that to go draft a younger running back.
right,
to pair up
that
with
part
you.
is definitely true.
No, yeah, that's I was just saying, Rico. It's like, they just used that to replace him, and you got a rookie deal for 4 years, so you're paying him nothing.
Yeah.
All right, last one, rapid fire, real quick. Lions receive Max Crosby. The Raiders receive a 2026 first, a 27 second, and Terrion Arnold.
Who says no?
Sign me up.
Lions are packing up Arnold and taking him to the airport, but I think the Raiders would say no.
Arnold's security force is saying no because they need him to have a better job.
And that is in football today.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Jeff Rieger will take over at 6 o'clock here on these airwaves, and I'm sure he'll be gloating about the United States as they lead 5-0. Good to see Dylan Larkin get a goal, his second of the Olympiad. Jack Hughes has, 2 goals, I believe, if I was watching correctly. Tage Thompson has a goal, and I think I might have missed one. Anyway, that said, they're winning 5-0 unless one of the biggest chokes in sports history happens. They will take on Canada on Sunday morning at around 8 o'clock. So
Vanderbilt, yeah.
You've heard of breakfast at Wimbledon. It's, I don't know, something in breakfast in Milan now, whatever. So, hey, get up early, watch some great hockey, or, just DVR the game, get up whenever you get up, and, stay in bed and watch the game, not knowing who won. I know that would be difficult for some people.
Yeah, that would mean you would have to put your phone down and not have anybody call you as do the Doug Carson go in the bubble.
Yes, I've done that before, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Now, last night, the world of the NBA got to see the Detroit Pistons continue their season-long domination of the New York Knickerbockers, defeating them 126-111 in a game that really wasn't as close as the score indicated. The Pistons took control as they 3/4 of the way through the second quarter and never looked back. They had that stretch for about 90 seconds where I think they went on a 9-0 run, something like that. And Cade Cunningham was absolutely spectacular. And doing it without, his second best player in this team, arguably, in Duran Stewart, the physical presence, serving game number 2 of his 7-game suspension. They didn't have him. Paul Reed started at center, and B-Ball Paul played great. Even Tolu Smith had a nice game substituting. And they just, no matter who they put in, they played well yesterday. They played really good. Now, it's going to be interesting. They play at Chicago tomorrow. And then they have a very interesting, shall we say, 6 games after this? Yeah, 6 straight games after the Chicago game. 3 at home next week, so not to sound like a Piston shill, get your tickets, but get your tickets. San Antonio here Monday night. Oklahoma City here Wednesday. Cleveland with the Beard here on Friday night. Then they go on the road to Orlando, Cleveland, and San Antonio. So those 6 games after tomorrow, if they go 4-2, I'd be pretty damn happy about that. It's some tough games, and then the schedule lightens up pretty much the rest of the season. I think they have to go to Oklahoma City one time, and that's it. That's it as far as the real tough games go. Now, and they play Minnesota twice too with the Ant-Man. All right. So, Rico, we've been talking and praising, and rightfully so, Cade Cunningham, the way he's played, not just last night, but this year. He's a lot better than he has been, and he right now is the 3rd in the Vegas odds list, DraftKings, whatever, FanDuel for MVP. SGA is still the favorite. Jokic is second, but Jokic can only even participate if he basically only misses one more game. Yeah, because you have that 65-game limit. You have to participate in 65 games to be qualified for an award, and then it becomes Cade Cunningham. And to me, it's Cade Cunningham's award to win. SGA's had a great year. There's no doubt. Scoring average is a little better, but Cade's a little better in assists, and SGA has a better team around him, I think you could say. The West is tougher than the East, but I think it's going to come down to SGA and Cade Cunningham, and who does better the rest of the season, and if their teams do better the rest of the season. And I don't know how much the head-to-head will make a difference when people are voting, because he's, like I said, SGA's here on February 25th, and the Pistons are at Oklahoma City on March 30th. All right, that said about Cade Cunningham, Where would you rank? This is not one of those blind ranking little games that some idiot named me came up with. But where does Cade Cunningham rank in the pantheon Detroit Piston history?
Well, it's funny, Stoney, because when we first talked about this, and 248-539-9797, if you want to give where he ranks, because I do think that when you start looking at some of the all-time greats, he needs to get a title to get put up into the VIP section of all-time greats. Right now, I think he's probably on pace with a Grant Hill, where the league realizes he's very talented, and he's going to the All-Star games. He's doing a lot. He hasn't led the team to a title. When you think of all-time greats, I think of Isaiah.
Well, Isaiah, I don't think anybody can dispute that he's number one.
I think of Joe Dumars. I think of, especially for his position, I think of the Chauncey Billups of the world. When I look at Cade, I'm like, Cade, once he gets the ring, I think he's going to be there. But right now, I would put him on pace with the Grant Hill. You're one of the best ones, but you haven't reached that next spot yet. That's why this postseason is so important, because it really will cement how good you are and cement your legacy.
I mean, you have to, obviously, like we said, Isaiah, Joe. And before you even get to Grant Hill, I mean, you have to give some love to some of the guys who didn't win titles, who were here, and they were really, really good. They were great. They're in the Hall of Fame. I'm talking about three guys, two in particular, but I'm talking about Dave Bing. And if you're listening, Mr. Mayor, how are you? Bob Lanier. Dave DeBusschere played a good portion of his career here before he was traded to the Knicks. And Lambeer and Ben Wallace. Look, is Cade Cunningham a better player? Yeah, he's a better all-around player than Ben Wallace. But right now, Cade Cunningham, he's great. Love him. And he probably will be, unless something crazy happens, on a trajectory towards Springfield and to the Hall of Fame. But right now, you're just using conjecture. Because the guys who have the orange jackets or whatever they are, they have to be in front of him right now. I mean, I forgot Dennis Rodman played over half his career here, right? Or at least half of it.
Fair. No. Very fair. But yeah, when you look at this, I mean, we all know he's up for the MVP, but where does he fit at for you Pistons fans, for all-time great Pistons? Is he in the top 10? Is he in the top 15? Because he gets the ring, he gets the ring, Stoney, and I think at that point he then rises above. But until he does, yeah, even though those guys have Hall of Famers, Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, I look at them as the 1-2 punch. Ben Wallace, yeah, he's up there because he was the heartbeat of this team. I look at Chauncey Billups, Mr. Big Shot, excluding what's happened to him since. But when he was here,
he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So I look at players like that. To me, yeah, he's on that Grant Hill track where really superstar player got to get that title.
Look, Grant won Rookie of the Year. It was co-Rookie of the Year with Jason Kidd.
Yep.
But I don't think Grant Hill ever, and part of that was because the team, ever got even talked about for the MVP award, did he? I'm trying to remember. I mean, and we're doing this with Cade Cunningham, and legitimately, this isn't just some, Detroit fanboy, Cade Cunningham should be MVP. No, this is nationally. So I think, how many years did Grant Hill play for the Pistons? 6? I mean, this is Cade's 5th year.
Right. Well, it's why I want Pistons to really think about that, because I think we all can agree. Cade Cunningham should win the MVP. He is out there playing lights out ball for a team that we didn't think was going to be this good.
Correct.
You take him off this team, and this team is not as good. So that's why, to me, he is. But I want Pistons fans to put their thinking caps on. Where does he rank amongst some of the Piston greats? 248-539-9797.
We'll take some of your phone calls. We'll take your texts. It's a Stoney. It's
go for it, man. It's
Valenti
Friday.
and Rico show with me and for Rico. For Valenti. Oh, my, it's Friday. 97.1.
You guys heard me talk about this during football season. But now they do it with hoops too. Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play Injury Protection Policy protects all your first half player prop bets. That's right. And there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbooks. Last night, and the association continues to prove my point. Phoenix at San Antonio. Phoenix All-Star shooting guard goes down in the second quarter. You know who I'm talking about. Did not return in the second half. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro player prop bets across the straight parlays and single game parlays instantly. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do absolutely nothing. But not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they're flipping losing bets into winning bets for the whole pro basketball season. I got the numbers right here. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy saved 33% of single game parlays. Don't wait for that bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Two four eight 539-9797. Kenny, some ticket texts.
Text communications. So this one, top 20 for sure, but he's quickly rising, has the ability to be top 5 when it's all said and done.
Oh, I definitely think top 20. I mean, you could argue top 10 right now, I think.
Someone is also curious as to, on the list of Pistons greats, where you put a guy like Rip Hamilton.
He's just, well, okay. I'm not going to do blind rankings, but all right. So here's the top 10 in no particular order, okay? Isaiah Joe, Lanier, Bing, Ben Wallace, Rodman, Lambeer. Did I say Lambeer already? No. Billups, Grant Hill, Hamilton, Cade. I mean, that's 11, I think. So, yeah, Rip's right in there, but he's not a Hall of Famer.
No, he's not. But, yeah, I would have Rip right there somewhere in that top 10 as well. He was a key piece to a championship team. And a lot happens, Kenny, when you win a title.
Yes.
You get elevated.
And that's basically the sentiment that's dominating the ticket text is people are saying he has the potential to be one of these, top 5, top 10 guys of all time in the Pistons organizations, but he's title or nothing. I mean, it seems to be everybody's hang up is they haven't won a playoff series with him.
Right.
And that's what it is. It's like, man, you want to feel good about the win last night against the Knicks, and you look at that overall record, and you're like, wow, you're percentage points ahead of OKC. But then you think back, look, and it's not me. It's just Trajan Langdon saying, yeah, guys, who cares? We haven't won a playoff game at home. We haven't won a series. And it was Trajan kind of pouring cold water on the season. Even after the game, Cade is like, we still have to do better. So that's the only thing. Right now, they've cleared every hurdle for this regular season. And now you almost want to hit the fast forward button to get to the playoffs to see what it is. But, yeah, you get that ring, you get that title, and I think he goes up as one of the all-time Piston greats. I think, like I said, I look at the Isaiah and the Joes and the Lambeers because they got 2 titles.
Right.
And if anything, you got to look at Joe because he went out and got another title as the president that I don't think people give him credit for. He put together the Going to Work team.
Yeah.
So
and helped destroy it too. But yes, he did put it together.
You know what? When you handcuff the man and won't let him spend money, somebody has to be the fall guy.
But we can argue this.
He wanted Allen Iverson. I get that.
No, I had no problem with that trade because of the cap situation. The problem is he's got that cap savings and turned it into Ben Gordon and Charlie V. That's the problem. That's what helped. And look, Karen Davidson handcuffing him certainly did not help. No doubt about it. Let's go to Drew in Roseville. Good evening.
What's going on, Stoney and Rico?
Hey, Drew.
Listen, talking to the GOAT, man. I'd like to see gets the Stoner into the room, man, for a change.
Okay.
Listen, I got to put a qualifier on this list you guys are making. If you played more than half your career in Detroit, then you can make this list. That's how I look at it.
Okay.
And as far as talent goes, talent to talent, if he wins a title, he jumps to number 2. Okay? But right now, as it stands, I think he's 10th.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not going to go into my list because I'm on the road right now, so I don't really have time to number the guys. But as far as Isaiah will never be topped.
Correct.
And the reason I think that Cade could go to number 2 and it would jump Billups and Dumars. Dumars, not so much for what he did for the team. Obviously, he got us a championship in the front office, which is awesome. But as far as talent goes, guy to guy, if you had to guard each other, who would you pick to dominate the other person? Or not dominate, but just who would have the advantage? I think that Cade would have an advantage over Joe. But
hold on, Drew.
Different eras.
Drew, remember, Joe was the Jordan stopper. So much so, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Jordan hated that, but Joe got into Jordan's grill. So if you could guard Michael Jordan, I think you can guard Cade Cunningham.
I get you. I get it. But this is where my thinking comes, why he jumps from where he is now to number 2 with a title. When Isaiah came to Detroit, we were a pit. We were the worst team in the league, one of the worst in the league, okay? And when he came here, we didn't go to the playoffs right away, but we were somebody to watch. We were fun to watch again, okay? When Billups and them guys came to the team, we were kind of already on the come already. You know what I mean? We were winning games. We weren't at the bottom of the league at the time.
Not really. They were in a down period.
Okay, well, whatever. I mean, they had the year with Doug Collins. They weren't that bad. I mean,
no,
seriously.
they were a playoff team with Grant Hill. Led them to the playoffs. Yes.
So my point is that when Cade came here, it was abysmal. And then we bottomed out at 14 wins. And the way that this team is playing right now, I couldn't be more proud of this team. Coming from, I mean, I was hanging out with people that wanted to get rid of this guy. I mean, seriously.
They didn't realize that he was playing with guys like Killian Hayes and the great Evan Fournier and people like that. You look at the roster there that Cade, started his career with his first couple years. It was pretty ugly. I mean, seriously, pretty ugly. And he got a lot of heat. Oh, he's not that good because he can't carry a team.
Well, yeah,
on his
because
back.
when his contract was up, it was like, okay, do you reinvest in him or do you make the trade? And good thing that the Pistons kept him because they saw what he could be. But yeah, at the time, it was just like, all right, man, I don't know what you got here because of everything that surrounded him.
Yeah, I mean, Grant Hill. It's a shame he had the foot deal. And also a shame that he wanted to be traded or wanted to go as free agency. And, Grant doesn't get enough credit for acquiescing and saying, you know what, make it a sign and trade. I mean, he could have just left and the Pistons would have gotten nothing. Mm-hmm. Now, nobody who sat there and said, oh, boy, we got, Ben Wallace and Chucky Atkins. We'll have a parade in a few years.
No, because, Ben Wallace was the throw-in because it was
Oh, well, they wanted either Isaac Austin or John Amici was one of those.
Yeah, and Amici said no, and he invoked his no trade clause. And they're like, all right, what about Ben Wallace? Is that good enough for you? Sure, we'll take him.
Mm-hmm.
And ended up, that's somebody who ended up becoming an all-time great Piston.
Yeah. By the way, the boon of, shall we say, Kenny Cott's existence, Brady Tkachuk has just scored a goal for the red, white, and blue.
Hey, as long as he's playing for my team, I love the guy.
That's
the
right.
second that he starts wearing that weird Florida soccer uniform, then I start to not like him so very much.
Florida soccer uniform.
Oh, Senators. Oh, you said Brady scored. I thought you said Matthew. My
No,
bad.
Brady. Right? Brady's 7, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you said Matthew. My bad.
It's okay.
I'm just finding ways to be angry at Florida.
Which Tkachuk do you detest more, Brady or Matthew?
Probably Brady, because I think his face is a little bit more like punchable.
Mm-hmm.
He constantly has that look on his face that makes me want to punch it. But it probably should be Matthew because Paul over here in his back-to-back Stanley Cups is...
He can't hate Matthews that much, Matthew Tkachuk, because he has a winning aura about him.
Here we go again with this guy. I thought you were giving that up for Lent. Every day I see Paul, he always gives me this Florida like back-to-back. What do you got? You got nothing. He's the Jeff Rieger of Florida Panthers hockey. That's what I'll say about him.
Okay.
And Rico, I've seen you get into like knockdown dragouts with Jeff Rieger. This is my Jeff Rieger.
Does he call you every morning?
Okay, maybe not that far.
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't do a pre-radio show before an actual pre-radio show before an actual radio show.
Paul might not have a wife, but he certainly has a life.
Hey, I'm going to run something past you. What is it, Jeff?
I've gotten that phone call a few times. Couple more texts here. Gentlemen, I cannot put Cade in the top 5 of greatest Pistons of all time. I do love him. He's definitely top 10 and could easily move up if he keeps having this type of career, but not top 5 yet, Marlon and Walled Lake. And hard to compare eras, but Cade has all the skills to pass most of these guys. He just needs playoff success.
Oh, yeah.
That's the winning sentiment amongst ticket texters.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt about it. You can't compare eras because he's so much bigger. And, if he's playing, a guy from another era, let's say Dave Bing, Dave Bing didn't have the advantages of personal trainers and all that kind of stuff, By the way, Mick Cronin has just apologized at a press conference.
Yeah, he didn't see the super slow-mo like you did, Stoney.
Yes.
When he went back to see the video, he said that he thought that his player did a dirty foul because he just saw the collision.
Right.
And in all fairness, Cronin saw it as far away as possible. That bench was at the other side of the basket, so he just saw people falling.
Yes.
It didn't happen right in front of him.
Right. He says, quote, I apologize to Steve Jamerson. I thought he made a dirty play. I was wrong, and I need to dial it back too. Sometimes I'm too candid. I'm lucky to coach here. This brand matters. The last thing I want to do is bring negative publicity.
Yeah, I also wonder if it had to do with the AD was at practice today for them.
Probably. Hey, Mick, after practice.
Kind of like your parents. You're going to go up to Mrs. Johnson and you're going to apologize for breaking her window.
Yeah, absolutely. Slovakia has just scored, so it's now 6-2.
Clawing back.
Can you imagine? No, I can't. That would be.
Let's not do that.
No,
You know
I'm
what?
not,
You would
I'm
have
not.
to do a wellness check for Jeff.
Oh, I know. You'd have to do a wellness check for a lot of people, hockey fans in this country. That's for damn sure. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Coming up next, we asked Rico to delve into his least favorite basketball team. I bet you not just one, obviously, but I'm sure the other one he doesn't really love either. But that's going to be in our blind rankings. That's coming up next, 97. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Now, as you know, I have this, I don't know if it's a phobia, that's not a hankering to do these blind rankings all the time. So I think yesterday, we skipped it yesterday, I believe. Or no, did we? I don't know.
No, we trades yesterday.
No, yesterday was
we
the
actually
trades.
did
Yesterday
12.
was the trades, right? Yes. That's right, it was the top 12. Today we're going to do a top 10. And I don't know if Rico will love this or hate this, but I know he knows this. And I don't think there's going to be something where you're going to say, oh my God, what is he doing? All right. Tomorrow night in Washington, D.C., the team that most people hate, except when your arch rival plays them, the Duke Blue Devils, will be taking on the Michigan Wolverines on a national televised non-conference game in February. First of all, Rico, do you like the fact that these schools are doing this in the middle of conference play or near the end?
You know what? It's one of those, so long as it's not my school, I like it, but I don't like it during in the middle of conference play.
Okay. So, as everyone knows, one of the more famous times Duke played Michigan was the 1992 NCAA championship game, right? Or 91, 92, I forget which year it was. Anyway, it was when the Michigan team was full of freshmen. Mm-hmm. So we want you, Rico, to blind rank the 10 starting players from that game. Okay. And so you can use however way you want to do them. If you want to determine that their NBA career gives them a better or worse ranking than you would from their college career, I'll leave that up to you.
Okay.
But I'm having you rank the top 10. Here we go. We'll start off with Ray Jackson.
Ray Jackson probably was one of the underrated Fab Five player of all of them. One didn't get a lot of press. I'm going to go with Ray at 9.
At 9, okay. Next up, how about one Thomas Hill?
Thomas Hill, the haircut. I'm going to go Thomas Hill at 7.
That's 7, okay. Next up, Juwan Howard.
Juwan Howard. I'm going to go with Juwan Howard at 5.
At 5, okay. Next up, Bobby Hurley.
He was the straw that stirred the drink. I'm going to go with Hurley at 2.
At 2, okay. Next up, Jimmy King.
Jimmy King. I'm going to go Jimmy King at 6.
That's 6, okay. Next up, Christian Laettner.
Christian Laettner. I'm going to put that. I'm going to put Laettner at 1. Everybody hates Laettner.
Yeah. Arguably the greatest college basketball player ever. Arguably.
The most punchable face of all time.
There's no doubt. Next up, speaking of hated by many people, Chris Webber.
Chris Webber, Stoney, was the leader of the Fab Five, and I think as the leader of the Fab Five, I'm going to put Chris Webber at 3.
At 3. Okay.
This is not a bad list.
No, not at all.
You made it sound like you're going to hate this list.
Well, I don't know. I know how much you love Michigan basketball players and football players and croquet players.
I could still appreciate it.
I know.
Thing.
That's why I think you might like it. All right. Next up, Antonio Lang.
Antonio Lang. I'm going to put Antonio Lang at 10.
Okay. Jalen Rose.
Jalen, I got 4 and 8 left.
probably should have put Jalen at 6, but you know what? Jimmy took his spot, so Jalen, sorry, buddy. You got to go at 8.
Yes. And the only spot available is 4, and that would go to Grant Hill.
Grant Hill at 4. Probably could have made an argument between him and Hurley. Could have put Grant at 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I like the point guards.
I'm here live in the studio
NCAA
again
tournament is all
to
about the
share
point guard.
my
and
story
Hurley,
with any of you who
if
can
I
relate.
believe, was actually
About my
sick
eyesight
during
issue
that
7
game,
years ago
too.
that affected
Like,
everything
he
I did
constantly
both.
ran back and forth to the locker room.
I don't remember that. That part I don't remember. So here is your top 10 from the bottom up. He ranked blindly the starting lineup of the championship game between Michigan and Duke. Antonio Lang 10, Ray Jackson 9, Jalen Rose 8, Thomas Hill 7, Jimmy King 6, Juwan Howard 5, Grant Hill 4, Chris Webber 3, Bobby Hurley 2, and Christian Leitner 1. Now, if you had to do it all over again, I would assume you might have Jimmy ahead of Ray, right? And Jimmy ahead of.
I would have Jalen ahead of Jimmy, and then I probably would have had Jimmy ahead of Ray. So I would have probably put Jalen at 6 and Jimmy King at 8 and left Ray at 9.
And you might have even had Jimmy ahead of Thomas Hill, maybe.
Yeah. But no, Thomas Hill actually contributed in that game. So no, that Duke team was a lot better than the Michigan team.
Oh yeah, that was so
yeah.
crazy. It was tied at half. I don't know. Michigan led by like 1 point at the half, and then Leitner just took over the whole game. Thomas Hill was the guy who had that unbelievable face of, I don't know whether to be crying or hysterical that Christian Leitner hit the shot on the pass from Grant Hill. No relation to Thomas.
Yeah.
So those are your blind rankings here on 97.1. It is over. Goodbye, Slovakia. See you in 4 years. United States wins it 6-2.
We're actually tomorrow for the bronze game.
Oh, that's right. I don't think I'll be. It might be on in the background. I don't know. What time is that? I have no idea.
2:40.
2:40. Yeah, because all the really good college basketball starts in the evening, right?
Well, how did they get 2:40, but we got, what, 8 in the morning for ours?
Because I guess they got to give them, they want to give the gold medal a day rest in between.
No, I thought, you know what I think the reason is, honestly, and I have no idea if I'm correct on this, aren't the closing ceremonies Sunday night? So I
think so.
So they want that to be the prime time, whatever. Get that out of the,
I guess.
I think that would be it.
I guess.
Whatever. All I know is tomorrow could be the beginning of a new era, although it won't. It'll be paused a little bit. But tomorrow, Kevin McGonigal will be playing shortstop for the Detroit Tigers in a preseason game heard right here on 97.1 as the Tigers take on the New York Yankees. Rico, is he the most anticipated Tiger we've had in a long time?
Yeah.
I was going to say like athlete, but, everybody couldn't wait to see, obviously, Cade play and, Aiden Hutchinson play in the NFL and some of the others. But baseball-wise, I mean.
You've heard about him. I was about to say Max Clark, maybe, but yeah.
Right.
But I would say.
But you're right. When they were the draft year and the year after that, it was all about Max Clark.
I think Torque.
Flash year.
Torque may have been the one that you've been waiting for because, leaving Arizona State is like, okay, what are you going to get with this guy? He's going to be hitting home runs.
Jackson Jobe, people were excited to see him pitch too, but.
I think it was Mize for me. Like the team stunk, but every time he pitched, it was Mize day. Everybody, we got to be glued onto the TV set for this thing.
Yeah, because he was, one of one, right? It's going to be interesting, but it is spring training. We're talking about the Pistons all day. It's just just the regular season. It's not the playoffs, and you can't help yourself by getting so excited about the Pistons, and rightfully so. As far as the Tigers, let's remember, even if McGonigal goes 0 for his first 12. Or if he goes 8 for his first 12 with a couple of dingers, it's spring freaking training.
Mm-hmm. But I think he is anticipated because it's a position of need. This is the young guy. You've been hearing so much about him. It's like, okay, take off the training wheels. Let's see what we got. So I was hoping he would be up here for the opening day roster, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That would be... They would have to have another injury before that happens. And we already have. Trey Sweeney's been shut down for a little bit.
Just see what you got in the man.
I know.
Let him, see what you got.
I agree with you, but I don't know if it's because of, service time or not.
If there's going to be no season the following year, then does that really matter?
Well, maybe, because eventually when they get back, I think service, well, who knows? Maybe it'll be negotiated out. I don't know what they're going to do if they lock out. I mean, the fact that, Tony Clark and his inappropriate relationship with his ugly beard that he has. I'm just kidding. What? Okay. Wow. He had an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law. That's fact. I'm not making that up.
You just called her ugly?
No, I said his beard is ugly.
Oh, his ugly beard. Oh, okay.
You're talking about the facial hair.
Yeah, you thought the same thing. Oh,
right.
Okay. All right.
No, I was not talking about the slang word to keep from a gay relationship. Yeah, I was not thinking of that.
Rico and I look at each other. We're like, "What'd he say?" Instead, it's like, "What'd I say?"
Yeah, exactly. So, Riggs.
What's up, boys?
What time's that alarm going off on Sunday morning?
This is actually pretty great for me. I got to work Saturday or make that Sunday morning at 10 o'clock. The gold medal game is at 8:10. So I'm going to wake up early. I'm actually probably going to come in here early so I don't have to, drive while watching. And hopefully I'll be on the air when the Americans sweep Team Canada. I mean, this is fantastic, isn't it? I do wonder how many Americans care. We know that Canada's nervous. I mean, listen, I'm sure in Canada they're calling them resilient. They fell down 2-0 today, but I'm calling them vulnerable. That's right. You see those Americans absolutely kick Slovakia's ass? How can you not be excited about this?
Do we got a line on the game? Yeah, we got a line on this
I don't know
yet?
that we have a line yet.
By the way, did you read some of the tweets from one of the great Finnish players of all time, Teemu Selanne?
What did he say?
He's flabbergasting that in an Olympic semifinal involving Canada, that the two referees were Canadian.
Yes. And by the way, the Finns.
And the offsides, he was more upset with the high sticking, which it was a high stick. But Chris Pronger said you should be more upset that McKinnon might have embellished.
So Canada's favorite, Rieger.
Canada's favorite. Rico just gave this to me.
Well, they should be
On
favored.
the puck line, you get plus a goal and a half. It's only minus 280 for the United States. You go minus a goal and a half for Canada. It's plus 210. But both of essentially the same odds. It's minus 113 for the Canadians to win on the money line. USA minus 106. So it's pretty much a flip.
Yeah, well, it should be a very close game. Goaltending is going to be huge, and I think the United States has a slight
The edge.
advantage with Hellebuck, although Binnington in big games has been really good.
He's been amazing. Not to mention, I mean, the missing of Sidney Crosby is a big deal.
Is it
think
more a big
is.
deal on the ice or off the ice?
I think it's off the ice. I mean, that's their rock. McDavid was the captain today, but I think they miss the golden goal maker. So I wonder. Let me ask this. This is very trolly. That's why I'm going to ask it now, and let's be honest, probably later too.
You
as
trolling
as
your
a
sleep,
Metro Detroiter, do you want Stoney and Rico? Do you want the United States to win because we're great fans and patriotism? Or do you want the United States to win because you devastate Canada and their arrogance towards hockey at their own sport?
You want
Which
the
one
United
is it?
States to win because of it's the country you live in. But
Yeah.
Rieger,
I don't need to read.
I think I want Canada to lose more.
Okay, so let me give a question for you. I think this is going to require some thought, okay?
I know what you're going to say.
The United States wins the gold medal.
Or Michigan beats Duke. Oh.
Or the Maple Leafs win the cup.
Oh, Jesus. Wait, so
Oh.
so the United States win gold.
But that means that
the Leafs
that means that the Maple Leafs
win
win
the
the
Stanley
cup.
Cup. Yeah, I'm going to go Canada.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Canada,
I'm with
our home and native land. Bum-ba-dum.
And by the way,
I just wanted to know.
I'm
where
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
I'm working Monday morning. If the United States wins, there will be a new and improved version of
yes.
Whoa Canada.
I love when you do the Whoa Canada. So do you think the Canadians are nervous?
I think the fans are a little nervous.
This is great. I really thought Finland had him. I mean, it was 2-0. They were buzzing for a little bit right around the net, and I'm like, oh, just get that third goal. And as you know, the Canadians come back because they're so damn good. John Cooper was like essentially double shifting his best line the entire third period. I can't wait. I'm excited. Are Metro Detroiters excited about this? Are they going to wake up at 8:10 on a Sunday?
I like you, Rieger.
No, see, I disagree. I think a lot of people are excited
No, I
about
think
this
people
stuff.
are excited, but not excited as you are.
And
You
there's-
may not sleep Saturday night.
Will the religious opt out of church for it?
I think you should. Listen, I am not a religious man. I am not one to tell people what to do with their relationship with God. But how many times does this happen? Not very often. So I'm just saying, God might probably forgive you, don't you think? I mean, you're a religious guy.
You could go either midweek service Saturday if they offer it,
Yes.
or I guess the later service,
Or you can stay home and stream it.
or you can stay home and stream it.
Most
Could you
churches-
take your phone to church and just, like, if you're dragged to church, can you watch on your phone?
That's
If you're going to watch on your phone, why don't you stay home and watch it on the
Because maybe you
stream?
get dragged to church. Maybe you got to go because of the family. Maybe it takes you there.
Well, see, at that point, God will probably have your team lose.
Oh, see. So, Rico, you probably don't remember this, but I'm just going to remind you. Last
That you
year,
lost a bet to me?
Well, many. Last year, around this time, it was the Four Nations Championship game. So it was the United States and it was Canada. And it was also in the same weekend or within days of Michigan playing Michigan State. And we were on the air, you and I, and I'm like, what a fantastic weekend. This is amazing. And both Michigan and the United States lost. So I'm hoping I get a little revenge this weekend. Michigan beats Duke. The United States beats Canada.
I remember
Yeah,
that. now.
yeah, that was tough.
I assume you'd rather have the United States win.
Which game was that Michigan lost?
No, it was a great
Was
night.
it at the Chrysler? Yeah, that was the Chrysler game.
Yeah, it was a great night for Vlad Golden because after the loss,
He
he
got
proposed to
married.
his
Yeah, he got
girlfriend.
I assume you'd
So heartbroken.
I assume you'd rather the United States win than Michigan win if you had to choose one.
If I had to choose, yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a tough choice. But yeah,
So
I go
you-
United
It's
States.
not that tough.
only
Yeah,
one.
because, yes. I go to the U.S. Absolutely.
Okay, so United States wins,
But Michigan loses to Duke.
but Michigan gets destroyed by Duke.
That's fine.
That's okay.
That's fine. I
Because
just
they'll still probably be a
yeah,
one seed.
They're going to be a 1 seed. They can still win the Big
But
Ten.
Duke-
This game doesn't count towards Big Ten standings.
Duke does what they do to other teams, and they beat them by 25.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Now, can we beat the Canadians by like 7 goals?
All you need is one.
How about 6?
All you need is
Do
one
you,
more.
do you want a blowout or do you want like the
I want a blowout.
exhilarating?
Oh, you know what? I don't know.
Or do you want like the winning shot with 3 seconds left?
I mean, it's such a great question because you watched the women yesterday, and when they tied it in regulation, you saw the Canadian fans were just devastated. And then when Megan Keller got that goal, which was a sweet move, and a great call, by the way, by your boy Kenny Alberts.
I know.
Like, you could just see the absolute devastation. So maybe I want a close game. What do you got?
Yeah, because if it's like this game where it's
Yeah.
6-2,
Yeah.
you're celebrating in the second period.
Although
you
the
know it's
domination
over.
would be amazing, though.
But how sweet is it to see their hearts ripped out because you win in overtime?
I agree with you. I agree. And the crazy thing is, if the United States loses because they've lost before,
You get a Larkin overtime
We're going to get
winner.
over it. But if the Canadians lose,
I know it's a lot different.
some of those Canadian players, they want to win gold more than a Stanley Cup. In fact, I think a lot of them do.
I don't know. It depends what team. It depends if they've ever won one before. I mean, in the Stanley Cup, because some of them have won a gold medal before.
That's true. So anyway, we're going to talk about that. I have a great Lions question. There is somebody from ESPN predicting Jahmyr Gibbs this offseason gets a contract. The contract is kind of high. Would you be in favor of that? We got a lot. We're on until 10 o'clock, boys.
All right. Rieger coming up next.
You guys sounded great today. I listened to
Have
the
a
whole 4
wonderful
hours.
weekend. I'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with Shabby.
Oh, wow. You get no rest.
You're telling me. 97.1.